We're back! Again!
Are we?
We're back!
We're on the right channel.
We're back! It's as if nothing happened at all! So we're always on the right channel.
Well, we're on the right channel, just not the right stream for a second there.
Exactly, we're always on the right channel. So, James, anyway, little TV blunder, we have them from time to time.
It helps if, you know, we're in Suzuka, we're in Japan. I mean, we're not, but we're pretending.
Yeah, we're in virtual Japan. Quick, get virtual bacon. Quick.
Virtual bacon's gone to bed.
Damn it.
He got tired during the Abu Dhabi qualifying.
Damn it, we need virtual bacon. Oh, jeez. So,
right.
We're just coming up to the end of GT4 qualifying, I think. Thereabouts. Final 15 minutes of GT3, isn't it? I believe.
Yep, first 15 minutes were dedicated purely to the GT4s, of which there are several that I can't count quick enough, and the remainder is to the GT3s to slug it out amongst themselves.
10 of them in GT4, including this man here, Rob Phillips, who's doing a Gone Supreme with sour cream, it seems.
Probably the safest thing at this track, to be fair. For a GT4 at least.
He is just sat there in the pits, not really doing much. You know, that's all good. We've got this man here. Jeez, Will Stewart, who's currently running fast in GT4, but he is apparently about to put out a decent-ish lap, which could propel him up the order a little bit. We'll have a look as he comes across the line. Yep, jumps a position. And puts himself quite well instead to take on deep cuts as well. Would be good, I would expect.
Yep, you would hope so. Just having a look trying to sort some things out. Yep, Will Stewart, one of 4 GT4 Porsches. Clearly, people think that those are going to be the dominant car on this track, and the current leader would suggest that might be the case if he can put a good lap together.
It would be likely. On the subject of Stewart, he's already 4/10ths up this lap. And he's only just coming out of Sector 1 now, so we will see. It does seem from the timing, at least, that Sector 1 and Sector 2 seem to be where he struggles the most. He's about half a second off in Sector 1, and anywhere from 0.2 to a full second off in Sector 2. But Sector 3 is about average. So that is definitely something to look forward to. We'll have to see if he does better in Sector 2 now, because he's done better in Sector 1 this lap.
Well, where does Sector 2 actually end? I'm not entirely sure. Is it before Spoon, or is it sometime afterwards? Because there's a lot of track beyond Spoon. It's just all one straight line, basically, with a little curve.
I'm not actually sure, because different series use different things. The way that I always know it from older games is it's in the middle of Spoon North. But some games I've even seen do it here at 130R as well on the entry. It's a bit odd.
Well, that could explain somewhat the time loss in the third sector, because the Porsche, whilst GT4 Porsche is certainly no slouch as he goes very much across the Casio triangle there, the GT4 Porsche may not be as unbalanced in terms of pure pace as its GT3 counterpart. It's still not as fast as some other GT3 cars, and we do have 2 Mercedes and Maserati in the mix here, cars which are probably some of the faster pure pace cars in the GT4 category.
Very true, but this is a car that we shouldn't discount, mostly just due to who is actually at the wheel of it. Robin Moe in the Ginetta. Oh, I've hit the red line.
Yeah, I have been reliably informed that it does indeed hit the red line at Suzuka. I'm not sure if it's on the front straight or the back straight, but it's probably both.
Should we take a listen and find out? Oh, no we won't, because out come the GT3s.
Here we are, yes, 15 minutes, or 14 minutes 40. GT3s are getting ready to take their laps.
What mad lad has bought the Rex?
I did find that interesting. That was he was the first sign up. Kovacs has signed up in the Lamborghini Gallardo Reiter Engineering. I don't even know what the X stands for.
Extreme!
Extremely stupid.
Extreme Reiter! Extreme! In a very striking pink colour. I'm not sure that works with the Italian flag, but he's tried.
It looks nice. It looks more like a Lamborghini in the white and the pink than it does in its default sort of carbon, but hopefully he'll be able to. I mean, Kovacs is no slouch. We've seen him before. He's quick enough. We'll see what he can do. I mean, Tom, the famous Tom, who's currently on holiday in the Abu Dhabi, I don't know, in the Middle East somewhere. He obviously drove the Reiter last season of RP Series and did quite well in it at a very, very, very flooded Laguna Seca.
Yeah, that was when Tom was doing the meme season, wasn't it? I remember that. Because that was silly.
Someone in the chat, Huski, is asking if you've downloaded liveries.
Yes.
Good. Okay, good. So we have liveries. I don't know what their confusion was. If the livery was not there, then there must be a problem with it.
Yes, I downloaded the livery pack that Muscle sent out. Put it in the liveries folder.
Well, if there is a livery missing, you want to go check the Viceman car, and we can find out. As he has a great livery for this race, I quite enjoyed it. And at the same time, we're saying this, GT3s are obviously doing their thing.
Ah.
Well, we have some time if you want to make sure before the.
Oh, that's interesting. That's rather interesting. I would say that is rather interesting.
Do you want to quickly run out and reload just to see if it will not reload the game but reload the textures?
What I am going to do is re-download the livery pack and see how it works. We're back!
We're back again!
We're back with a brand new rap. I don't know, me. Yeah, there's the song.
No.
So,
unfamiliar.
We have. Oh, I have reinstalled deliveries. They're done now. And Weissman now has a livery. So there we go. We've done very well. And now let's have a look at Ivan Barak.
Okay, before you do that, can you make sure you're streaming to me so I can see what you're seeing?
Yes.
The technical issue
you
caused by
go.
Husky waking up literally like 5 minutes before the stream.
Yes! That's how it goes! Yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, I'm really bad at waking up in time because my sleeping pattern's broken. So,
But he's
James
woken up just for you.
James literally had to phone me. And I was
I
still
think I
half
blame
asleep.
myself. I blame myself because I said yesterday, shall we swap numbers just so we can make sure? Because I've done that with Tom and I've done that with other people I've done racing with. And I think you took that and said, oh, well, he'll phone me. Your body just thought, I'll get a phone call when I need to wake up.
Well, it did, didn't it? And I think I woke up and went, hello, you're dumb! And then that's about it.
Should we actually run through, as GT3 qualifying continues, do you want to run through the order of GT4 as it stands right now?
Yes!
Because we did kind of miss most of them.
Yes! Here is the order of GT4 as it lines up. You have... Oh, fucking hell. Chris
The Scuderia pepperoni car.
rounding off pole position in GT4 for 211.027, followed by Hubble in the number 49 Porsche, 3.5 tenths off-ish, then Robin Moe, Yannick Kippers, Pitch, Camper, Deep Cuts, Stewart, Weissman, and Gons, who did his Gons Supreme with sour cream.
Yep,
Hey, that's
Gonza
how you do.
has done his traditional of not qualifying, as anyone who will know or knows Gons will tell you he is oft enjoys doing. Well, unless there's actually a championship on the line, in which case he occasionally decides to take the chance. But for a GT4, it's not a bad idea.
No, for GT4, it's awful, especially because of that lap 1. You never know, it can be touchy.
Touchy.
We're on board with Rosek driving the Mad Panda car, which I will have to say has one of my favourite liveries in ACC. It's brilliant.
Which car is this?
The
The
Mad
114.
Panda. Yeah, the 114. It's just got a miffed
Oh, that is
panda
nice.
on it. The panda's miffed. that's
The Panda
That's
is
what it is.
indeed miffed.
I always have the one funny memory of this team in the real world.
Oh,
where,
as he goes
ooh,
off. Yep.
in gravel.
He just
yeah,
got caught
that's-
on the got caught on the outer curb, and I think that was the Degners, wasn't it? And into the
Yeah, I
gravel.
believe so. And here is your current provisional pole quality leader, 159.905. It's Amok Nyara,
Amok Nyara.
who's actually just put in a better time at 159.542. Hartman was 0.05 off before that time. Now he's just over 3.5 tenths off. So that is definitely something that needs to be watched out for. As here is John Hartman for the Unit Motorsport entry, the number 71 Ferrari. But it's a Ferrari and all that.
So I suppose the question I want to ask you, Husky, now we actually have everything a bit sorted. We don't have any of the... we have a lot of familiar names in the GT3s, I think. But there's none of the usual suspects. There's a Robin Moe driving GT4. No Thomas Jack, no Pierre Moreno. Who do you think... And obviously Kovacs, who we know could win the race, is in the writer, so we'll have to wait and see. Who do you think might take it today?
You never know, 4 hours, very, very long time. You've got some solo entries and some duo entries as well, so that will also play a part. The thing that I always really think when it comes to endurance racing is qualifying isn't as important as in a sprint. Because if you have a bad quality, you've got a hell of a lot of time to make it back up. It's a lot more work, but it's not impossible. And we've already seen, you know, we've got other names that we recognise in GT3. As you said, we've got Kovacs, we've got Hertel. I've seen him in the league
Yeah,
sometimes.
Peter Hertel, he's quick in a KTM and in any other car, really.
We've got Hoover, we've got Brad Hoove.
Obviously, Hartman's also been seen before.
Hartman, yeah. We've got Mr. President, Ivan Barats as well, you know. So we have got at least the people we know. We've got a handful of quick drivers in GT3. Barrett's, as we know, took the silver championship. I think the last season in our PCR.
Yes, last season he, after the first 2 races, put in a lot of practice and basically just dominated the field from then on. And today he's actually partnered with another familiar name, Victor Borlin. So that partnership will be interesting to see.
Very, very quick driver in both sides of the car. We've seen Victor work before with Thomas Jack. We normally see him work with. So it'll be very interesting to see how they match up as well. All going to be rather interesting, James. I mean, we're saying Barrett's is quick, but he's got 3 minutes left, and he hasn't actually set a valid lap yet.
No, and obviously that's one of the issues with the short qualifying format that we use, the 15-minute, was it helps us to get into the race and not take up too much time. On tracks like this, where there's a lot of tight corners in a car like the Mercedes, which I know he is driving more for practice than anything else this afternoon, it can be difficult to make sure you get good enough clean laps in to actually get past the GT4s. He's still the only car behind the GT4s at the moment, except for the 90 car Rob Phillips.
But he is a GT.
Mr. President isn't.
No, Rob Phillips is.
No, that's what I mean. He's behind all the GT4s except for the GT4 of Rob Phillips, who didn't qualify and is behind him because he entered the server, I guess, later than him.
You were going to say the GT4 of Ivan Barrett.
No, the GT4 of Robert Phillips. Ivan Barrett's in the 141 Mercedes AMG Petronas GT3 car. Not Petronas, but, you know, just to come out naturally that.
Scuderia Mercedes AMG Performance Formula 1 Mid-runners GT3.
But I know that Victor and Ivan are both driving this car as practice for their own 24-hour, I think it's 24 hours, isn't it? Suzuka race in December for charity. Who they're racing with, I actually don't know. But I know they're doing it, as is Robin Moe, who has decided to practice with the Ginetta.
Well, they always say about transferable skills and all of that.
His transferable skill of redlining. As Ivan pulls into the pits, he's not going to set a lap. And with 1:49 left, they are not going to get a lap done.
They're not, no, so...
I'm wondering if he ran out of fuel, or didn't have enough fuel left for another lap, and had invalidated.
Possibly, and we can see here from this camera angle that the driver is indifferent about this situation.
Very stoic.
Yes. Very, won't let you see his emotions. Very much there. I've always wondered, why is there this camera in ACC? What does this achieve?
Well, it allows you to look at the driver. What are you on about? It allows you to see the emotion and the feeling and the weight of the pressure on the individual. And as we know, that ACC drivers are the most resistant to such things. But just in case.
They're the most crash-resistant human beings.
So, yeah, no, even Barrett's going to then want to be very careful at the start, starting behind all of the GT4s bar one. Or he doesn't want to cause an incident with them, as that could result in some serious repercussions for the start of that race.
Very much so. Right, I am going to go and quickly get a drink so we can start the race. Well, when the race starts.
As we come to the final 30 seconds of qualifying.
Yes.
So at the moment we have multiple cars actually up on their time, starting their final laps or coming onto their final lap. As Marusek in the 114 car, not what you're watching, but what is happening, pulls into the pits. I thought he was going to take another lap himself there, probably had just about time to do it. But he is currently in 5th place. As Kovacs up on his time at the moment by 4/10 rounds the final corner, and the Reiter coming around the final curve. This will be his final lap. Can he do anything? Unfortunately not. He improved on his time but did not gain the 3 to 4 tenths needed to overtake Mrosek. At the moment, it looks like Amok Nara is going to take the lead, or take pole position for this race, as Peter Hurtle remains one of the few GT3s in the top 10, still on lap and up on their time, coming at the backstretch now towards 130R. As we see Hurtle come into the Casio triangle, he's still up on his time by about 3 tenths. He could take second, but he lost a lot of time on the exit. I think he's going to stay 9th. I'm at 8th there. I was looking at the race control wrong. Yeah, he remains 9th, doesn't take Overbeck, as he almost could have. As we see Corbett around the final corner himself, currently P20. Where is he going to put him? He's going to be up by about 8 tenths. He takes 17th position. There's still a few cars on a lap, but for the most part, as qualifying ends, they were either down on their time or had invalidated. And as Huski returns with hopefully a nice glass of water to stop him coughing all over me, we see
perfect time.
The grid as it is. As we see, Amokanara has given the car to Rose. Or maybe not, I'm not sure. It's one of those things with the race start. But either way, the BMW, number 1 BMW, will quite fittingly start in number 1 position. Followed by Hartmann in the Ferrari, Cripps in the Aston Martin. Stutzer in the other Aston Martin, the 111. Kampen in the AMG car, Mercedes AMG car. Kovacs in 6th actually puts that Reiter well up the order. What do you think about that, Husky?
Oh, it's just the Reiter as a meme car, you know. It's the Rex. Die.
Insights there from Husky from a mile away.
Insights from Husky Web Service. HWS.
Following Kovacs in the Reiter is Waldhauser in the Aston Martin, Hara in the BMW. Peter Hurtle takes 9th in the Ferrari, and rounding off the top 10 is Frank Hartmann in the number 69 BMW. Beyond that, we have Inhoffner, Fuyutsuki, Scott, Hoover, Pei, Tano, Corbett. NGSE Racing Thailand car that I am not actually going to try and pronounce. I'm sorry, Kan Yechen. That, I don't know if that's wrong. I apologize if it is. The second half of that name, it'll take me a second. Husky, do you want to try?
Who?
The 21 car, 21 Porsche. This is our Thailand racing team. I want to say Aekom Chodthana, with a lot of pauses there, so I don't say it too quickly. But the 21 car will start in position 18. Then Kelly in the Aston Martin. And it looks like the ST racing car looks like it's driven currently by Marcin Domanski, but might be by M. Mazek in 20th. So we have 21 of the 22 signed up GT3 cars with us here today.
Wow, that's quite good for one.
Yeah, and 10 of the 11 GT4s, so we only dropped 1 from each class, and that will be probably something like 30 to 40 drivers overall. As we get ready to go on the formation lap.
I always just, at the start of the race, I always look and I think, how is this going to go? Because lap 1 at a lot of tracks is difficult. Lap 1 at Suzuka is very difficult. And I don't know whether maybe we will see some jostling, maybe some door banging. I'm not quite sure what we will see. because the track is tight, and you might have a few problems.
This is definitely one of those tracks where I could see a restart coming into play if needed.
Possibly, the Stewards always have that possibility there for them. I don't know if they've had to use it yet.
I can't remember properly because there was a lot going on that day, but I think we may have used it at Nürburgring in the wet 4 hours. Was it 4 hours? But 500 miles of Nürburgring, which was, because ACC doesn't allow you to actually do distant base racing.
I believe it was either a 4 or a 6. I think it was a 4.
I think it was a
it's
4.
only solos or duos.
I think it was originally meant to be a 5, but I think we put it as a 4 in the end and still called it 500 miles for the fun of it. But I think we did have to restart that due to the wet conditions and due to quite a heavy pile up at one point. And then we had to restart it again because of the incidents with the Chinese characters.
Yeah.
Where like many servers around that time, including some very professional official GT World Challenge servers, we were attacked and the server brought down, which led to a very, very long stream of chat of Chinese characters to try and bring the server down. Thankfully, that issue appears to have been fixed.
Because for me, it didn't lag. The difference between my side and a lot of other people's side is on stream when I've got the game set to do streaming, I can't see the in-game chat.
No, that was. I think I had mine set up differently as well because I was in the stewarding at that point. And I think I was on a different thing, so I didn't notice it either until someone had it on the basic mode. For anyone who's not familiar, there are 5 different screen variants that you can have for AC when you're using the HUD. And obviously Huski for broadcasting, and for broadcasting generally use broadcast, because why wouldn't you?
Wow, you use broadcast for broadcasting?
But personally, I like to broadcast on map. Go on, Huski, try it. Let's put them on map.
And here is the way. I'll just chroma key everything else out, and we'll just have the map.
That might not be a bad idea when you go and get your Chinese. Put the map on so people can see the map.
We're gonna rely on AutoCam and hope it works for one. We see that great image of all the different GT cars getting ready as they head through 130R. This is the man with basically everything to do. P2 in qualifying is Hartmann. I don't know what I'm expecting from this Ferrari. If he's just going to sit back on his laurels and not get in any strife on the first lap, or if he's going to go for it and hope to lead by the end of lap 1.
I do not know. I've driven the Ferrari a few laps around here when I was wondering whether to take part myself and what to take part in, and it is a terrifying car around this track. Especially.
Terrifying car in general.
It is, but this track is definitely it's kryptonite in some ways, at least for me, as they round the final corner, ready to start the flying first lap. When does the lap actually start for them? Does it start at the second line?
Yes. It's got me multiple times.
Waiting for the second line. That only gets used in these circumstances.
Waiting. And we go green here at Suzuka. Yeah, I'm mixing up a little bit. Yeah, we do go green, and we see Hartmann does just hang about round the back. Oh, there is contact at turn 1. It's the Mad Panda car and one of the green Aston Martins.
There's contact between the GT4s as well at the back. One of the GT4s got hit off.
Oh, there's more contact as well. The 31 car off into the gravel.
Yeah, Robin Moe in the Ginetta had to cut across the grass as well. But good news, Ivan Baratz is past most of the GT4 field.
Oh, it was absolute pandemonium. There's destruction and death everywhere.
Well, despite those incidents, most of the cars are still going. I'm sure we'll get some penalties from the stewards, but they are still on the track going. The GT3 leader is getting very confused with ACC, trying to think who's the leader now. It's currently listing the last car as the leader, but I'm sure that'll correct itself shortly as Ivan Baratz gets through the entire GT4 field by the hairpin.
Brilliant.
However, S. Hansen now has to do the same.
Oh, it's the BMW of Eagle. Has to go wide at the hairpin. Looks like he's just going to hold off Bush round the outside there. Yes, he does. You don't want to go outside of the hairpin at all, do you? Because that is a bad move.
I think it depends on the car. Outside the hairpin can work if you can get good enough exit. It's just not... With the propensity of cars, I think, to lock up a bit into that corner, it's not always the smartest move, but I do know some cars that can take it quite well, as Hartman brings out a yellow flag.
And dropping down the order. Car?
Oh, there was an incident just before the Casio triangle. Peter Hurtle...
Hartman. Let's have a look what happened to Hartman here. Has he just hit the gravel on his own and lost it? He has.
I think he did, but I also think Peter Hurtle wasn't collected. I think he also maybe got into the gravel, because if you go far enough, there he is.
There he is, yeah, I'm not quite sure, but that is going to be really painful for Hartman. He was running P2.
So Hartman, quite sensibly, is currently the Casio triangle. I assume he's going to peel into the pits.
Is in the
Hurtle, though, yes, Hurtle has returned to pits of his own accord, which means he's going to be a lap down, and that's quite odd, I think. I don't know whether the car was too damaged, but you think you'd want to just... You're at the Casio triangle already.
Yeah, you
might as well just run into the pits. He's lost a lap now, and reminiscent of Victor Baldwin at Spa, where he kept returning to pits and losing many laps just because you don't get that lap from crossing the line. As I was saying to Deepan that day, you don't pass go, you don't collect £200. There you go, I've started the Brundleisms.
Version of Monopoly.
Okay, you don't pass go, you don't collect $200.
Exactly. I mean, at current inflation, it's more like 2 fat
We're here to sim race, not think of the problems of the real world. As there has been a 15-second time penalty applied to Stutzer, I assume for one of the starting incidents.
It's a possibility.
I haven't seen a steward notice about it yet. I assume they're busy looking.
It was one of the AMS cars that did cause a collision with the 114. Sorry, no, 114, I am right. 114 Mercedes at the start of the race. It looks like the Mercedes got hit a lot worse off. He's down in 13th, so it hasn't been a huge loss, but it is one that you wouldn't really have wanted on the first lap.
No, I mean, you don't really want any incidents on the first lap, but at the very least, there's still 3 hours and 55 minutes to catch up.
Exactly, as we see Ivan Barat in this 4-car battle led by the Haas car of Corbett, because why not, with the Mad Panda car that we were talking about earlier as well in the background as Bush, and Barat is looking to the outside, and you can already see the damage on that Mad Panda car as they approached the Camry. You can just about see it on the front end there. Very much so, actually, with the sun hitting off of it.
Yep, as he passes trying to pass the Haas car, which is secretly a Lamborghini, but let's not tell anyone. Also, interestingly, at the front of the grid, also at the back of the grid. Lamborghini is round, but he's collecting. Oh, and he gets. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, he couldn't collect the car. Snapped across to the left-hand side of the road and got collected by another car. You've got to hope, for the Lamborghini's sake, that he was holding his brakes through that, or there will be quite a large penalty incoming. But as I was saying, at the front and the back of the grid, the BMW of Amok Kinara has just got past the blue flag car of Hartman. So we are once again the Ferrari behind the BMW, just a lap down, as it was at the start of the race.
And here is the writer for counter steer racing. We will see if he has to counter steer a lot through the lap, as he's chasing down a BMW.
These BMWs have got to be quite quick on these straights, even with all the nerfing that has been done to them since their release. They still have pace, do they not?
They very much so, but you cannot nerf the big schnozzinator.
No, that is true, and of course, as was discussed between myself and Cookie at Laguna, the writer is made of balsa wood, and was produced, I believe, alongside the de Havilland Mosquito.
Produced in the shed, wasn't it? Wait, no, that's Noble. Never mind.
That's the AWS Magnum, isn't it?
That's modern day Land Rover.
Okay, as Huski there does his best, I don't know, Mr. Krabs impression.
Honey.
SpongeBob, my boy.
My money.
I think things are mostly settled down. Hurtle's still in the pits. I'm wondering if they just had a lot to repair, because I mean they've been in the pits for a good 2 odd minutes now.
Could be a lot to repair. Could just be a lot of swearing happening as well. As we see
a smoke break
come into the pit lane after 10 minutes. Oh, he's got stop go 30.
Oh, yeah, let me check now, see if they've updated live
That
stewarding.
is going to be a long penalty for him, especially at this period of the race. The GT4s haven't got as much speed to catch up as the GT3s do.
Okay, so we have the 111 car was given a 15-second time penalty for causing a collision with the 114 car, currently sitting in 12th. There is typing going on, which I assume will be this stop go 30. I think.
Oh! Yellow flag! Brad Hoover's round!
What happened there?
I think we will have a look, but I'm going to
As
think
Peter
that he just
Hurtle
hit
is coming out of the pit lane.
inside.
Is there anyone who wants to know that?
The car just stepped out under him at Spoon.
That is... I mean, as someone who has driven both the Aston GT3 and Aston GT4, which are essentially the same car, that's
uncharacteristic for the car.
I'm wondering if he's running the brake bias extremely far backwards. I mean, I know that if you run it too far backwards, it can become quite unstable, but that is not what you'd expect, just normal, normal driving conditions.
No, you don't expect that from the Aston at all. It could have been he threw the car in too hard. It could have been brake bias. I think there is also actually a bump at the start of Spoon as well. I think as the track dips down to the curb, it could have even been just hitting that wrong, which bumps are deadly. We do know this. As we see a GT4 battle, it is Fuchs against Stewart, and Fuchs has made the move.
Yeah, that's not too difficult a move to make into 130R. You got a long back stretch. If you get a good exit from Spoon, a good bit of slipstream. But it'll be interesting, can Stewart make it back on the main straight? If he can get a good Casio triangle, but I don't think he has, as he goes a bit wide on the exit.
No, I'm just looking as well. Stewart may have quite hefty damage as well. Yeah, look, he's having to hold the wheel to the side to go straight.
His windscreen, as we know, always happens, as ACC likes to do it, is covered in scratches.
Camera, you can look, he barely had to turn to get the car starting to rotate at the beginning of the corner.
He definitely has some damage, but probably does not want to pit. At least whilst he's not certain he can keep his pit strategy up for 4 hours. Obviously, 4-hour race being a long race is perfectly fine, but people who pit now will have to pit for fuel and tyres and for the timer again enough times that they want to make sure they can balance it out and pit when they can make sure they only have 3 more to do.
Exactly.
2 more to do, how many is?
Even though it's a short pit, it's a free pit stop race. Even though it is a short pit lane, you don't want to be spending time in the pits.
Yeah.
More than you have to.
Stewart is trying to be passed by Hubble. Hubble has to back out a bit before the Degners, but seems that he will have it done before the hairpin. And he does so, yes. Looking at the rear view mirror from Hubble's car as well, the front bonnet of Stewart's Porsche has definitely got some damage to it. You can see it there.
Yeah, I don't know whether it would be worth pitting, because he's already lost 2 positions and what I'd expect to be bags of time. I don't know if it's just worth pitting or whether or not he just wants to run more and more.
I think he will be trying to maintain the pit stop because he doesn't want to lose an extra 30 seconds. He'll be trying to wait until we can be guaranteed the timer or fuel, whichever is less. can be made up, as we see here, the battle for 6th, I believe. Inhofer, 0.6 behind Kovacs, 0.6 behind Hartmann, 0.1, sorry, behind Hartmann, much closer.
Kovacs has been driving that Reiter absolutely to its limit so far, and he's kept it in a straight line, I guess by virtue of just doing what his team's name is counter steer.
Or as he looks, he's going to try and make a move into Spoon. No, he's not quite far enough up.
No, he's always, when he's been behind, he's looked to go in tighter, maybe just to try and maximize.
I think he might have had a better exit out of Spoon. But the BMW pace versus Reiter pace is something I could not tell you what the difference is.
He looks like
he's going alongside.
Into 130R.
He makes it before 130R, which is probably to the blessings of both cars. I don't know if BMW backed out of it. That was a good move. He definitely gained such a good exit out of Spoon and just kept that slipstream, which, I mean, the comparative sizes between these two cars probably quite a sizable amount.
And now, though, he has the grand total of 2 seconds to catch up to Hara in 5th position. It is definitely possible, I feel. We have got a lot of time left. Oh, the BMW there.
Ooh, that was very tight.
Almost sent the little Reiter off to the Shadow Realm. And that has thrown in Hofner right back into the mixer for 7th position as well. He was left behind a bit down the main straight, but he has come back a bit.
And two people running 3rd and 4th here, quite interesting, are teammates. So it'll be interesting to see if any team games get played towards the end of this race, as we have Team AMS of Stuttgart following Waldhauer, as Hara is off. Hara is in the gravel and has been passed by the Reiter, the BMW and the Porsche. He went off at Degner.
As I'm going to cut you up there and just pay attention to this. Ivan Barats got the move done at the double right-hander that I cannot remember the name of for the life of me. He was looking racy on that Porsche, and already we're only about 14 minutes actually into this race, and Ivan Barats is up to 10th position.
That's very well done for him, considering he didn't get any qualifying done. He got very lucky with the stuff at the start, which certainly puts his perhaps not intentional strategy and Gonz's very intentional strategy a bit of justification. Those corners, by the way, Husky, are the Degners.
Oh, they are the Degners, yeah.
The Degners, followed by the hairpin, followed by 200R.
We're in with another battle. It's Demansky and...
Ooh, almost touching there with the Haas.
Eagle.
By the way, I'm just calling it the Haas now.
The Haas car of Corbett, who had got that damage. Oh!
Oh, that's... the Haas comes off better, but that is unfortunate.
The Haas has gained from... Ron, let's have a look at this Haas then, because it is funny.
If you, I think they want you to look at the roof.
I've already seen a giant Gunther Steiner.
Yeah, the big Gunther Steiner on the rooftop. It's a lovely looking Haas, and I like the inclusion of the Italian flag down by the lower parts of the doors, because it's a nice little inclusion that they are driving a Lamborghini, and a little recognition of that.
Got the British GT banner on it, which I find
I found that quite odd.
Because we are now back with Ivan Barats. He's been absolutely on a charge so far this race.
Yes. He is looking to take the very similarly coloured, different colour obviously, very similarly styled, I think they're both defaults, Mercedes of Manriquez.
Yeah, Ivan, we know what he's got in the locker. We know what his teammate Victor Borlin also has in the locker. It will be interesting to see how they match up as well, because one thing that at least people looking in tend not to get about endurance racing, and I remember, James, the last endurance race we raced in was
as Ivan gets a bit, sorry, Ivan got a bit squirrely there at 200R. He cut the curb and almost lost it, but kept it together. That's going to cost him a little bit of time though. Sorry, go ahead, Huski.
But yeah, the last endurance race we both raced together was Hungaroring, because we were in the same car. We were in that Jägermeister Porsche.
Beautiful car.
And I remember one of the hardest things And this is something that some people figure out quite quickly, and some people tend not to either agree with the severity of it or doubt its effects, is how different driving styles can affect the direction of the car setup.
That is certainly true.
I
I've noticed that with a few people.
We had our first setup, and I could barely drive it. So we had our second one that I could drive.
The second setup, I think, was provided to us by one of our great directors, Pierre Moreno. And that one was relatively stable, especially for Hungary, which is a very nice track for the Porsche anyway.
Yeah,
I've driven that Porsche elsewhere, and I'm surprised by how unstable it is compared to Hungary.
Seeing as I put in, probably about 2 hours of practice, I did all right. I did pretty good.
We did very well.
Until it all started going wrong.
It all goes wrong eventually. Bang. That's just life.
Yeah,
that's
it all
life.
goes wrong.
That's what all the people say. You're riding high at Hungary.
Oh!
As Manriquez gets into the grass just after the Dunlop curve, or into the Dunlop curve, and Ivan gets away.
Is it gonna lose out though to Barbai Suzuki? Nailed it.
Yep. The HCR Kai in team. We can't say that on stream.
Team B exclamation mark.
Team Rubicon. No, I'm not gonna say that because we'll get a letter.
Yep, we will get angry emails as.
Oh, he tries to take the inside of the hairpin. Manriquez runs wide. I think he might have him. I think Manriquez has been thrown for a loop. It's part of that mental thing that you have one mistake and you are just thrown for possibly a couple of laps.
Yeah, you can always see the difference between between drivers of different skill is how quickly can you get your head back in the game after a mistake. Because you have some drivers that I know who make one mistake and that's it.
Mrosek is making the move on the Porsche obviously having much less power than the Mercedes down the back straight, and he makes it just before 130R and basically cuts off any opportunity for him to come back on him. But will he try? No, he backs out of it. The Porsche backs out of it into the Casio Triangle, going to hope for a better exit, but the next straight, it's like DRS around here really for the Porsche, isn't it? You just can't make it. It's like a double DRS zone. He gets past on one, and the Mercedes has another helping for the other.
Thing is, the Porsche got a power buff, didn't it? Like a top end buff, not too long ago.
It did, but it's still not, it's still not going to be the quickest car in the game.
By the way, in the real world, the Porsche is like a quick car in a straight line, but my balance,
my rear engine.
Oh, speaking of, do you remember we were talking about teamwork earlier? The two AMS cars are right next to each other, as there is a conga line of GT4s. Are any of them in a battle?
I don't think they are. I think one of them must have been one of the backmarker GT4s.
Amper is with Weissman.
Yep, the other GT4 there was Will Stewart, who I think isn't battling those. I believe he's on a different lap.
He's pitted, yeah, he's 2 laps down, but I think really for Stewart that might have been the best idea.
Yeah, he backed out of that very quickly.
If you're holding the wheels like off to an angle just to go in a straight line, you're going to be costing time in the fact that the tyres are scrubbing, you're going to be costing time in the fact that the tyres are going to wear quicker, and also you're going to be sacrificing some fuel efficiency as well, because the car's having to basically push the tyres along. We all know the principle of tow, after all.
I'm familiar.
Yeah, I remember I had to explain to someone a few days ago the Ackerman principle. That was fun. I'm never doing that again. That was painful. Do you know how the Ackerman principle works? Oh, it is just
myself. The second AMS gets past. Oh gosh.
That was close.
One goes wide at 130R. This is. See, Will Stewart, the one big thing about what Will Stewart did as well, he can hope that the others will crash now and he'll get past anyway.
But he is 2 laps down.
It's true, but if he's 1 lap down, that's a better chance.
Oh, yellow flag, it's Hartmann. Again, it is Hartmann.
Where the hell was he?
This is at turn 1. What's happened to Hartmann?
We're watching 15 cars go side by side very closely. And that's my experience with driving the Ferrari around here. It's if you don't put you have to adjust but to really drive the Ferrari around here, you have to adjust the brake bias on the fly, and if you have it too low through there, you are liable to spin.
I don't know what country Hartman's from. I'm going to expect there is probably some swearing in his native language.
He is Unit Motorsports. I believe he is French.
So it's going to be like, Boudan, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, I know language.
Poutine.
Poutine! Oh no, I had poutine.
I've never actually had
not too long ago.
poutine. I would like to try it.
It's fine. It's not. It's just one of those foods where it is just B tier. Like, it's not great. It's not horrible. It's pretty standard. Because I have a friend from Canada in real world who I went to college with, and me and another one of my mates, you know, we went round his house because he lives on his own now because he's lucky. And he was like, "Oh, do you want some poutine?" I was like, "What in the life is that?" And he's like, "Oh, I'll make the big," like, and he made a massive snacking bowl of it. All right. Oh, a yellow flag. Oh, a GT4.
That is the camper. That's what we were talking about. Weissman and Camper were battling. What actually happened there? Is that overtaking car?
That was Fiatuski.
Yeah. And
just
again,
got
that comes
absolutely collected by the GT4 and has got a 15-second time penalty as well as we're back up.
I think he had that before that contact. I think he'd be expecting more.
Bonk, bonk, bonk.
Newton's Cradle.
It's a Newton's Cradle, a very expensive GT3 racing car.
As Robin Moe is actually 0.3 behind the race leader GT4, with GT3 car trying to lap him, but I think it'll get him after the Dunlop curve. Nice little battle going on for the lead of GT4.
Even Barrett heads up the inside of Harrow at turn 1 as well. So that, get him right in, and here is...
Oh, there is a slow car after the Casio Triangle. What happened there?
It's Camper. This is a car that was involved in the crash with the Suzuka car earlier on. He looks like he's got quite a bit of damage. We'll jump on board and just have a look at his wheel.
This race just doesn't let up.
It does not at all.
Do you want to know something fun, Husky? Do you remember about 55 minutes past 3 hours left? I said that there was a ticket. There was a steward's decision for the 111 car. They had 15 seconds. Now you can see all the penalties on the side of the screen. There are now many, many more penalties in the live stewarding, including no further actions. Which
the stewards have a long day as Robin Moe may get up to the lead of GT4.
Yeah.
As Yannick Kuppers went very, very wide, could be due to GT3s
they are
being
side
GT3,
by side
but
going into 130R.
Ginetta.
This GT3 is going to have to wait. The Ginetta is clearly losing and will not get past. That GT3 though is going to be very unhappy about having to wait, but that's just the way it goes sometimes.
That is the way it be.
I was going to say there are 15.
For Robin Moe.
Oh, he gets loose, but he keeps it together in the Rusty's car. They contact, but not too heavy.
Oh, that was sketches. There
the
goes
Rider
the
comes
GT3
through.
Ferrari.
The Rider comes through.
The GT3 Ferrari is gone. We've got a double yellow flag as well.
Oh, this is amazing.
Manquez, what's happened here then? He's just lost it and hit the barrier.
There's also a yellow flag for Hoover.
Also lost it, and Hoover as well. There is a lot to try and jump on here. Hoover in a groove is also round at Spoon as well, and I managed to catch all of that in the same instant replay. Get in there, boys.
Well done.
Thank you.
Also, should note, there are not even 25 minutes has passed in this race, and there are 16, about to be 17 decisions in the live stewarding channel. They are not going to. They're going to sleep very well tonight.
So, James, it's come to that point of the race.
Oh, wait! Oh, that was a dive and a half. Sorry, that was a dive and a half by the Porsche on Robin Moe. I think that was a dive bomb. Personally, makes another dive for Yannick Kuppers. Forced him out of the way. GT4's. Oh, as there's contact between the leader of GT4 and the Porsche.
Is going to help Ivan Barrett, who is fighting on the back of Inhoffner as well.
Again.
Oh! That is not what you want as a GT4.
I think the GT4, that little bit of second contact might have been a little bit of squeezing in anger, because that Porsche of Inhofer absolutely just dove up the Degners, giving absolutely no room to those GT4 cars. Robin had to back out. He was on the apex basically when the Porsche said, "Hello there, I'm having this."
Apex? That's nice. I'm having it. This is mine. This is mine.
As Ivan gets past into 130R, the Porsche once again on the straights, just not as quick. I think that's even past and into 6th position.
He has been on a charge so far, and we're not even half an hour into this race.
Yeah, this is definitely going to make up for some of his more recent experiences in endurance racing. But he didn't have the best time of it in Spain, receiving quite a few penalties. I believe ending his race early, as he passes. I think it was indeed. It was, as Unit might say, Le Pont, which I believe means bread.
I think it means the bread.
Well, yeah, the bread, yes. The bread.
I love that about other languages. Some things sound really nice, but then when you put it in English, it sounds so bad. Like, Le Pont. It sounds really nice. It's like, Le Pont. And then in English, the bread.
La France.
Ah, vive la France.
That's an old Al Murray joke, isn't it? They're not just France, they're the France.
The France.
As I believe Inhoffen's trying to maintain, he's still within 1 second of Ivan, but I'm not sure if he's going to get him back here. As we have a battle, as you're watching the battle, for 14th between the GT3 Porsches, the Thailand Racing Porsche, the Corbett, and Hansen. The
Corbett.
The Haskell.
He's not Corbett, he's now the Corbett.
Well, Ronnie's gone, so he's now the Corbett. Since the late Ronnie Corbett passed away, Mr. Nathan Corbett has taken over his duties and responsibilities. But they are trying now to get past the GT4 car of Will Stewart, whilst also having a freeway battle.
Yeah, it's
but it should be noted.
Things.
Oh, as that was very tight up to the corner, which has no name, before the hairpin, and the Porsche goes wide. Oh, that looked a bit dodgy from the Haas there.
It is a Haas.
But no, it is indeed. As they continue to fight up into Spoon, he's making a dive as the Porsche goes wide again and has to back out of it, and the other Porsche almost looks to make a move. I think the Lamborghini has that done, but
the Thailand Porsche is round.
Was
almost into Will Stewart.
That was very unexpected. I know he dipped his toe into the grass, but what happened there?
Let us have a gander. We are going to ride on board. It just stepped out.
Yeah, that is the rear engine of the Porsche in action.
Stalled as well.
That is unlucky and unfortunate, but will be very fortunate for Corbett, who, as before that happened, I was going to say, does have a 10-second time penalty that he will want to get away from the cars immediately behind him before he takes his pit stop.
Yeah, very much so. And we're back now with a battle for the lead of GT4. It's still Yannick Kippers leading from Robin Moe, the Janetta that if you show it a straight line, it redlines. It'll probably redline here, to be fair. Yeah, that's how Janettas work.
It make?
Yeah. But James, it's now that point where I start getting hungry and we talk about food.
Oh, we talk about food. What are you going to have tonight?
I think I'm going to get Chinese.
Daring today, aren't we?
Well, I have to go vegetarian. Well, I'm vegetarian at the minute, so...
Okay, Robin Moe's going to be very happy there, sorry, as the Aston Martin GT3 gives him a little bump, but Robin then gets bumped by the BMW. For a second there, Robin must have been very, very happy.
I don't think he got bumped. I think he just about avoided it. He also has a 15-second time penalty, but he is actually 10 seconds behind Yannick Kippers in comparison, who also has
because
a
5 seconds. This is one of those races where I think we're going to need to get the calculators out by the end of it.
I need me abacus, mate. That's what I need.
As we see the 13 car has a 35-second time penalty in front of Corbett, who has the 10-second time penalty, which will definitely play a part. Yeah, it looks like Corbett will overtake in the pit stop cycle Suzuki.
It looks like it. They had a 15-second time penalty beforehand, and then
as Yannick Coopers dives into the pits, and Robin Moe is going to take him, but takes an early pit stop. I'm wondering whether he's worked out his race schedule and decided to take it now.
Possibly, it could be a case of short stint the first, long stint the second, and long stint the third.
I think that might be what they're doing. I mean, it's a 75-minute timer that you have to abide by for RP Series endurance races. You get 75 minutes in the car before you have to pit, or required to pit to balance things out.
We've had a disconnect.
Who?
It's the writer.
No.
The writer is gone. The
That's
writer
so not
is
right.
gone. That's so not writer. Kunos, that's so not writer.
What happened to them? I swear they were doing quite well.
They were. Even Barrett's was just about getting to them, and then they just out of thin air, gone.
Oh, that is a shame. That was Kovacs' car.
Yellow flag. Oh, it's Fuchs.
Oh, what happened to him there? Up at what looks to be Dunlop, or the corner just before Dunlop. Last of the S's.
Oh, gets absolutely blindsided by the.
He was sandwiched and just took the corner a little bit too tightly. The Lambo was just there, I think, and that's unfortunate. I'll be interested to see if the stewards do put any blame on the Lamborghini for making that move, but I don't know if I could there.
You never know. Here is Mr. Rob Phillips, guns incarnate.
Up to third in class.
Up to third in class, and you can see the Maserati of deep cuts further ahead as well. Also, James, I think because I forgot to do it as I normally do, let us go through what Silver and Pro means. Silver.
Oh, yes. It means they're bad. No, it means that they are solo drivers. So you will note that every GT... Well, actually, no, there's fewer now. There were, at one point, every GT4 bar 1 was a solo driver, but there are 3 teams now in GT4. Everyone else is soloing, including the 2 Maseratis, whose ankles will be aching by the end of the evening.
Ankles and wrists, they will be very aching. So yes,
and yes, platinum means that they are duos, because we do not allow trios for this race.
So yes, it's not a show of skill whatsoever. It is so then us here in the commentary booth and you at home have an easier handle on who's soloing and who's duoing, and it's all rather nice.
It's all very, very nice.
As we're actually now in the point of the race where not much is happening.
No, I'm surprised. Oh, Shinano de Floof asked in the chat. I'm sorry, I haven't seen this for a little while. Okay, it looks like Kovacs has had some problem within his game and decided to quit out. I'm not sure what's happened there. If he is still watching the stream, we would like to know. If you want to join the interview waiting room, which is situated in the voice channels, we'll have you on board whilst Chinese does Chinese things. I'm sure Huski does Chinese things.
We still have to
I'm
wait
sure we'd like to hear what
while.
happened to you. What are the rules on stints, says Shinano? I believe it's 75 minutes. And essentially you have to come in before the time is up. You cannot cross the line once the time is up to either change driver or just to pit and change tyres. Or you can just go into the pits and come out as perfectly as you are. So long as you stop in your box, you are able to continue onwards. Essentially, it just helps to balance out some of the cars which are better or worse on fuel. It doesn't do perfectly, which is probably for the best. But I think the Bentley can take like a year's worth of fuel, can't it, Huski?
Well, it can take a year's wages worth of fuel nowadays, yeah.
The Bentley can definitely take quite a bit more fuel than, say, the Porsche or the McLaren, which I believe has 100 and... I don't know what it is on this track, as it changes by the track grade. I don't know all of them off by heart. I know at some tracks the McLaren's usually about 120, at some it's 110 litres max. So it just helps to balance out a little bit some of those longer stinting cars or those that are a bit harsh on their tyres. Also ensures sort of minimum pit stops without requiring, although we do require for this race minimum pit stops. Okay, Kovac says that his game just crashed. That is unfortunate, as you were doing very well, very well in the writer, and he says he was having problems with the car, which I hate to break it to you, you're not actually having problems with the car, it's just the writer. The car itself is a problem. Like I said, it was made in 1943.
You could say it was righted in the stars.
Okay, I'm off. I'm going away now.
At that point, James, not much is happening, and as you were talking, Gons has lost out of position to Sylvain Hubble for the.
Has he? That's not. It's not saying. Oh, it is. Okay. Yep. The timing tower hasn't changed, but it has changed the order. Yep. Rob Phillips now in his Maserati behind the Porsche of Hubble and the Helios Community Racing. As we have a ticket. There has been the first ticket of the race. Stewards have done very well to keep up with the contacts on race control. I believe they're probably past 20 now.
Ticket against the commentary team.
Ticket against ACC.
So, you were saying about fuel earlier. Do you want to hear a funny story? Actually, it's two funny stories, technically.
Before you go on the funny story, I'm quite confused here because the ticket has been brought up by a steward, which I would assume means that it is a solo driver, and there must be some system there now for solo drivers, which hasn't often been in the past, to put in a ticket. If you're on the solo driver channel, you're probably more available to do so. Although the channel that he's in right now is quite full, so there's probably one person in the team who was able to call someone down. Anyway, you were saying fuel, funny story.
Do you remember when fuel was getting insanely expensive, like at the start of it?
Which time? It's done it about 3 times now.
Like, I think this was the first time. So when it
the one where there was no fuel anywhere, and I was laughing because I basically had a full tank, and by the time that I drained it was already gone.
It was either the first or the second time. Either way, we pull up to a fuel station, and they have fuel, and my mother's sat there in the passenger seat of her car. She gets asked, "How much fuel do you want to put in?" And she replies, "Oh, fill him up." Keep in mind, this is a Nissan Qashqai, it's got a big tank. It's got a big tank on it. And instead I just looks at her and goes, "Have we won the lottery or something?" And she's like, "No." So he, as requested, fills the car up, takes her bank card, goes in and pays, gives her the receipt. She looks at it, and the lawyer's realised because she looks at it and goes, "What the absolute beep?" And she's like, 130 quid?
Christ almighty.
And I'm sat there in the back, absolutely wetting myself because, I saw it coming. Instead, I sat there like, I did warn you.
I'm more confused by the fact that why does Lancashire have attendant petrol stations?
We have some attendant petrol stations.
I think we have one around here, but it's because it's a very small one that's basically just garage. Other than that, everything's...
We have a couple here. They were actually quite popular during the pandemic.
That makes sense.
To actually be a non-contact. Oh, the HGR car, bit of a contact, but it's fine.
Yep. As Hubble is on the rear of deep cuts now. As we talk actually about this race for a second.
Okay, go on.
No, to say that Hubble is catching deep at quite a rate. Clearly the Maseratis, both of them, losing out quite a bit to the Porsche of the Helios Community Racing car.
But so as I was saying about attendant fuel stations, during COVID a lot of them started popping up. As a way, I did it for 2 reasons. As a way to give young people employment, to get them out of the house and at least semi-socialising. Quite a few of them went contactless only and cash only. One of them was great. what he did, and this is brilliant, he drilled onto a plank of wood a money bucket and a card reader.
Amazing. I'm surprised they still accepted cash.
They did. They used to
My local
sanitize
cinema
the
still
cash
doesn't.
afterwards. Oh, that's fucking
How does that work
neat.
for the paper notes? How do you sanitize paper notes?
The paper notes.
Plastic, I guess.
You just handle with a glove, really, and then take it to the bank as ever. But it was a good idea, to be fair, and a lot of them have kept attendees over the summer as well, because it's a decent-ish summer job.
Makes me think of some of those American states where it's illegal to pump your own gas. Which is a very odd thing. Land of the free, home of the brave.
Land of the free, home of the brave, pumping your own gas. No.
Pumping your own gas? No, thank you. No.
That scares me.
You can buy a gun in any corner shop, but pumping your own gas? No. I remember that was one of those things that actually, it's only about 3 states to be fair, but I remember that was one of the things when people were trying to work out what state is Springfield in from The Simpsons, because that's a whole big question that's plagued the world for years. And one of the things that does it is that there is an episode where they're showing pumping their own gas. So the whole idea is in Oregon, which is one of those states that doesn't allow you to pump your own gas, which is actually where the real Springfield that it's based on is, technically it can't be.
Simpsons has plagued the world for over 20...
Oh.
It's plagued the
Sorry,
world for
Sylvian
longer
Hubble
than
looks like he was going to
alive.
make a move into 130R there, but he doesn't. He backs out of it.
I think that was smart, actually.
Yeah, it was a clever move. He might be able to make it, but the Maserati's going to surely have the pace and the acceleration, because despite not having any traction control, it has one hell of a thing under there.
Here we are on the rear wing with the Racing Power sticker. That I always love when people put a sticker off the side, because it just looks like they've looked at the rear wing and gone, there's not enough stickers on that. We've only got the small one left. Just slap it on. It'll be right. It'll be right.
As the Porsche looked like it wanted to make a move down the inside at turn 1, but decides not to.
And there's still a lot of time to go.
As they're getting chased by the Team AMS Aston Martins now coming up behind them to lap them. They're going to try and make a move through the S's. Yeah, you want to have that time. Oh, the first, that's quite good. The first AMS car, the teammate basically keeps the door open so his other teammate can make it past without a hitch.
Hasn't worked that time, no.
No, sadly not. I'm still watching on Hubble as he gets passed by Hartmann, who is still on the racetrack.
The Maserati going for a move? No. Remember that one
Hubble
time?
was going to get past?
Was it in the Endurance or was it in the league race where a GT4 rear ends a GT3? Do you remember that?
I remember. I don't remember when it was.
I think it might have been. It was either a league race or Suzuka. Not Suzuka, sorry. At Laguna Seca or the Endurance we last held there.
I don't know. I don't think it was Laguna Seca. I remember something similar happened. I think it was this.
It was Laguna because it was at the final corner.
I think something similar might have happened at Barcelona. Because there was a GT3 that was going very slowly and basically being caught by some GT4s. And I think the consensus was, if there's contact there, do you give... I remember being in, I think we were in the stewards room for it. It might have been an RP series race actually, because I remember the question being, well, we sometimes upscale these things if they're egregious enough when they're interclass. Do we give the GT4 a greater penalty for class warfare against the GT3? For rear-ending them?
And as we're
Technically,
talking about
they have murdered beyond their class.
Ivan Barrett's parted the sea of the two GT4 cars battling for P3, and that has let Hubble take the position off of deep cuts as well into 130R.
Hubble clearly looking very quick on track. I think he's got a good chance today. He clearly has the pace amongst the GT4s.
I also wonder why they called it 130R when it's a left-hander that you take faster than 130. Just saying.
I hope you really do know why, and you're just doing a bit here. For those at home who don't know, it's called 130R because it has a radius of 130 degrees. As 200R, it's called 200R because it has a radius of 200 degrees. Oh, that! I've just seen that BMW. What car is that? The 52 car of Overbeck looks very, very beat up as he passes some of the GT4 back markers.
Is it Fruity? Oh, it is Fruity. Ah.
Yeah, Laura Muller Racing. Jan Overbeck driving, coming out to pass Hubble.
Doing the old flashy.
If the flasher still works in that front end.
I think they do just. They are just hanging on to life.
He sure he wasn't just braking in a broken car. I always enjoy when that happens.
So, you know how I have masses of funny stories? It's mostly just stuff my mum has told me. She used to have a Fiat, which is already going well.
Sorry.
But when you would brake at like a set of traffic lights, the headlights would fall out. But they were still connected by the wire. So the way she says that it should brake, and then she'd just see her headlights just flapping away in front of her. That was also a car that set on fire. So she pulled over, it then put itself out, and then started up again, and she drove home. Okay. Fair enough. Because we are now with... Oh, I can do my favourite bit. It's Brad in a groove, on the move. It is Hoove. Fighting on the back of Corbett.
Oh, as they go free wide on the exit of the hairpin almost. Hoove touches the back of the Haas car. They get past the... Is that the GT4 Mercedes? I hope so.
It is indeed.
It definitely does not look to have enough aero, as Hoove loses out a lot there due to that GT4 and that little tap on the back of the Lamborghini Haas.
And can he get through Spoon this time with no problems? Yay! The amount of emails I'm going to get at the end of this year. Oh, Fussy Yucky there. Yellow flag. What has happened to them? Just went wide on the exit of the final corner.
They managed to avoid.
Managed to keep out of the barrier. That is very, very well done for them.
As Hoove once again has made up a little bit of time on the Haas car as they come to lap one of the GT4s. The one whose name I keep forgetting.
Leader, it was Yannick Kippers.
Yes, that's the one, the Rusty's oil car.
Rusty.
Oh, Hoove looks like he might want to try a dive, but I don't think he's going to. That'd be very, very, very bold, let's just say. Should be noted though that Corbett still has 25-second penalty. Hoove has 5, which means that the net penalty will be a 20 for Hoove.
It's like his working out your tax at the end of the month, man.
This reminds me of watching the Spa F1 race, because everyone thought that there was going to be the, because it wasn't in the end, but everyone thought there were going to be the half points to the quarter point system. And I remember one person in our chat who we ended up nicknaming Maths Verstappen, because they spent the whole last half of the race just doing mathematics to try and work out who would win the championship or not. Turned out it didn't matter entirely because it only applies if the race finishes early, not if the race starts late.
As we get on board with Hoove.
He makes a move up the inside of the hairpin. The Haas takes a very tight line, squeezes him a little bit, but I think he's got to get a good exit here.
He had to go up the inside there though, because the Haas was where he wanted to be, so he had to just commit. And the commitment has worked, in fact. That is Hoove in a groove on the move up into 13th position. She would have been anyway.
Very well weighed move.
First pit stop, but it's better to do it on track than it is to do it in the pit.
And the Haas is showing the reason why you do not really want to have a white car, and that is it's looking very, very dirty already.
White cars, and this is something I learned quite quickly when I was making livery. Flat, like plain and white and plain black don't look great. You want a very light grey or a very dark grey.
Yeah, I agree with that entirely. When we did, you remember 2 seasons ago in our P series, I drove the Chevy in GT4.
Yes.
The original Chevy was black, or it was actually a little slightly grey because of the same reason that you just said. But I ended up changing it to a very, very dark shade of purple, and it looked so much nicer. You want that little bit of texture to it. You want a little bit of different texture.
One of the a small sim racing team I work with quite a bit. When I do their liveries, they always ask me, why are you using dark grey instead of black? And we have it in the satin metallic, which looks very nice for a main
Yeah, that's
colour.
what I did with the purple. It's fantastic.
It absolutely pops it. And they're like, why are you using, like, not just flat black? Because, you know, the colours were flat black.
It makes it,
so
it gives it a little bit of texture in the colour. It just really helps.
It gives it depth, yeah.
Yeah.
So I gave him a livery in flat black, and it was brilliant. I remember this. I gave him a livery. Like, I just changed one of the ones I'd worked with and just made the colour black.
Oh,
like,
as Fuchs there, sorry, just gets a bit held up by that GT3 car that made the move and then sort of had to brake a little bit too much for the corner. So
Indeed,
he's 0.6 behind Rob Phillips, trying to battle for 4th in GT4 class, as Overbeck has pitted and will probably repair all that damage they had. It'll be interesting to see where they come out.
Corbett has also pitted. That was something we missed out earlier on. Sathoff as well, a driver we've not seen in the stream so far, number 13 GT4, has also made a pit stop. And so too has Camper as well.
Yep, Fuchs looked at a move there for a second, I think. But pulled out of it.
So let's have a good discussion while we wait for them to do their thing. If he doesn't try and do it here. It was.
I think they'll try and do it after GT3.
Non-committal.
Gonz gets a better exit, I think, a little bit mid-corner, but that corner's very, very long, and you don't want to put the power on too early.
No, you can easily wash out and become like
Yes.
he who shall not be named, you know, washed.
Oh, I see, yes.
But
Anyway,
James,
enough about Tom.
Let's have a
Gonz
little
has got to
discussion.
be feeling a little bit of heat. Before we do that, Gonz has got to be feeling a little bit of heat. Coming to the end of the hour, Gonz in the Maserati, as will Deep. Their tyres around this track of all tracks are probably feeling a little bit dead by now.
I would think so. It's you're definitely going to be in a car with no traction control and no ABS. You will be putting more strain on the tyres.
Yeah.
Because one thing that traction control does do is it stops a wheel spin, which also stops overheating of the tyres and in some cases delamination or
as he
shredding.
gets very, you see the example there, he gets very loose on the exit of the hairpin, allowing the Fuchs car, the Porsche 909, to try and come alongside. He'll have the inside though of 200R and will hopefully be able to make the spoon without any major challenge. Oh, as he goes wide, and I think that's him. He's lost spoon.
That
comes
is
back
the
on track.
position.
Okay, that's very lucky for the Porsche. That is very lucky for the Porsche. And lucky for Gonz as well, as I don't think there'll be much come from that from stewarding due to nothing having come of it.
It might have just been a little touch, but it was at the perfect angle where it didn't really do much at all.
Which is the advantage of the GT4 as it gets onto the grass. The GT4 Porsche, which is mid-engined rather than, or mid-rear, rather than actually rear-engined as its GT3 counterpart is, so it's a hell of a lot more stable.
They are always very interesting things to talk about, is the fight between mid, rear and front. Because they all have their upsides and their downsides. Obviously a front engine car is going to be more heavy at the front. So you can throw, at least in a lot of front engine cars, you can throw them over curbs a lot easier because the front is so heavily planted and that's the first thing that hits the curb.
Yep, and that is true of many cars. GT4s I generally can hit curbs anyway, but yeah, many cars in GT3 at least, front engines can take them a lot better. But now, it's all setup dependent at the same time.
I believe, I might get my ratio wrong here, but I believe the GT4s we have in ACC at the time that they were on the series, because they're taken from the GT4 European series from, I think, 2018, 2019?
No, they would have been, I think, they're from 2020, because I don't know, it depends on when they came out. They came out a little bit after the game.
The ratio, as far as I remember, because I spend a lot of time reading technical documents because I'm a boring person, is they either have to have, there's one of three, and I can't remember, it either has to be 50-50 original OEM parts, 55-45 or 60-40.
Is that for GT4?
Yeah, for OEM versus custom.
I would think it'd be 60. I think it'd be higher. I think you'd want more of the natural car than you do GT3. Obviously, all the cars here are, you know, I think, yeah, I don't know. I think the only things you're allowed to modify really are the engines and some of the internals.
Because I think the GT4, it's quite a lot of it is cost-saving measures. Because a lot of drivers in the real world of GT4 are, and, you know, let's be honest, there's nothing bad about it in GT motorsport. Anyway, a lot of drivers have to bring financial aid. I mean, if you're ever interested, if you're ever interested in a, you know, fun 5-minute read, go on the GT4 European Series website. They have a literal teams looking for drivers
Oh, there's
page.
a dive down the Cascade Triangle and a touch between two Porsches. I'm not sure if one was trying to lap the other. That was interesting. Sorry, that was you might want to watch that back. They made a massive lunge.
Whoa! Whoa!
Yeah.
There was contact there as well, yeah.
That was, I was watching Fuchs and I just saw that happen. Just had to really make a comment about it. 'Cause that was, are they battling or are they,
They're not, no.
No, he was trying to unlap himself and got too eager.
It's,
Or
Hansen
trying to lap the
and
uppercut.
Ayakon Chonfana. And speaking of... I tried, shush. Speaking of cars, here is your current race leader who has actually got quite a beat-up side to his BMW. You can see there's some damage there, but almost 5 seconds ahead of
really
Chris.
looks a bit as well.
So, something has happened to that BMW, but it doesn't look to have affected it.
Cripps himself trying to lap an Aston Martin, the 11 car of Hoover, and does so through the Dunlop curve, is basically a corner behind the current leader, 5 seconds, 5.6.
And we have now
that was
got
a slide and a half around Degner 1.
It is Corbett, the Haas car, which is aptly named Braking is Optional. Yes. And he is chasing down the back of the number 21 Porsche. And now, James, we can finally have our discussion now. We've got a small battle happening. The benefits of solos versus duos.
Depends on the car. And the pace, I guess, and the setup, and all the other factors. 4-hour races, it's not that bad. I haven't done... Oh, there's contact, but I don't know if that will be put on either of them. They come through it all right. He's going to make a dive into the Casio Triangle and really gets his braking. He goes very deep, but it doesn't matter at the triangle because you can go that deep and your opponent can't do anything until you take the next corner. That's something that I believe Lando Norris learned a few years back with Alexander Albon, if I remember rightly.
I believe so. I don't watch Formula 1, so, you know.
I know.
You might as well be speaking to me about NASCAR, which is also something that I don't watch.
Well, talking about NASCAR, we have a Kyle Busch here. If you're going to bring it on to NASCAR, there is a Kyle Busch racing here. I don't think he's on track at the moment.
Well, we can't really bring NASCAR into it. This track has right-hand turns, as we see 2 cars in the pit lane, 3 cars in the pit lane, sorry, including our race leader. So Cripps has now got the lead of the race. The WWR Albino race team, the 72 Aston Martin. His best lap, though, a 2:01.17. The best lap so far is from Amok Nyara of a 2:09, which is pace.
Yeah, that is a good lap. Do you want to know something really interesting?
Go on.
The GT3 lap record here in real life is a 2:02.221.
So people are already putting in, you know, world record times.
That is one of those questions about the exact accuracy of the sim. Some tracks are faster than others, and obviously with the, it's probably more a BOP issue. It's probably that the balance of power, balance of performance for ACC is a bit different to the balance of performance at this track in real life. But that was set by Andy Susek in the Bentley Continental in 2019.
Yeah,
GT4 lap record, meanwhile, was a 2:14 in a Mercedes this year in July.
And 2:14 are about what the majority of our drivers, apart from a couple, are putting in. The only ones above 2:14 are Mo, Hubble, and Dukes.
Yeah, I mean that's surprising and not surprising because GT4s generally have the worst sort of balance out of all the cars because they're all so different compared to the GT3s and they don't put as much effort into making sure they can compete. Different tracks will have a lot more effect on them than the GT3s will.
It's always a hard thing though to get BOP in a game.
Yeah, it's obviously. I mean, I like the way ACC do it. They do it so it's BOP for the sim rather than necessarily just trying to make it like real life. At least for the GT3s.
Yeah, because there was that drama not too long ago where they were thinking about using online results to do BOP.
Oh gosh.
Which would have been an awful idea because some cars are driven a hell of a lot more than others.
Yeah, I mean that's obviously going to play an effect. I mean generally if you do the fastest laps overall, it'll be a bit better. But no, I think they've generally got a good way. They change it up a bit every now and then and just try and make it a bit better or a bit more accurate to the current series and updates in real life. I think they've got a good thing going on for as much as people obviously complain about it, but then sim racers love to complain.
Sim racers complain about everything, and I tell them, if you want something to go and complain about, go and buy a license for Live for Speed. You'll find an absolute ton to complain about.
No, if you want something to go complain about balance of performance, go and buy a real-world Ford GT and try and race it and just get screwed by all the balance of performance. Now, I'm still angry about that. The Ford GT could have been great, but they made it too expensive and they balanced it out of all hell.
You've just reminded me of something. I get a lot of news like pushed to my phone because of how Google works.
Yes.
From a outlet called Daily Sports Car. They do a lot of GT racing coverage, and one of their things recently was their not GT3 collection, which was cars that were GT3 but were never actually classified in GT3. And it was very interesting looking through them. Things such as the BMW Z4 were in there.
Ooh.
Which, if people don't know, that car is actually classified as a GT3 in a sort of Corsa 1.
Yes, it is, because it has a GT3 setup.
Yes, it has all the specs to be a GT3 car, but it was never officially classified as a GT3.
I suppose it just hasn't been raced.
Exactly, it's like with a lot of things.
The Ford got lucky. The Ford GT got lucky that it was classed as a GTE, but only because Ben Keating bought it and decided to try and race it at Le Mans, and then it was too powerful for its own good.
Let me actually grab this news article while we watch Camper on the back of Woof. Because the majority of GT4 cars, come into the pit lane, and the AMR car is looking around the place. Hasn't got his teammate now to help him out, so he's on his own.
Yep, yeah, as we see in the pits right now are Even Barrett's in third, A. Inhofer in fourth, and Mrosek in sixth, just coming into his box as Hartmann goes through on all three of them. Whether he's pitted or not, I'm not certain yet.
These cars are FIA homologated GT3s. One of them that's on here is actually the Acura TLX. I think it's meant to be a Lexus RCF style thing. It looks more like a touring car. But
well, you know what the trick would be, Huski? Buy a really, really shit car. Make it a GT3, and then everyone else gets balanced down to your level.
Here is definitely one that we will know about from some games. The Cadillac CTS.
I'm not familiar.
Big Cadillac, like saloon car.
Well, I mean, it's a Cadillac. You don't need to say big before it. That's redundant.
There's this car I've never heard of, the Aquila CR1. Never heard of it. Looks more like an LMP car.
Ah.
In reality. You also
but that's a bit like the Nissan GTR. Looks a bit more like an LMP car than it does a GT car.
Very true. You also have the Aranera Carrera, which was apparently designed as a GT4 car. but got a GT3 spec from the Polish company that built it. Had a qualifying meeting in Brick Car at Donington in 2017. The car had pace, but the Chevy engine blew up. There he is. And then a car.
Fernando Alonso is familiar with that.
We will maybe, and I will say this as very much a maybe, see in some GT3 circles, the Corvette CAR.
The CAR, isn't that the one they do at Le Mans? Or is that a different car?
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, that will probably be. That will be. Actually, that will be. I think Ben Keating's car next year at Le Mans, because now they're going to GT3 from GTE. That would explain why it's now being classified as such. And Ben Keating has changed from his. I can't remember what he was racing last, to a Corvette entry, which, as we know, means that he won't finish the race because Corvettes aren't allowed to finish Le Mans.
And obviously on this list, the most over-expensive GT3 car to ever grace the planet, the Aston Martin Vulcan.
That's not a GT3.
It is GT3 homologated.
Oh my goodness. So some of these cars, they won't ever get raced. Because they'll either be too expensive to be worth it, or they'll be too powerful to be worth it, or both.
Yep, with its V12 820 horsepower engine.
Yep.
And
yeah, that won't be.
Its only race it took part in as a GT3 was the Aston Martin Festival one-make race.
Aha. One manufacturer, I assume, not like one actual model, because otherwise.
Yeah, one manufacturer. In the pictures, you can see Aston Martin's older than your granddad.
Was it bopped or not? Did they just let them all run?
They were bots. They were quick.
Oh.
However, a lot of the other Aston Martins had pro factory drivers in them.
Who was driving that then?
It doesn't say.
Ah.
But it's always fun going through these things. And one thing that I was actually going to segue this into as well is getting cars in ACC. Now, we always see, the new things coming up. But we have to remember that ACC is a licensed game. As we see Barak having a very big slide there. But ACC is a licensed game. It's like people saying, the Supra GT4. That will likely come one day when we get an update.
Kyle Busch pulls into the pits and Ivan Barretts takes his fourth place. Sorry, Huski.
Yeah, but Barretts has actually pitted, so that is good. The two cars in 1 and 2, Cripps and Hartman, have yet to pit. But no, as I was saying, cars in ACC, they are licensed, of course, which means a lot of the time when a new car comes out, we have to wait for it to go into one of the licensed series, or for the licensed series to get an update. For example, the GT4, is it the Mustang GT4 in Britcar? In British GT?
There is a, I don't know, I can't remember if there's one in British GT. There's one in GT America.
And things like the Supra as well, but as...
the GT America one, actually, at Road America, has one of my favourite saves in motorsports, where they are literally 90 degrees parallel to the track and manage to save the car. Or perpendicular, I guess, not parallel.
Parallel. Very nice.
But they are bringing in GT America's tracks, but they haven't yet brought in any of the extra cars. Obviously, as we know, they haven't brought in the one car they should. Where's the Acura, eh? I hear all that it's Honda NSX, but the Acura is racing in GT America. Come on.
I think they actually lost Honda licensing.
Well, then they can get Acura licensing.
They're the same thing!
I know. No, the GT4 Mustang. If there was a GT4 Mustang in this, I would race it in a heartbeat. No, cars. We're getting GT2s though, because everyone wanted that. Because that's what this ACC really needs, is more classes. Because we know how well people fill those up.
Ferrari Challenge vs GT2s.
I mean, they're good cars for having race series based purely around them, but multi-class racing being the mainstay of ACC.
And they're testing the rally credentials of the Mercedes AMG GT4. And it's cost him a lot of time, so clearly not a rally car.
Yep, as we only really have one real battle on this track right now, and that is the 0.5 second gap between Waldhauser, 0.4 now, and Karnchuk, I don't know how to pronounce that.
Teams as well, it's the AMS cars.
Yeah, they are the two teams, so I'm wondering, is it going to be let them fight, or is it going to be multi-21?
Very interesting.
It'll be a real shame if they take each other out, as it definitely that would be terrible, won't it? Absolutely horrible for the commentary of the stream. Oh, as they go through, they let them through. I think
so.
The 111 car did back off there. The 768 car clearly having the pace.
They always say, don't they? The worst thing than taking someone out is taking your teammate out.
Depends on how well you get on with your teammate. Or
Well,
does he make some move up in the hairpin on GT4? Nearly, I think the GT4 nearly moved in.
To ruin your working relationship. As here is the number 1 BMW, now in the hands of William Rose.
He should take the lead. He should be net leader because as he makes a dive into the triangle, he should be the net leader once the two cars ahead of him have pitted, which they need to do, I think, unless they've pitted already within, well, even if they have, if they pitted early on, within the next few laps.
I was looking, oh, yellow flag is Ivan Barats.
Oh no, he's around at, I think that's just after 130R, is it?
What has happened here? What's happened to Ivan? Has he just hit the curb too hard? He's not hit the curb at all. The car's just gone. Oh, he's managed to keep out the barrier.
Off track, and he has kept it. More importantly for him, he is ahead of Waldhauser, but Waldhauser is right behind him now, trying to fight for that position. Ivan's got to hope that his tyres can be nice and clean and nice and cool to keep ahead. Here
is a question. We've seen the AMS cars working well in a team, which I have no problem with. Before people go, teamwork's bad. No, teamwork is good. But if the AMS car gets past Ivan, will he hold him up to get his teammate past as well?
I think he might. I've seen them before, and again, we're sort of speculating. We're not in their chats. This could be completely indeliberate, but it did look beforehand like they sat sort of alongside GT4 a little bit to allow to make sure the door was open for their teammate. I think they could. I think they could play the game.
I mean, when you have that opportunity there to play the game, you'd sort of be a bit silly not to take it. You know, some people hate the idea of team orders, some people love the idea of it, but really you're all, even as a team, you're focusing on getting the best result for both cars.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind team orders, so long as they're not silly ones. I mean, obviously I don't think this race is going to have a problem with telling someone not to overtake at the end, because it is, after all, just a sim race. There's no championship to be won.
No one here is going to do Toyota at Le Mans, where the other car mysteriously gets a hybrid failure that fixes itself the second Fernando Alonso goes.
Okay, Waldhauser. Kanchuch is faster than you. Do you understand? Kanchuch is faster than you.
You hit the wrong part of him.
Rubens, we need you to move aside for Michael. God, that was the worst one, wasn't it? What was that, 2001, 2002? Can't remember which year it was. Don't know if you remember.
I do.
It's the Austrian one where they had Michael move out of the way to let... Oh, not Michael. Rubens move out of the way to let Michael win the race. It was why they tried to ban team orders in the first place. It was such a bad thing that Michael literally swapped them around the podium and they got fined.
We all know, though, the best Mark Webber quote. Not bad for a second driver.
Not bad for a number 2 driver.
Oh, well, that was... it was
obviously
snide, but it was brilliant.
Obviously, the best quote, which I always want to try and use at some point, is that Giancarlo, you cannot be this slow. Fernando is 2 seconds faster than you. You're on the same tyres, the same fuel. This is not possible.
And then look now at 2022, where one driver gets all the new parts and the other driver gets last year's.
I still remember Mazepin trying to claim that he had a different car. It's like, no, I'm sorry, but you're just terrible. As we see Hansen, if you want to look on board, Hansen very much on the rear of Tanner, trying to take 6th place.
He is
very close as they get past Robin Moe and the Ginetta.
This is GT3 on GT3, Porsche on Porsche action. So if you
make it sound
like
so dirty.
If you don't like German cars, now's the time to look away.
2 German cars just going at it.
It may be time to look away from the stream entirely because the majority of cars are German on this grid.
There are a lot of German cars here in Japan.
Yeah. I mean, there's also now a Saudi Arabian manufacturer on the grid as well.
I'm not familiar with what you were trying to say there.
Aston Martin.
Oh, I see. Of course. Yeah, but then that also counts. Actually, we have got no McLarens here.
No McLarens, which is surprising.
They're not Saudi. They're Bahraini backed, aren't they? They are owned in most part by Bahrain. But there are no McLarens.
No.
That is surprising. There's usually at least 1 or 2 McLarens in ACC, but clearly it's dropped off. I mean,
you do see a McLaren because the 720S is a fairly safe bet.
I mean, I know Tom recently has dropped it because he finally grew bored of it after years of just driving it. But yeah, it seems to have dropped off recently in popularity. And the Aston Martin has certainly picked up with the little boost it's had from the DLC, also being the sexiest car in the entire game.
I will always disagree with this, but
it's not personal opinion, Husky. I'm stating a fact.
It's not a fact.
What's your sexiest car?
Audi.
In ACC? Yeah, I don't know. I don't like the way the hood slopes off so much. I like a flat hood.
The Audi just looks mean.
And that's true. It does look very, very mean. It's also very, very mean in a straight line. Unlike the Honda, which is just mean.
I was absolutely miffed when they bopped it because I'm sat there like, no, my crutch. I now have to put in effort. And now I drive the Ferrari, so rare.
Oh, that's not the car I want to be driving. How's Hartman doing, by the way? Talking of Ferraris, he is sitting in 12th. He's made his way a little bit back up.
Hartman! Here is Hartman.
There he is. As he comes to the Casio Triangle. I'm pretty interested to see where he finishes to the end of this race. He came second in quali, had a good start, and then just
quali, and it's just dropped off. Here is Rob Phillips on the back end of Sathoff.
Said that very aggressively.
Sathoff.
I think if I was on the back end of Fuchs, who is on the back end of Sathoff.
See, Sathoff is involved somewhere.
Yeah, so here we have the fight for what is 22nd overall. Was that 4th in class still? With Pei for some reason sitting. Well, I was confused because Pei in the BMW and GT3 is sitting between the top 3 and the rest of the GT4 drivers. I don't know what happened to them.
Here is BMW's new GT4 entry.
Is he a Pei driver? That's all right. I had to get there before you.
He'll pay
for that
better
one.
Exit out of Spoon. This will be straight line. Fuchs should get the position. He does indeed. Covers off the outside now. Now keep in mind the car piloted by Sathoff was in the lead of GT4 not too long ago.
Yeah, Sathoff is going to look to take that pace back, and Rob Phillips is going to hope that they fight each other for as long as they can. As they have a GT3 coming up behind them, looking to lap. So that might throw them off into turn 1.
You're slowing yourselves down.
By the way, never mind. It's actually the GT3 leader now as well, also coming up to the back of them.
It is. Oh, yellow flag. It is Campen. I think that was just
Campen.
a spin. We'll have a look what happened.
Tano, yellow flag at
Oh!
turn 1.
Tano, yellow flag. Let's have a look. Will
you'll
it
need to
give
see
us
that
some
back.
time?
Tano at turn 1 also, massive little off there.
Oh, he just loses it under it. The replay came up right at the end, but it just let go. That's
Yeah, he
not
ended
what
up
we wanted
out
to see.
onto the tarmac on the exit there, but has kept going. As Hartmann now sets the fastest lap of the race, a 2 minutes 762. Well, that is 2 minutes 00762.
Hartmann has got the pace in his locker. We did see it. He's just had a very unlucky first half of this race, let's be honest here. As we've got another yellow flag, it's Camper.
That's Camper at the Casio Triangle.
Has he just outbroke himself? Has he?
I think
he had to
he
take the
just-
escape. Yeah.
The other chicane, and it's also... That was also one that Lando Norris is familiar with.
That's thankfully not
As
too
Rob
bad.
Phillips is being passed by a GT3, but it's still within 0.7
Number 42. That's
Sartov.
Kelly.
as Kelly looks then to make a move past Spoon. Rob is going to hope to take any slipstream he can.
You will do indeed.
He's going to be very disappointed about that. The GT3 is passed way before 130R.
There
He would
are
have hoped.
better places to be lapped. There are
Oh,
obviously
and
better than
Sartov
worse
goes
places.
wide on the exit of 130R. That's an interesting way to stay ahead as the GT3 gets past Rob into Casio. Rob gives him a little flash to say, what the hell are you doing?
Especially because he has to cut the corner anyway because he outbroke himself. As on board with Rob Phillips.
He's going to get past
the
in a
race logic
second.
there is just going blue.
Blue flag, blue flag, blue flag.
There goes the number 1 BMW. Not our race leader at the minute in time. If anything, they've actually lost time with their pit strategy to Castillo.
As further up the order, whilst also being lapped by the GT3, I think that's... I'm not sure who that is. Maybe not being lapped. Being unlapped, or someone's unlapping themselves. Oh no, it's just the helicam being weird. Daniel Scott is right on the back of Jay Kelly. Jeff Kelly in the Aston Martin, Daniel Scott in the Porsche 31 car. GT3 race, GT3 battle for P9 as he goes right on the rear and Degner takes him in Degner 2. That was an impressive move. You need to see that back.
We will see that back. That looked mental. We just caught the end of it. So we're watching a 31 car of Scott. Keep an eye on the Aston Martin. Whoa,
He
that
pulls
was...
right out and just takes him into Degner 2. That was impressive. And I think Scott has now been harangued by that BMW of Rose, has been passed by him, lapped by him. That was the fight for P9. I'm not sure if that was so much commitment as much of a last minute panic, but it paid off.
It paid off. We're going to say it's commitment because that sounds better than last minute panic.
Well done, Scott. You've earned your pay today. Talking of pay, still P19.
Ah, good segue there, James. Well done.
I'm just seeking. I'll get an email later. You know, I'll get a long typed out address from Mr. Daniel Pay, and you know what it'll say at the end? It'll say you'll pay for this.
It didn't pay off. Also, right.
I think that joke's been well and truly paid for.
I ordered recently. No, I say recently. I ordered on Friday and it turned up today.
What did you order, Huski?
L plate kit. Right?
Yes, you said you have ordered you have a moped now, don't you?
No, I don't. I need to buy one.
You're going to buy a moped now, don't you?
I am indeed. If it doesn't come with L plates, then I've got my own. If it does come with L plates, I'll sell these on Facebook. No matter.
Oh, as Hartmann, sorry, just for a second there, Hartmann gets past Gons, laps him, and Gons is forced to take a little bit of a wiggle to try and not have contact.
Oh, hello! Scott has lost the position to Kelly and has taken it back.
Yep, Kelly went off the track. You need to see that back because I did not see what happened there. Kelly, whatever happened there, went onto the gravel, and if that's due to any contact or anything, they're not going to be very happy. And there may be a ticket forthcoming.
The car just washed out.
Yeah, that is.
Scott
that's unfortunate.
was nowhere near him.
As Hartman is now back in the fight for P11, right behind the Mercedes AMG. He gets past the Mercedes AMG of B. Tano into the just before the hairpin.
Yeah, we just got that. That's a good move there. The Porsche GT4 on the outside, on the inside, sorry, not the outside. I'm getting my words again. I can English well.
It's one of the sides. It just depends on where you are.
It depends on how you're looking.
Depends on your perspective. If you're in Australia or not.
No, I ordered this this overplate kit. The box they sent it in was massive.
Oh, that reminds me of a couple of months ago. I ordered myself. I needed, like, you know when you just find yourself needing new socks. You know that happens every now and then. You just need new socks because they're all worn and torn, and you're like, okay, I'll get myself new socks. I thought I'll buy 3 packs of 10, and it was very, very cheap, and they were very good socks. It really took up no space. It was like all of the socks could fit in my hand basically when they're packaged up. They sent it to me in a box basically half the size of my bed. There's like more cardboard packaging paper than there was actual socks.
I remember a friend of mine in college. Good mate, good old mate. What he used to do every year was he would bulk buy from China 400 pairs of socks a year.
That's not a bad idea. I should do that.
Because he works a lot with metal though, and you normally get a lot of metal shavings, a lot of swords. His socks would be destroyed pretty much daily.
Quickly. Yeah, I can imagine.
So it was like, oh, I'm just going to order an absolute ton of socks. Because when in college, like, he'd sit there and he'd be like, oh, do you need some socks? Like, yeah! So I go in his locker and have a pair of socks. I always remember the one greatest part of it was what happened to the socks after like a day of wearing. They'd just become a rag. These are some good outfits.
I assume they'd be cheap socks, but good enough.
They cost about 30p a pair. For the amount
that makes sense. I mean, if you're going to be tearing through them, then you should go for the cheaper ones. To be fair, if they get destroyed, well, they get destroyed anyway. No point wasting good socks.
It's like people say about multiple things. One of them I heard was bin bags.
Bin bags?
Never buy the cheapest bin bags.
No, you never buy them. They rip, they break, they're horrible, they leak. You want good bin bags.
Never buy the most expensive bin bags. They're too strong. You don't need them. You do not need a 60 kilo rated bin bag. You don't. For me,
it's about getting a bin bag which is wide enough at the top that it can fit nicely in my bin. Because I have trouble with some of them. It's a bit too tight, and you risk ripping it yourself. This is great racing commentary, by the way.
This is what normally happens on the stream. But
no, I'm enjoying it.
Something that's happened recently near us, if they've changed to recycling.
Oh, before we do that, Hartman is gaining massive on Kelly and gets past him into the first turn. Or into the second turn, but the first turn is the overarching name for that set of corners.
You saw that?
He did not fight that very hard. He went deep and Hartman saw it, I think. And that's it. That was the closest battle on the grid.
Yeah.
Socks. Bin bags.
Socks. Recycling. That was what we were talking about.
Recycling,
they've changed our recycling recently. Now we have a paper and cardboard bin.
Yeah, that's odd.
Problem is, we live in England. It's coming up to winter. What weather is most likely in winter?
It's not really anymore.
Well, normally it's, rain, fog, basically wet, like water-based weather, right? They will not take your bin if it's wet.
What do you mean?
Because all the cardboard and all the paper and everything have to be dry.
If you shut the lid, it will be dry.
No, if your bin's wet, they won't take it. They won't take it.
The bin's wet on the outside?
Yeah, they won't take it.
That's just odd. Just put it in the recycling bin then.
But if you put it in a recycling bin and they see it, they won't take the recycling bin.
Stupid. What is Lancashire doing, eh?
I live in Lancashire.
I thought you did. No, sorry,
No,
the other one, Lincolnshire.
Lincolnshire, you.
I don't know why. L's, you know, Hertfordshire reigns supreme anyway. It's just a fact.
Now Hertfordshire's.
To be fair, you know what happened to me? And I don't, this isn't a pin on Hertfordshire, as I currently live in Bedfordshire. You know what happened to me the other day? You know what happened to us the other 2 weeks ago? They didn't collect our bin.
What?
They didn't collect our black bin. It was full of bags. It was perfectly fine. The weight wasn't too heavy. It didn't have anything untoward in it. They just forgot it. Because where we are, we basically put the bin around the front, and there's like a bunch of other bins. And I think they did all the bins just for guards. We had to call them up, and then they say 2 working days. Our bins get collected on a fucking Friday. So we had to wait until Monday for 2 working days to start.
That's silly.
It's like, how do you forget a bin?
That is absolutely. That is silly.
Quite annoying. We had to put bin bags in the shed because we didn't have a bin.
Oh, yellow flag for Corbett.
Yellow flag for Corbett. The Haas car going very slowly. They have him off
It's
at
at
130R.
Oh, he's just smacked that curb so hard.
He has taken too much grass there. It's something very easy to do in a long race, I
I'll
guess.
tell you
But,
something though. He managed to keep it mostly straight, so that's a good shout. As now, with our talk of recycling and bins, Pascal Tanner is on the back of Can Couch.
that is it.
Can
Couch must have pitted or something because he's 25 seconds behind his teammate. As Rob Phillips is getting in the way there. Oh, they come very close to touching. I think that was slightly deliberate on the part of the Can Couch car. That doesn't sound right. But yeah, there's a battle going on, and there's a battle now because Jay Hartman has also caught up to the back of Daniel Scott further down the order for P9.
Oh, stuff is happening. See, our bin talk has worked very well.
We have bored them into giving us action.
They're something like, oh, they're talking about recycling.
As at the moment, Hartman is on the front stretch, trying to get Scott into turn 1. I don't think he'll be able to do it, whilst you continue to watch the other main battle going on. What's going on in that one, Husky?
They're driving.
Wow.
Let's go back. Let's go to this battle. Hartman on Scott. We'll see. Hartman. Ooh. There was a look there into the second there.
It was a light look.
I think it was a good shout that that look didn't come to anything. And a quick update for people as well. Your lead gap is around 16.5 seconds. So the number 1 BMW, now piloted by Rose, has actually lost time in the pit stop cycle.
Your number 1 BMW in the number 2 position.
Yeah.
As Scott looks to make the move.
Oh, so Scott's defending. Hartman making the move and
Hartman
round the outside.
makes the move.
Wow, that was a very good move.
Outside of the hairpin, I said it earlier on, it is a possible location.
Yeah, the
because you can get a much nicer exit.
It all depends on getting the power down and keeping that rear end under control.
You just have to take on board the spirit of Jeremy Clarkson and just say speed and power.
Power. Yes.
As we see Tanner coming up to the hairpin now, as I love it when the helicam gets confused in the overpass.
Yeah,
suddenly it decides to go and follow the other drivers.
It tries to lock on to the middle point of the 2 cars that are closest. So as they go under the bridge, technically those are the 2 closest cars.
Yep, that's true.
Oh yeah, speaking of Jeremy Clarkson power, I always remember the one favourite use of that I've ever seen was when they were doing the hill climb.
Oh, as we see, there, Kanchouch gets a bit held up by the GT4, but I think so has Tanner, and it's definitely not helped either of them. Well, I suppose it's helped this first one now, but didn't seem to help him at first.
No. Yeah, Jeremy Clarkson quote. When they put on the hill climb for the locals, we can't win.
Oh,
Go
the
slow.
Indian special one.
Yeah. Power!
The bit I always remember is the start of it where they're doing it outside number 10 and David Cameron comes out and tells them to stay out of India. Simpler time. So as we see, Tanner's now going to suffer a bit, obviously, on these straights, being in the Porsche. Glorious Racing is his team name. Will they be glorious today?
Well, P6 has definitely got the
There's not much glory in it.
Race.
You know what they say?
There's glory in finishing a 4-hour race. Let's be honest, it is quite an undertaking.
But first, Husky, you have to finish to be glorious.
Exactly. I mean, we just get to sit here and, get absolute.
There's a yellow flag. Sorry, there is a yellow flag up at turn 1, turn 2. There's another yellow flag now in the S's from Hartman. What happened there? F. Hartman, not J. Hartman, the other Hartman.
Sure,
So one of the GT4s had a little off at the T1. It looks like Hartman.
He's
F. Hartman
lost it
has
himself.
Yeah, and he has hit the barrier at some speed.
At least it was a square front-on hit, so that should only be bodywork-based damage, nothing suspension.
I suppose technically everyone hits any barrier at some speed.
Well, yeah,
It's a bit of a weird phrase, that.
You are right.
Campen is round.
Campen.
He hit the barrier up at Dunlop.
We'll have a look. Has
I think
the car
he just
let go
lost
from
the car.
under him? Oh, he's hit the grass and the bump on the outside.
That's never good.
Bang.
And he is very unlucky that was the result, because I find that when you hit that grass, you usually just get pulled out wide. But he has obviously tried to correct and tried to do something. There's a lot of front-ended cars really having oversteer problems, and was fair enough pumps come into effect. You have to wonder what their setups are. As Tanner gets held up by Deep Cuts' Maserati, I believe. That was unfortunate. The Aston was able to get past there, and Tanner now drops back to 1.5 behind 5th place.
Ooh.
I don't know. I don't think he'll have any trouble though catching back up. He has proven himself to be quick in that Porsche. He's the quickest Porsche on track, at least in terms of positioning. I don't know how he is in time-wise. He's currently got a 2:02.252 as his best.
Yeah,
he is the quickest Porsche. Oh, it says Hoover Hoover was yellow flag for a second there. I don't know what happened to him.
Might have just been a run wide. Some places the yellow flags can be quite.
Yeah, Dunlop. He did what I was saying, which is where you run wide and just get caught off, and you can't get back on until you sort of slow down enough. He got gripped, and yeah, that's the problem with Dunlop. It's a blind corner, and you have to make sure you got enough rotation into it. Tanner's just gained massively on the Aston again. I'm not sure what happened there.
I don't know, but Tanner has. It seems to me the problem is coming with getting past the Aston as opposed to.
That is usually where the places are made up, in the passing. Oh, he takes a dive almost into Spoon. Thinks better of it, or just gets called out by it.
We'll definitely have to see where we'll be going. I am currently just looking. I'm currently just looking through the Chinese menu of what I fancy tonight.
What do you fancy?
I don't know. I'm not eating meat at the minute.
Oh yes, you're still not eating meat, despite how you felt the first day you weren't eating meat.
It still sucks. I'm not gonna lie.
I remember you complaining most wholeheartedly about it.
I'm still complaining wholeheartedly about it.
It's all right. You can have spring rolls.
I'm even more so complaining about it now because I've somehow, even though I'm eating a lot less, I've put on weight.
I said before. I had a maths teacher at my school who was a larger man, and he used to say to us. He said to us once, you know, I'm a vegetarian. You wouldn't know it looking at me, but I still just like my food.
Like, I've gone from like 15 stone 2 to 15 stone 5.
Well, clearly you enjoy the vegetarian cuisine.
So it's like, I'm not eating anything though. It's like I have to actually lose weight because I got my application back for the reserves. I got turned down because I'm overweight.
Oh no.
So I need to actually lose weight.
Surely the army can take you. If not, join the Air Force. You can fly a drone these days.
I don't like planes.
You don't have to get in one. You can just fly a drone. That's how it works. Why not? You just get a joystick, get it put in a room. Basically what you do with sim racing, just, you know.
Can I bring my playseat?
Can I bring my DD? Do you have direct drive for your drones?
My DD that's currently in the back of my room and I haven't used for about a month, yeah.
Yeah, I remember because we bought our direct drives at the same time.
Yeah, we did, and
they arrived on the same day.
Yeah, we were racing to see whose came first. I think mine came first, didn't it? Somehow.
No, I think I got the message from you saying yours has arrived whilst I was sorting out the boxes. I think they basically got it at the same time. I don't know who's actually got there first, depending on when you actually sent the message. I didn't send the message because I was too busy carrying boxes around.
And it did come in a lot of boxes, didn't it?
Well, there were boxes for every individual piece to Fanatec.
I know, and I got a sticker sheet for every bit.
See, I got the sticker sheet, but I also got the button pack, so I got even more.
I was considering the button pack, but I didn't go for it.
I like my button pack. I don't know whether it would work as well on the McLaren wheel as it does on the Formula wheel. It looks really nice on the Formula wheel. I think I've got some nice buttons on there.
I think it would work nice on the McLaren wheel, to be fair. Just like it's not a console-looking wheel.
Yeah. I don't like the buttons that come by default. The console buttons. They're not nice.
Yeah, we're not anti-console. I just really don't like them.
ACC is inherently anti-console on PC. I'll have you know.
Yes, even though they have a console version.
There is no crossplay. Yeah, but the console version is like fixed at 30 frames or something stupid, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fixed at 30 frames, and I think it's got half the higher update rate as PC as well.
Oh yeah, it's still on like 1.5, isn't it?
No, they're on 1.8 now.
Impressive.
They obviously have to make concessions for consoles still.
Yep. Which sadly is also hard to do. As Shoki LP has said in the comments to the YouTube video that they really hate this track. Fair enough.
That is your opinion and you're entitled to it.
That is engagement, I believe they call it.
Yes, that is engagement. Quick, complain about the track more, get our figures up.
Hey, just be happy you're not being forced to watch the Williams cars all the time, Huski.
Well,
that was your engagement thing. Your attempts to get engagement whilst also only being able to... Oh, who was that? One of the GT4s, I think, just hit the pit lane. That GT4 there just hit the pit lane wall, I think, on the way into the pit. You might want to have a quick look at that.
We are looking.
I believe it was Hubble.
This is the replay. Oh! Well, that's a pit stop for Hubble.
Well, they came together and he said, okay, that's fine, I'll just go straight in here then.
I mean, at least it was into the pit lane and not anything else.
No, yeah, but again, that's what we were saying earlier. Whoever it was that spun off had that instant first lap and decided to tow rather than be like, why would you make that decision? You're right there.
Yep, as we see Hamper against Yannick Skippers.
Yeah, and they come up to the back of, I think, 2 GT4s and the back mark of GT3.
I believe so. Bark's also there just up ahead as the Aston Martin down the inside.
There's 3 GT4s. Yannick Kubbers, Camper, and the other one.
They move in herds.
They really do. I like the snake skin effect on Camper's livery. It's very, very nice. As Tanner has now dropped back to 1.1 as the Aston is able to get past the other GT4 Mercedes. Oh, he closes the gap a bit as Spoon and forced to lose a bit more time there as Tanner.
Oh, Kippers is looking. He's got the better exit, maybe. It will be a straight line speed test. And they may actually be catching up to Bark as well. But I think that Mercedes is going to be just a bit quicker in the straight line than the Porsche. But not by much.
Meanwhile, further forwards from this battle, but further back from the Tanner battle, the Frank Hartmann car, the number 69 BMW, is catching the back of the Thai Racing 21 Porsche. And looks like, having repaired, that he's going to possibly take his place soon.
Yeah, and the battle that we are watching in GT4 had ended as Camper had gone to the pits.
Well, we are reaching 2:13 on the clock. I'd say that with the 75-minute stint timer, pit window's open really for regular pit stops. I mean, you got 75 minutes. If you do it now, you can make it until an hour. Oh, it's contact!
That is
and
contact.
the Porsche, the Thai Racing Porsche 21 Porsche of Kanya-chan is off and might have some damage there.
With a BMW. Have a look at the Porsche. Oh.
I think there was a case of closing the door too early, but also understeering a bit as well from the BMW. I think that might have to be by the stewards chalked up to a racing incident. But we'll wait for their decision. We haven't really paid much attention to the stewards' decision. There haven't been as many as there were at the start of the race. Interesting, the 21 car already had a 5-second penalty given to them for some reason or another for blocking. Actually, they got a 5-second penalty for blocking the 72 car apparently of the current leader. Not one you regularly see from the stewards. I'm wondering if that must have been a ticket, because that's not something you can really get from the contact screen.
A possibility, or it could just be something that they saw while watching along. The stewards do watch along in their own game as well for them, as we see Daniel Pay getting past deep cuts. That is actually for position.
Yep, and it looks like yeah, there was a ticket for that one.
And Hartmann on the fight against Campen as well, gets himself past, nice and neat.
Yep, good nice job to Hartmann.
Bish,
as he makes his way up, now in 7th place. From the back of the grid, basically. Although he was the car that sensibly went into the pit lane rather than towing, wasn't he? Or was he the towing car? I can't remember now. It's been so long.
It's been so long, we've had so many experiences together.
So, yeah, still actually, I'm noticing Daniel Pay, the 58 BMW, still has to get past the Robin Moe GT4 car. As Huski makes noises.
Yellow flag, Tanner. Oh, good drift.
Does he keep it out of the wall? Yes, he does. He does.
That was a good drift there for him.
This battle has essentially been Tanner catching up, something going wrong, whether it be GT4s or little twitches, and then catching up again.
Yeah.
But I think, meanwhile, Karnchoch has lost now. His gap to his teammate ahead is 45 seconds. Which makes you kind of understand why they got out of the way for them quite a little bit earlier on. Very
true, as we see Hartmann there just getting his way past the cuts. You can see in the background Brad Hood getting past Weissman.
Weissman in that beautiful livery.
FIA action for road safety.
As much road safety as you can have, please. How much road safety do you want on your car? I want all of it, thank you very much.
All of the road safety.
It kind of reminds me of actually. Oh, who's that going off there? Hartman. Frank. Is that Frank or the other one?
Frank, yeah.
Frank Hartman.
Is in the chat from OMC Lightweight Racer. Cut 72 here. My teammate is racing in his PJs.
That's the best way to race. You don't want to get your normal clothes all sweaty.
And so too is Shocky LP, who's also racing in their PJs.
I can't. I've seen the name so many times. I can't remember which one, who Shocky is on the racetrack. Can he tell us if he is watching? Which I assume he is. So I genuinely can't for the life of me remember. I also know where I got confused between the Hartmans is because one of the Hartmans has the purple have a purple lap, and the other one you're selected. So I was looking at the purple, not the red.
As we see Frank Hartman getting his way past the GP4 duo there, who are also fighting for position, I should add. As now, James, I have let Jesus take the wheel.
Oh no.
So far,
but he doesn't have a license.
Well, to most people who do sim racing.
Ah, okay, there we are. Ah, yes, Shuki is Sartov. I knew I recognised the name.
Yeah, the thing is, we never want to say who we think because if it's wrong, we look like idiots.
Don't worry. Some people should be aware of how the stewarding happens when we're trying to work out names to ping and people don't match their race app with the Discord name, so you have to check who they are exactly.
And here we see Pascal Tanner again losing the position to the 111 car of Kankush.
This is a fascinating battle going back and forth. Daniel Scott again still, on the back of Camford there.
This battle here, the 23 versus the 111 car, we've seen so often. As you said, the battle finishes, something happens, and the battle restarts again.
As Sartov asks in the chat, would a Ryanair livery look good in the next endurance race? I think it would be look very good. I believe the next endurance race is at Nürburgring to make up for the aforementioned, previously cancelled race that happened due to the DDoS attacks. Not really DDoS, so. But we just call it that as a generic term. And so, what you need to do for a Ryanair livery is find a track that has a good jump point.
Yeah, make sure you have a hard landing. I learned actually. I was reading recently. I looked into Google. Why are Ryanair landings so hard? And I learned something.
What did you learn?
The planes they use, it is actually suggested not to soft land them.
I thought they just use like basic A319s or A320 series sort of aircraft.
Yeah,
the basic sort of Airbuses.
They're not suggested to soft land.
I didn't know that.
It actually in the manual, and I read the manual as well.
Is this the Airbus manual or the Ryanair manual?
The Airbus one, the official one for the plane, it is actually suggested to have a firmer landing than normal.
What's the reason?
Something to do with suspension.
What test it still works? Is it like what, to get air out of the system or something by forcing it?
I believe so.
That would make sense.
But you think of, Ryanair is always bang landing. It's like, oh, the pilot's just bad. That's what people typically say.
Oh, okay. No, according to Sartov, Ryanair actually flies Boeing 737s.
Oh, it was Boeing. Ah, same.
There it was.
Same.
I was going to say, otherwise, EasyJet are clearly doing the landings wrong.
Yeah, the budget airlines though always tend to have the newest fleets.
Well, let's just hope that Ryanair don't follow that 737 with a max of some kind, or things might go very, very wrong.
Didn't they fix those?
I think they did, but I wouldn't trust them because it took so long to do it. The budget airlines though that we know aren't budget airlines anymore, really, are they? Because there are these really, really budget airlines that have come in the last couple of years. I think some of them died out during the pandemic, but there were the sort of era where Ryanair and EasyJet were actually getting a bit upmarket as the worst shops come in. It's a bit like how Sainsbury's and Tesco and all that became a little bit more middle class when Aldi and Lidl started.
We are, this is a fun story. We have in our local town a Tesco and a Heron Food.
Heron
for anyone
Foods?
For anyone in the chat that doesn't know, Heron Foods basically is a BTEC Iceland. The majority of it is frozen stuff. It's not a great deal of choice. It is literally just mostly frozen, and it's owned by a shop called B&M Bargain.
Ah, yeah. B&M.
And you know, both stores are small. The choice is very limited. I worked in the Tesco in that town. I then went back to try and get another job there over Christmas, and they said no, which is great. But anyway, recently, Aldi put in a planning application to turn an old, disused, old fuel station site into a big Audi store. Audi had two opposition. One of them was Tesco.
Yes.
And the other one was Lidl.
Well, Lidl is the competition to Audi.
Who has no presence in the town at all. So Audi got their permission to build their store. They're quoting 18 months for it to be done. And Lidl have also put in an application to use another site to open their own store in the town. So we're now actually getting a little bit of an Audi, which is great because I buy Coke from.
Okay. They sell that at other shops, you know.
Yeah, but I buy like their own brand Coke.
As Tanner, by the way, Pascal Tanner has come into the pit lane, ending that battle with Hartman. Although at the same time, Carl Busch, our favourite NASCAR driver that joins us here, even though he's not really, obviously, is trying to fight back against Suzuki. I believe I overtook him as we were talking about Audi.
Yeah, back on the topic we were on.
By the way, according to Sartov, Ryanair actually did order the Max after it was fixed.
Ah.
And I reckon that they were going a bit cheaper because of everything that had happened. There probably weren't many airlines willing to buy them. That would explain it.
Possibly.
Oh, as Carl Busch coming back now onto Suzuki. Is he going to try and make the move in turn one? No, he backs out of it. But tries to maintain some speed around the inside. Probably going to try and get a good exit before the S's. Can he make it? Not on this lap here. This is rear engine versus front engine. Understeer versus oversteer.
Or as my mechanics teacher put it, far too much steer versus not enough steer.
Yeah, the you know, what's the old one? The you go off and hit it and die because you hit a tree with the front end, or you go off and hit the T and die on the rear end, as
Yes.
Richard Hammond once put it. As there's a battle ahead, or at least an unlapping GT4 of Yannick Coopers. Oh, that's a move up the inside there. Now going to the outside of the hairpin.
It is free
wide.
wide.
He has to back out of it. Where's the GT4 going? As the other GT3 of Tanner is in the mix now, having come out of the pits. They're free wide. Oh, they're snooker. This is amazing. They were having a right little jostle there. And that's not going to be very nice for Tanner because he is, or should be, I don't know who's taking that car over. It's not Tanner anymore. It's now Daniel Scott, who is ahead. So is actually lapping this Aston Martin right now and will be quite angry about that. Obviously, I don't think I can really put on the Aston trying to fight and get past GT4 for his own fight with the other Porsche. As Deep Cuts gets quite rightly out of the way. Almost loses it on the way around. The autocam is looking at Hartman for some reason.
Getting the lapping down. Seems that we have a battle. It's Alan Inhofer around the outside of Campen there. Yeah, Mad Panda car.
Yep. Makes that move.
Now, will the Mercedes be able to look back in mind the Porsche? Not great in the straight line, and there is a car exiting the pits as well. And that is also a car in the battle for this position. That is the 111 car of Can.
It's actually Stutzer at the moment, I think. It says so on the broadcast at least. That hasn't changed yet.
Hasn't changed yet. It is a 111 car, so we'll get an update, I think, as they pass the start-finish line.
Well, we've got to wait a little while for that, but whoever is in that car has kept into 7th place ahead of Inhofer, but we'll have to try and keep him behind him.
Especially as we're coming up to the GT4 Porsche as well. The 111 car gets past without much drama.
As we are now halfway through this race.
Yeah, halfway
There's been
there.
a lot happening.
Whoa! Living on a chair.
At the
So,
moment we are
James,
living on chairs.
what I'm going to do now is I'm going to leave you with Jesus taking the wheel and going on the Chinese.
Alright, well, get something nice. Spring rolls. Those are vegetarian.
I don't know what spring rolls.
Well then, you know, you just gotta suck it up.
I get an omelette, chow mein, rice.
But the interesting part actually is that we've been talking about the Aston Martins now, because the Aston Martin, which is now definitely driven by Stutzer.
Oh!
What happened?
That is a big crash.
The
What has
21
happened?
car of the Thai racing car has had a crash up at what looks to be
Oh,
200R.
he's hit the bump. He's
Oh,
hit
he
the
just
bump
goes
as the track
round.
goes away. Bang!
Weissman is very, very lucky not to get caught up in that.
Oh, man. Right, Jesus is now taking the wheel. I will be back soon.
Okay, I'll try and keep an eye. The stream is slightly delayed for me on Discord, but I will try and keep an eye on it. And look through the order as Rob Phillips now in 24th, which I believe now is 6th in class, comes out of the pit lane. Having taken what is to be his 2nd pit stop. So there aren't many gaps here. Robin Moe is not far behind. He's currently leading the GT4 field, the Ginetta having done quite well. I believe, though, yes, he has only done 1 pit stop, so we'll need to stop again. Probably, if he went to the maximum extent in the last stop, within the next 10-15 minutes. And where that will put him, I'm not certain right now. He's got 1 minute 35 seconds back to the closest GT4 car, so he might maintain his position, but it'll be awfully close between him and Hubble, I think. As we are riding on board with Waldhauser, who is 3.6 seconds behind Ivan Baratz in 3rd. He is sitting in 4th. He is a good, almost full 2 minutes clear. And Stutzer, there's a massive crash up at the Casio Triangle. It looked like that was between Robin Moe's GT4, so a little bit of commentator's curse there. And Stutzer, who very recently came out of the pits. I'm checking. Robin Moe is pitting. I think he won't be too put off by that, or too put out by that, because he had, as I said earlier, he did have 2 pit stops remaining to make in the minimum mandatory pit stops. So even if he has to repair, at the very least, he hasn't had to do an extra pit stop any time early into a stint. He can still make it to the end of this race with just 1 more. I'm going to have a quick look and see if I can see what happened there. So I'm going to be a bit lost to you whilst I go back 60 seconds. Yeah, it looks like Robin Moe, whilst you can't see it on the stream, the Aston Martin of Stutzer just came up to him into the Casio Triangle, made... yeah, okay, I think Robin maybe broke a bit too late, tapped the back of the car. The Aston didn't seem to make any major problems, maybe thought he was a bit more clear than he was, but got sent round, and then Robin just couldn't go anywhere and ended up driving into the side of him. That's an unfortunate incident for Stutzer, and certainly an unfortunate incident for Robin Moe, and it'll be interesting now to see where he comes out once his pit stop cycle is completed. As the camera's right on board with Inhoffner, not Inhoffner, sorry. It tells me it is Inhoffner, so it's just a bit delayed for me on the Discord. Not much happening there. Thanks, Stutzer now still carrying on. He has done, if I can just have a check, Stutzer has done 2 pit stops, so won't want to pit this early into what is likely his second stint. He has just overtaken Campen quite easily into the Casio Triangle. As we see Rose get past the backmarker GT4 cars. Meanwhile, a little bit back behind the order, whilst not on the stream because the autocam is always quite interesting in what it prioritizes. The Michael Malakzek, I'm not sure how to pronounce the L there. It's not an L, it's a different character. The ST Racing 38 car, though, the BMW, is coming up to the back of the Thai Racing Porsche 21 car. And very possibly going to make a move somewhere. Probably not into turn 1, no, he thinks better of it. It's basically the part of the show where the autocam decides not to do anything, and this becomes radio. Sent asks, how's the race, lads? It has been exciting. Particularly the start. Essentially, if you've only just joined us, Huski's gone for his traditional Chinese. The autocam is not showing what I want to see. As you can hear him screaming to everyone in the world as he is shouty man. But the race has been good, Sedge. It's been exciting. There's been a lot going on. A few little brief periods where we've talked about bin bags and socks. But for the most part, the race has been good.
So an update
as Manriquez gets a yellow flag. The autocam is terrible, by the way. Manriquez gone off after 130R and now comes back on the track very slowly. I think he must have lost place there.
An update on the Chinese situation. I am not having a Chinese.
What are you having?
Pizza.
Ah, that's alright then.
I can get Chinese next week. Actually, next week. Am I still a veggie next week?
Are you still a veggie next week? Yes, it's still November. My birthday is next Sunday.
Okay, so I've got one more curry night of being a vegetarian, and then I'm back to eating meat. Yay!
The best part is you could have any other week. I wouldn't have necessarily known if it was still November, but because it's my birthday next weekend, I know it is. As yeah, the BMW, the 38 BMW continues to chase down. Hey, look, the autocam actually showed it. Was that you?
No, that's Jesus taking the wheel.
Because Jesus was not taking the wheel very well. He seems to want to focus way too much on lapping cars and not on actual fighting cars.
Oh, Jesus is trying. You know, he hasn't got his full license.
I'm not very happy with Jesus. I think I deserve a better quality of Jesus. Other Jesuses are available.
Okay, BBC, come on.
Remember, other sims are available for now. I mean, motorsports racing might be, motorsports whatever games might be shutting down, so there might not be others available soon. You know what we didn't finish our conversation on, Husky?
No.
You were talking about the fatigue of a 4-hour race of a solo drivers.
Oh yeah.
And I was going to say to you then, I think we started talking about other things. Probably bin bags. I was going to say that actually, I've never actually done a solo race in ACC, but I have done 4 hours the VLN races solo in the Porsche Cup in iRacing. And the fatigue definitely sets in. And that's another car which, like the Maserati, has I think it has ABS, but no traction control.
I've never done 4 hours on my own, but when I used to do endurance racing more, I have definitely done 4-hour-long stints.
Yeah, I mean, that's if you do 24-hour races and things, that is always possible. I don't think I've ever done a 4-hour stint, except for the VLN race, which was solo, but...
It was a great story, because it was at a 24-hour race. Basically, the way we'd work it is, we'd sort out our strategy beforehand. We had some people from England, we had one guy from, where's he from? He was from Poland, a guy from East Coast America, and an Aussie. So we had all time zones pretty well covered.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember what happened, about a week before we would get our order sorted out, so everyone would know when they're in the car, when they're not in the car, when they're doing all of that. And the way it'd work is the first person would be crew chiefed by the last person, and then that first person would then crew chief the second person, and so on until it wrapped around.
No, that's how you usually do it. That's how we did it in 24 Hours of Spa and that sort of thing. 24 Hours of Le Mans, sorry, and that sort of thing.
But the bit that was annoying was I got in the car.
Yeah, so was that the annoying bit? Did everyone get annoyed at that bit? Oh, Huski's in the car. No.
Coming up to the end of my hour, because the weather was just changing so much, we would have to do hour, just to adapt to the weather. You couldn't really sit in long enough to get comfortable.
By the way, whilst we talk about this, we should note there is a GT4 currently sitting in front of this battle, which is going to affect it. It has affected, I think, already. The Porsche being slightly slowed up. He's going to try and make it into Degner 1. He doesn't manage it. That's going to give the BMW a massive run. BMW doesn't try and be the brave move that Tanner did earlier, but is still much closer now as the Porsche makes it through into the hairpin. Now I think the BMW's turn to get held up. BMW's going to make it around the outside, I think.
But yeah,
that's not helped Porsche. Anyway, yes, Husky's annoying. No, Husky's been annoying. Something's annoying. What is it?
Coming up to the end of the hour, we're running 2 hours in the car and then you're out. Coming up to the end of the hour, it's like, oh, can you message so and so to see if he's about?
I see. Was it like me trying to message you this morning? But earlier, a couple of hours ago.
Oh, it was worse. Get to the end of the second hour, he's not there.
Yeah.
Pit stop finishes, so it's like, right, okay, I'm going to have to go out for another hour. Go out for another hour. Not there. Go out for another hour.
Yeah, you kept going out.
Finally he turns up.
Did you get some running in the car at least?
Yeah, he did. In the end, though, I had to do about 8 or 9 hours of driving, when in reality I was only meant to do 4.
It's not so bad when you have the brakes, to be fair. When you have a brake in sim racing, it's quite nice.
It's actually,
it helps to refresh. I don't. I think going through, for 2 hours, you're all right. For 4, though, it can get to you. I think that's probably the maximum which you should do solo.
The problem with me being very ADHD, if I'm not doing something, I'll get distracted by something else. So for me, brakes were horrible because I'd get out of the car and then I'd get distracted on something else and then I'd forget. Oh,
I see. See, I don't think it's so bad if you have the system where you're crew chiefing someone else. It's not so bad. I mean, we did a single stints, didn't we, at Hungary? You did 2, and then I did 2.
Yeah, we did doubles.
Yeah, no, what I mean, we did single stints as ourselves, as in you run the car, and we didn't go alternate like I usually do with Tom.
Yeah.
It's just about the preference. It's down to what you want to do.
I didn't know when I had to leave.
Yeah, that was the big thing. Was you didn't know when you had to leave, but it's down to personal preference. I remember the first double stint I ever did was completely by accident because Tom and I checked as they get very close through the hairpin there, almost making contact. I don't think they did, but Tom and I Imola 6 hours final stint, we've been alternating, so we've done 1 in 1 out, Yeah. And I remember make sure all tyre pressures were correct, what you wanted, amount of fuel was correct, because it was the last stint of the race, which was just under an hour, I think. So we're making sure we had, enough fuel to make the race, but also not too much to slow us down. Tyres on, everything, pressure's correct, all that good stuff. Guess what we forgot to do?
Fuel?
Forgot to change driver. Fuel was fine, everything else was fine. We forgot to change driver. So I took one of Tom's stints. But that was also the same race where Victor Borlin, who is he in the car yet or not? Is Ivan still in the car? I haven't actually seen it, but I haven't really been paying attention to the 141 Mercedes.
Ivan is still in the car.
Ah, interesting. Sorry, I know it's pronounced Ivan, I just keep forgetting. Ivan Bretz, Mr. President, Mr. Iceman, Captain Iceman. All the names we all have. But I remember that was the sort of race where Victor Borlin, one of his teammates, had a wheel disconnect. And they didn't want to tow. Oh no, he came out of the pits and the wheel wasn't working. And they were basically, instead of towing, for some reason, they decided to look up what the keyboard controls were. So he had to drive a whole lap with the keyboard in a GT3 on an RCI race session. I'm surprised they weren't disqualified for that, to be honest.
That is kind of funny. I've also got an update on the pizza. We are going to collect it for about 8:30. So we'll be going in about 15 minutes, and then you'll have to take the wheel again. Well,
8:30?
My mum finishes work at 15:15, so we're wanting to get back by about the time she gets back for dinner.
Oh, I see. So yeah, okay. How far do you have to go for pizza?
12 miles.
It's alright, when you go this thing and Jesus, fails, it'll just become a radio show. You're listening to... Can't say it, will we get sued? This is the BBC Home Service. Here is the news.
You're listening to Radio 1 and this is the BBC Home Service.
Michael Malazek is chasing the Thai racing number 21. There's a yellow flag. There's a bloody yellow flag. It's the Haas of Swanton now.
What's happened?
I think
Hits that curve too hard again.
Happened. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same as what happened previously. Hit that curb too hard again.
Yeah, that is a very common experience.
Yeah, in the front engine cars you can hit them. In the rear engine cars, no.
Yeah. No, that's how it is. No. Who do we see? There aren't many major battles apart from this one still going on. The Malazek Thai Racing. I still can't. Kanya-chan, that's it. That's the first name. As they get caught up a little bit behind one of the GT4s. Quite sure which one it is. I think it might be it's not Yannick, it's Pitch, I think, isn't it? No, it's not Pitch. It's one of them.
It's French.
909, you mean? Yeah.
Current 21st.
Marek. Scuderia Pepperoni.
Current 21st, yeah, the 909 of...
Oh, in 21st. I was going to say, because the 21 car is the Thai racing car. Oh, as they go up the inside of the hairpin, oh, that was something. The 38 BMW tries to go around the outside, whilst the Thai racing car went up the inside, and well, the BMW did not come out of it very well as the GT4 moves to avoid, flashing him, give him a little squeeze or sort of what the hell's that about. But I can't put any blame on the GT4 there, can you, Huski? I mean, he had to get out of the way. They're making a dive bomb up the inside.
Yeah, you can't really put any blame on it. You know, we always say...
But you put blame on the GT3.
I always say in everything.
In
especially
everything?
when it comes to stewarding and such like that, is we can watch replays time and time again, and you can analyse time and time again. But the drivers in the car get that 1 second, if that.
Yeah, that's always important.
To figure out the best choice, and then to actually act on it as well, which...
I don't even think the GT4 had the second there. I think it was an instinct. They saw the car diving up the inside and just bounced off the other side, and unfortunately it held up the BMW a little bit and caused them to drop back by about a second and a half.
You get entirely what I mean.
Yeah. Oh, it's Robin Moe actually has 10 seconds. I can't remember what that's for. I think that must be for what happened whilst you were away, which is that one of the top running GT3s, I can't remember who it was now, entering Casio Triangle, got past him, and Robin just outbroke himself and spun the guy around. And he
So-
has received 10 seconds for that.
That is going to be annoying.
As
for Robin, 'cause that
Swanton,
will
there's a
add-
yellow flag for the Haas at the S's. Can we see what
What's
happened there? He's
happened?
off.
We need to know. As we
He
see
is
Lance
off and having to
Stroll.
wait.
Oh, that curb has just taken him. That curb.
That's not that curb. That curb is at 130 out for this race, I think.
There are a few contenders for that curb this race.
For those of you not familiar, we do like a dat curb, which is the curb that commits the most murders during a race. That comes from Silverstone, wasn't it? Where it was the maggots outside corner, or the inside corner that was the outside, then becomes the inside very quickly. Also, that other curb, which was the exit of Beckett's, or Chapel, I guess. Maybe we can have that other curb there then, and yeses. As we see, yep, Robin in the, that was it, yep. Robin in the 113 car was given 10 seconds for causing a collision with the 111 car of Stutzer. That was it, the AMS, Team AMS Aston Martin.
A cack.
Pardon?
A cack are causing a collision. A cack.
Oh, a cack. I thought you said a cat. I thought you were just like, having the cat wandering into your room and like, oh, a cat!
No, I shut my door when I'm commentating because even though you guys don't hear it very loud, because everything is compressed, I am a lot louder than I sound.
I can imagine. I thought you were going to say you had cats that meow, but...
I mean, to be fair, you phoned me this afternoon, and I think the first thing I said was, "Hello, you're dead."
Yeah, I messaged Tom actually. I was messaging Tom anyway about something else, and I messaged him to say, you have ruined Husky.
I know.
People
it
never
was
used to
his-
say hello YouTube. People used to never say hello back, I'm whatever. And then Tom comes in and he ruins everybody. He's a ruiner.
Thing is, it was Tom's joke.
Please let me know. Did you when I gave you my number yesterday? Did you actually put it into your phone, or did you just answer a random? Okay, good. So you didn't just answer like a random number with "Hello YouTube."
No, I put it into my phone.
Okay, that's good. I thought it'd be quite funny if you hadn't, and you're just saying to some random that could have been calling up some scam phone call, just calling you up, going, "Hello YouTube."
Hello, YouTube.
As we see the BMW still trying to get past this Thai racing car now, 0.7 behind. I think this is another case like we had with Tanner earlier, where they have the pace, but just can't make the move, and every time they almost get to it, I mean, there's a gaggle of GT4s coming up out of Spoon anyway.
A gaggle.
A gaggle? Yeah, it's alright. Gaggle. What's the plural for a group of GT4s then, Husky?
A murder?
A murder? What, like crows?
Yeah.
No, that's a gaggle of GT3s. A murder.
A group of GT4s typically turns out in a murder anyway.
Only if there's GT3s around to kill them, I guess.
I don't know, we've seen GT4 and GT4 murder.
Enough of this class warfare.
But I like bludgeoning the underclasses.
It's time for race war, and by that we mean this racetrack, not anything else.
It's like, did you know there is an international tank championship?
Yes, there is. They do it in
It's
like Finland and
brilliant.
places, don't they? It's like basically,
It's great.
what's it called? Girls and Panzer, isn't it? But like just tank battling.
Yeah, like they race tanks, and you know there's shooting challenges, there's loading challenges, everything. But there's also just a sprint race, which is absolutely hilarious.
Some tanks can move like the clappers, you know.
They really can.
As they get the GT3 Porsche gets held up by I think that is the one of them.
49.
Yeah, the 49
the 49
Porsche.
car, it's Hubble.
Yeah, Hubble, that's his name. Anyway, Hubble Telescope has gotten out of the way now, and they're going to battle out. But the GT3 Porsche even does not seem to be having a good time with these back markers.
Wait, I've got
I
a
am
bad
doing
joke.
my complete Murray Walker impression by getting everything wrong every 2 seconds.
I thought
Oh,
the
he
Hubble
goes on the
telescope
outside
would have
again.
seen it coming.
Now, because the thing keeps breaking, or kept breaking, now it's out of commission. Now we've got a new telescope up there. When will that break?
Didn't they get hit by a rock like within about an hour?
Yeah, they had to fix it like 2 seconds after they sent it up.
You know, it expensive bloody thing, you know. And it's like,
Not
it's
just
broken.
this expensive bloody thing, but this expensive bloody thing that is was one of the furthest, I think it actually was the furthest man-made object in Earth orbit at the time, ignoring, Voyager and other things that had gone further but weren't meant to come back or stay around. So they had to send in a crew in the shuttle up to be the furthest crew away from the Earth that didn't go to the moon, basically.
Imagine that,
Just to repair
you send this expensive scientific feat up, and you're sitting in the control room, like, yeah, it's all work, it's broken.
Some kid with a BB gun taking a pot shot at the mirror.
Oh, camper there. That is the yellow flag. What's happened to camp? Campy is a camper. Dave.
Campoo. Camp on.
Oh, he's taking the escape road again.
Yeah, he is taken to the escape road, which isn't really an escape road, it's just a chicane.
A very bloody tight chicane.
It reminds me because everyone mocked Nicholas Latifi, didn't they? I don't know if you remember Suzuka this year because he took a dive down. Because before you get to 130R, there is an exit that goes right for the west and east layouts. I think the first one's for the east one, the second's for the west. And he took to it by accident and had to spin around. Mika Hakkinen actually did that as well a couple of years back. I remember the reason why is because that's where I think the pit lane entry used to be. And he got confused because he hadn't driven the track for quite some time. Naturally.
James there, font of Murray Walker impressions, BBC Home Service, and random F1 facts you might not have known.
Random Mika Hakkinen facts. Well, Mika's still an F1 driver technically. He's not announced his retirement yet. He's just on his sabbatical. We all know that. If Mika comes back, I will switch my allegiances entirely to whoever he drives for or with. Good old Mika. As we see, the BMW has actually dropped off by about 2 seconds now, following all that gaggling. I'm going to keep using the word.
Review your purchase. We hope you're happy with your purchase. If you need to return it for any reason, you'll find everything you need in this leaflet. That is not right. I have a Halford's trade card. It's brilliant. It's great. It's like, you get stuff at cheaper prices and get VAT exemption.
Oh.
Even better. And literally, this was when I was in college. The people from Halfords came in and just went, "Oh, we're giving away trade cards." Although I'm one of them. I did. Also got 100 quid credit to I can't remember what it is. I think it's like that car vertical thing. The like overview of cars.
Yeah.
Where you pay like a couple quid and you get like the full rundown of the car. I got about 100 quid credit for that for free.
Oh,
which is brilliant
enough.
at the minute because I'm looking for a bike.
That's not a car.
No,
that's
but
a bicycle.
The one does also work with motorbikes.
Disgraceful. As we see then that BMW has done it again. It's caught up once again to the back of the Porsche. Will he get past this time? I feel like it's like we're stuck on repeat.
He has indeed, and
It's like we're in the day of tomorrow, day after
I'm
tomorrow.
now going to get ready to go outside, go and get food.
Why would you want to go outside? Why would you want to go outside? It's scary out there, It's dark.
It is terrifying. So I'm going to leave you all in the capable hands of Murray Walker / James.
As let me also point out that Autocamp is watching absolutely nothing.
Be fine.
Oh, Schlegel's gone. Schlegel, yellow flag for Schlegel. Before you go, have a look at whatever that was. 1858 BMW.
Who's Schlegel? Oh, there is Schlegel.
There's
Hello,
Schlegel.
Schlegel. That's a good name.
Let's have a look at whatever happened here, because he had a yellow flag and was going very, very slowly. I don't know whether you might have just missed it there. Don't think you have. I think we're fine.
No, I didn't miss it.
Okay, well, we missed it. There was a yellow flag. We missed it. Autocam didn't want to look at it.
Well, there's no... Actually, there might be contact. Actually, hang on. Here it is.
Yay. Oh, GT4 Aston.
Oh!
Oh, that's, yeah, that, I think, I don't know why the stewards are looking at it. If there was a little squeeze from the BMW there, I don't know. But that was Schlegel.
Intra-class warfare from
Schlegel, one of the few who have completed every pit stop thus far as well. As we now see cars actually have no more pit stops remaining that are mandatory, as we see this battle as Weissman gets overtaken, doesn't hold up either car, which is something unique for them. Jay Hartman has a drive-through actually. I don't know. Right, see you there. I think that drive-through may have been a automatic one given by ACC itself for track limits, as there's nothing in the stewards chat about it, and for all I know it's been there for half an hour now, I just haven't noticed it. These things come up and go as we don't really see them because they don't come up in the broadcast screen on the side of the chat as they do in regular game. As we continuing the 38 BMW, we see on the screen, or at least on my screen, that Hartman has come in the pits. That is Jay Hartman, Johan, to take his pit stop. He actually stops and returns to the pit box at the end of the pit lane, and I'm not sure why he did that because, well, he wasn't past the checkered flag. I don't know if he would have lost a... Oh, he's left. Okay, so that is a retirement for the Ferrari. I don't know what happened there. If anyone knows, please tell me. If they are watching, if they are not, then I do not know, and I can't really right now ping them. I don't know what their name is. As we are watching on board with well, the hideous racing beauty Porsche, I think about to be lapped by the Panda Mercedes, and gets by quite nicely before getting up to 130R. Meanwhile, the BMW fight that you are apparently not allowed to watch is heating up. Once again, now 0.3 seconds between the 38 BMW and the Tyre Racing 21 Porsche in the battle for 12th. This has been a hell of a battle going on for quite some time now. I think, and it's been very clean between them for the most part, as I say that the BMW decides to give the Porsche a little bit of a flash, maybe now finally getting a bit more impatient than they have been before, wanting to get past as soon as they possibly can. Oh, the BMW slows. He has a moment into Degner 1, and he's forced to back off as he spun now out of Degner 2. He just got onto the gravel, having been thrown off by Degner 1. He's now having to do a 3-point turn, but he's going to have to wait. He decided not to do the 3-point turn. He decided to do a large looping right hand. He's dropping down. The order is now 14th. I don't know whether he just dropped to 15th there. It says he hasn't. I think he's lost a place in that to Brad Hoover. Hoover on the mover. That was unfortunate. I would say it's commentator's curse, but you can't see it, but I am talking about it. I do not know what happened to the camera there for the autocam, but this next battle here between Stutzer, I don't know why it's decided to watch that once again, but Stutzer is now on the back of Daniel Scott, going right up through the hairpin, and I really wish that you could see this, but for some reason we're watching this car going around. At the same time, anyone watching, anyone in the team watching, if you have any interesting stories or want to come in for an interview, if perhaps you've been on the stream, do say so. You can give me a ping or you can say so in the chat. I'm trying to keep an eye on it as much as I can. As Marusek has an off after 130R, manages to keep it together though. I don't think he's got any damage from that. I go back and have a quick look on my replay, but he got very loose through 130R. It looks like he didn't hit the curb, but he just had a massive snap of oversteer in the Mercedes. Again, a lot of front-engine cars that clearly use very oversteery setups, and for a brief, fleeting moment, it did look like the autocam was looking at the battle. Now here, from the back of this Porsche, you can actually see that battle as it is happening between Stutzer in the Aston Martin and Daniel Scott. He's keeping focus on that GT4, but Daniel Scott has gotten past the GT4 now, as did Suzuka before him. They will continue to fight. The car behind them, I believe, is Kyle Busch in the 42 car. And he, not for position, he is several cars. He's now in 10th. This is the battle, or was on the screen, the battle for 5th, which is Suzuka's current position in the Team AMS Aston Martin, whilst Daniel Scott is fighting for Rocky Blue Racing in there's a very nice white and blue Porsche livery. As Shinano the Floof has said in the chat that they have not had a great race of it by the sounds of it. Can I just ask, for the sake of myself, which driver you are in this race? Are you the driver that we were following on there who did spin at the Degners? Or are you another driver who perhaps I have missed? See, Daniel Scott has now dropped off 1.5 seconds from Stutzer. Try to keep up with this little problem with the autocam starting to go absolutely anywhere it wants. So I'm looking on board at the very back of the grid. It looks like there's a battle developing for 24th between the two rear GT4s, both currently on lap 67, about to be lap 68. One lap down on their GT4 counterparts. They're actually on the same lap as most GT4s. We were, I think, only one set of two GT4s are on the lap up. As Deep Cuts has a yellow flag, but I don't think that was for anything major. But yeah, Pitch is trying to come back at Camper to take 24th. Within 0.3 seconds. I again do not know why the autocam decided not to show it. Shinano was in the Haas. Okay, yes, you have a fantastic livery. Sorry, I should have known that. I know you did say so earlier. But yes, I've had a few moments with the that curb at 130R, which is unfortunate. But I'm glad to see that you are still going, as others have. As always happens, there are some who do get into a lot of mishap and decide just to give up, but there are those who we always admire who have a few little bits of trouble but keep going and usually do quite well for themselves in the end. A respectable result, depending on what happened, as the Thai racing car is around and has hit the barrier after 130R. Have to see what happened here. He hit the curb as we talk about the Haas car hitting that exact curb. The 130R claims to get another victim in number 21 Porsche, who has hit the wall as well on the right hand side on the exit and the outside of 130R, and that's going to do them some damage as they are now in 12th. I'm not sure if they lost a position in that, but I think they must have, because they were fighting earlier with cars much further up the order. Also noting that Ivan Barat has put now in the best lap time of the race, a 2.00.750. So up into third, having started in P last bar one. And Rob Phillips says that he has he's out. He mentioned to me earlier that the G29 clutch as a brake is not always the best thing for a car like the driving it down the Maserati without its ABS, but he's done a good job of it and certainly has been running in good order. I know he was worried about his he says driving the Maserati is like Irish tap dancing. That is definitely the case. You need to drink some milk, get that calcium up, get your ankles going to drive that car, I think. As seeing now, the back marker cars still fighting for it. Brad Hoover is also now gained on the Thai racing car, as in the interview waiting room, I have Shinanu, who I'm going to bring in and have a little conversation with, just see how their race has gone. They were driving the Haas car, the Lamborghini. Hello, Shinanu.
Hello.
How are you? Let's see, how are you this afternoon, this evening, and whatever it is now?
Oh, it could be better. That wasn't the greatest stint I've ever had.
No, but the car looks great. You've been called out though quite a bit by that 130R. I mean, as I was saying talking about it earlier, another car hit it at the exact same time.
Yeah, I was watching. It's one of those races, I guess. I'm Suzuka. Not a track I'm particularly experienced with, but give it your all. Doesn't really go well.
No, how are you finding the Lamborghini? You're the only Lamborghini here, or technically you were one of two, if you count the writer who has since left us. How are you finding the Lamborghini around here? Very unique position you have.
It doesn't really like to turn into stuff. It kind of, well, from my experience, it doesn't really like going in a straight line that much, as my friend is demonstrating coming out with a spoon.
So how is it doing against, in your perspective, against all the cars that you have had a chance to battle?
Well, I feel like it's...
He gets a little bit, but it doesn't go round. Luckily, unlike Yannick Coopers, who has gone round at the corner before the hairpin, I think has now lost a position, but I'm not quite sure because GT4 is not giving me proper timing. I think he might have lost position. Yes, he did, to Deep Cuts, who was chasing him in the Maserati.
Ah, lucky. Yeah, I feel like it's still quite good on the straight, but definitely the S's you can feel the...
sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you there. I'm going to have to 2 seconds said you. The leader of the race, the former leader now, Castillo, has just spun on the exit of the S's and has been overtaken for first place by the number 1 BMW.
Ooh.
This is what happens. We bring you in to come and do it whilst it's a bit quiet, and then everything starts happening.
My good omen for the racing, it seems.
It's always the way it happens. So yeah, where do you think you can? What do you think you can do now then? Where do you think you can finish? Where's your goal now? Because obviously your goals shift as things happen.
Well, we were sitting quite well on 13th, but we fell back to 16th, and we hope to end about 15th, maybe 14th, but not particularly high up the order. I think for this is both me and Corbett. This is our first endurance race, so we kind of just wants to finish.
As we just have a little crash there between, I think, the Panda car and the 38 BMW at the Casca Triangle. The 38 comes into the pit. Now, Shino, you're quite lucky because you've actually done your last pit stop. You haven't got any more mandatories, but you do have one more pit stop to make for the end of this race. Because of timing. Your biggest challenge then is going to be that 30-second gap, which is more like a 40-second gap ahead of Manriquez right now, to all the cars ahead to get back to where you were. Do you think you can make it?
Yeah, I'm going to try to keep the car out there as long as we can. And then we might not even switch tyres to get that 30-second pit stop in. And yeah, we'll see we can go from there. If we can get 15th, I'll be very pleased, honestly.
I think you can get that 10-second gap. Manriquez has yet to make a mandatory pit, so you both got one left to do. I think you've got a good chance here. You've been quick. You've just had a bit of bad luck.
Yeah.
And a bit of bad hitting of curbs, which I'm sure we all know about.
I've heard the Lamborghini is not the greatest thing for curbs, so I think that's proved itself true.
We see here right now, as Huski is through on the stream, there was quite a lot of cars there going through the hairpin together, about 5 of them abreast at one point.
Ooh.
Thankfully, no one seems to have done any damage, but there's a few cars racing in there. So I'll say good luck to you now, and best for the rest of the race. Hopefully, you can finish in good order.
Thank you very much. The stream's really nice, by the way.
I hope so. We try, even if the autocam doesn't want to play ball. Jesus doesn't want to play ball.
All right.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Right, that was Shinanu, who is the teammate of Nathan Corbett in the number 64 Lamborghini Haas Racing Gunther Steiner-topped machine. So we have several battles developing here. This one here, you can see for some reason Kyle Busch is being watched, but really the battle's for position at the moment, as Kyle Busch is just lapped Robin Moe. is Brad Hoover trying to make a move on the number 21 Thai racing car after their spin and crash at 130R. And Yannick Cooper's fighting deep cuts for 4th in class in GT4, position 21 at the moment. As Rob Phillips has been continuing to type in the chat about his almost roasting G29 steering wheel, which does get quite hot, especially when you crank it up as much as he apparently has to get some nice force feedback out of the Maserati. Oh, as we see, I'm not sure who that is. There's a BMW just going quite wide at the hairpin. I didn't quite catch who that. I'll try and have a look. I think it might have been Schlegel, who is currently running P17 in GT3. He is 2 laps down on the car ahead. He's on lap 74, whilst Corbett is on lap 76. Let me just make sure. No, sorry, he's only 1 lap down. It's just that Corbett had passed the line as... Oh! Big crash for the 21 Thai racing car. Unfortunately not on the stream. Almost collects a few other cars. Was he tapped? There was an aggressive defense from him, and he got flung to one side of the backstretch, and then he hit the worst possible place you can on that backstretch, which is, for those of you who know, there is a pit lane there for what I believe is the Suzuka East layout. That pit lane has an exit wall, and he hit right into that. So rather than hitting the wall that goes parallel with the track, he hit the wall that kind of goes perpendicular to it more so. And he is now very slowly peeling. He tries to come into the pits and can't. He has a massive problem with his steering and hits the pit divider wall. He is really struggling to turn right, and it has caused him to crash even harder into the tyre barrier that sits on the end of the pit exit. Or pit entry, sorry. That is very much unfortunate for him and his race. Having had a very good race for much of this race, at least, having been very much plagued with bad luck and unfortunate incidents in the last hour or so. This is what I mean when I say it's more like a radio play as you look at deep cuts. The remaining Team Racing Pals car, Gon's Rob Phillips was the other, who has since retired from fatigue, really. I mean, from fatigue, which is Maserati for 4 hours. It's the best way you can really put it. As he is being followed by Yannick Coopers, who will want to get back past him. 1.1 seconds in it. Deep remains 4th in class. And it's unfortunate that that battle between Hoove and the Thai racing car ended as it did, as we now have really only these GT4 battles currently going on across the field. Although the battle for first looks like it might heat up in the next few laps, as João Castillo is in 2nd place, having had that off at T1 and losing that 1st place. 2.3 seconds behind the leader, but the leader's being held up at the moment by GT4s into the Casio triangle. As I noticed, even Barats has a drive-through. Again, not really sure. I think it may have been a track limits based penalty, but that will affect him massively, as he's in 3rd place and 36 seconds in front of the car in 4th. A drive-through is something like 30 odd seconds. I don't know exactly what it is here at Suzuka. I'm sure it differs per track. Obviously, a drive-through at Spa is for the double pit lane is very, very much longer than the drive-throughs at other tracks, but I think it rounds off usually to about 30 seconds. As you see, again, at the back of the grid, there's continuing a fight As we actually just see it, perfect timing there from the other camp. We see it between Pitch and Camper in the battle for last place, both overall in GT4. Pitch and Camper both in the Mercedes, which, if you have to look at how they're both doing, obviously many other factors involved, probably maybe not the best pick for this track, as they are the only two Mercedes in GT4, and both very much at the back of the field. As I was saying earlier, GT4 is not as well balanced as GT4 category in Assetto Corsa Competizione. He looks to the inside of 130R, but thinks better of it, does Pitch. Camp, meanwhile, nearly hitting that curve as many GT3s have, but I think the GT4s perhaps can just ride it a lot better. And they both get through unscathed as they come back to start another lap, their 74th lap of this track. Again, I must say I'm quite impressed at the GT4 class. They are really close in terms of laps. No one is majorly down or majorly up. Robin Moe, Hubble and Craigie are on lap 75, whilst the remaining GT4 cars are all on lap 74. No one has really dropped off. Meanwhile, we see the GT3 leaders are on lap 82, whilst the GT3 back markers are on lap 78. So a couple more, the GT4, the furthest back GT4 is actually on lap 77, that being Schlegel. GT4's still quite close, to be honest. I mean, there's been some big incidents, but nothing like what we had at Spa, which obviously being flooded, had a much bigger discrepancy between laps, as Pitch has actually made it around Dunlop and overtaken Camper for 24th place, for second to last in GT4, but Camper will want that place back, and they are in even machinery. As Nico Rosberg would say, the same machinery. As the Autocam is deciding to look at the Team AMS. Well, I'd say it's probably the Team AMS second team. I think there are more AMS teams. I need to check. I don't know if any of them are actually here or if they've dropped out or in different cars. I haven't really seen. But there are two GT3 AMS teams at the very least. Waldhauser in the 768 Aston Martin, himself being joined by Kleinwachter, I think that's correct, and Kanchuk in the 111 Aston Martin with his teammate Stutzer. Apologies to the Germans if I have butchered their names, except for Robin Moe, who I will not apologise to. As Robin himself continues to lead GT4 class. I hope Robin watches this back. He watches it back to see himself and just hears me saying, I won't apologise to him. Apologise to all Germans except for Robin. Robin Moe continues to lead, though, GT4 by 40 seconds to Hubble in P2 of class, as Weissman and Camper both decide to pit. Looks like Weissman has just finished his pit stop, actually, whilst Camper has just come in. And deep cuts now in the 28. Maserati Team Racing Pals 0.9 seconds behind Yannick Kuppers in the number 13 Porsche. Number 13 Porsche, a very popular Porsche number these days, as it's also the number of one Thomas Jack in RP series, and the number he uses quite regularly himself. And now being a Porsche driver, very odd change for him, having previously been, as we all knew, a McLaren main, very much McLaren for over a year, almost constantly, and deciding now to have a little bit of change and continuing to dominate absolutely everyone he comes across in any car he is driving. So as we see, the gaps now are essentially spread. The closest gap is the 1.3 between Cuts and Yannick Kuppers. Not much otherwise going on. If Rob Phillips is back, Gonzy Gonsington, I don't know. He said he needed to go to food and fluids. I'd like to have an interview with you, if you are available. Just to see how the Maserati was, and how it has ended his race by being so terrifying. Gon's obviously one of our fellow commentators, having commentated a number of races, and will be commentating tomorrow evening, or should be commentating barring any exceptional circumstances, the Racing Pals Series race, our 5 race for this season calendar, tomorrow night at 7:45 p.m. practice GMT at Monza in night. And I shall move Gonzy Gondington down into the commentary booth. Welcome, Gons.
Hello, hello.
Welcome to your Sunday pad.
Oh, mate, I'm aching.
You're aching. You need some calcium. You need to drink some milk.
That car is brutal.
How was it? Well, obviously you just said how it was, but how was it in more depth?
It was fun. It was just, you're just constantly working your feet. Like, there's not much to do with the steering wheel, really, in a Maserati. It's all footwork, isn't it?
You're the first person, you know.
Huh?
First person to be claimed by the Maserati.
Oh, mate, sod that. Sod that. No, to be honest with you, I'm surprised I made it, nearly 3 hours into the race. So I think I must have done about 10 actual laps of clean practice without dying, so I'll take it.
No, you did really well. I mean, I know you were worried about, because you changed car. People won't know you changed car a couple of times. Yesterday morning, I think you were driving the Porsche.
It was the Aston.
At one point you were driving the Aston, then you were driving the Porsche, and I think it was yesterday only because Deep would give you delivery that you changed to be Team Racing Pals 2 in the Maserati, and you were worried you were going to be off the pace, but I think you kept up very well.
Yeah, I think I made some changes. I obviously got set up in deep cuts, and I made a few changes for stability, but I really think it messed up the tyre wear. So I was rapid for the first 20-25 minutes, and then I just lost a second and a half, 2 seconds every lap from people. So
to be fair, that's the nature of the Maserati.
Yeah,
we did notice on the stream you did have some moments with the wear and the tear, and quite literally the tear right now. I think your ligaments might be
they're throbbing. And then I nearly fell down the stairs. So I went to go down a step, and my knee was just like, whoop.
Oh goodness! Did you use the tennis ball, or did you just go with the standard clutch?
Just a standard weak-ass clutch where you think you're putting 10% braking, but really it's 90.
Is that trying to find out the positioning?
Yeah, it's just a guesswork. It's never the same, is it? But no, it's been a crazy race actually. There's been some really good moves.
It has been very crazy. It's been a bit slower now. We've got no major gaps. The smallest gap still was the autocam is just deciding to look at whatever the hell it wants to. This has become radio, by the way, because the autocam does not want to look at anything. He's gone to get Chinese. So he's gone to get pizza actually.
That old chestnut, eh?
That old chestnut is, but no, the autocam decides to look wherever it wants to. The closest gap still is between Deep Cuts and Yannick Cooper, so your teammate.
Yeah, he's deep smashing it. Like
he really is doing well.
I was a bit quicker for the first hour, but then he just out of nowhere, over like 1 hour, he gained like 25 seconds on me. It's crazy pace.
No, he's doing very well. Obviously, more experience in the Maserati doesn't hurt. Whenever you drive alongside Muscle at any time, you've got to drive the Maserati because he won't drive anything else.
I'm going to get my last excuse out as well. Because of my table. Your
table?
Because of my table, my pedals are right under my wheel, so I've been like really stretched out arms and like really crossed in knees. So that's my last excuse anyway.
Well, you can give one more excuse. You said your wheel was very hot.
Which
we know has caused problems in Race and Chill before for, I think, was it Miguel's wheel who, one of the people that joins us for our Wednesday series fun races, is one of our members' wheels once also actually literally overheated at one point.
Yeah, I had to, because of a Maserati, it's all about tyre slip, isn't it? I had to crank every setting to the max, like it was screaming even on the straights, so...
But have you had a good time? That's the question. Have you enjoyed racing the Maserati? Was it enough of a challenge to keep you
nearly didn't turn up.
I know you did. I know you really nearly didn't turn up. But did it keep you enthralled, the Maserati, the challenge of it?
Oh yeah, you can't think about anything else. You think about what you have for dinner or in the wall. It is brutal. It's a great car, don't get me wrong. It's lovely to drive, but it's a challenge. Well, definitely the most challenging car I've driven on this game, to be fair.
Well, hopefully the other Maserati can make some places up. But it looks like the Porsches are...
They are ridiculous in a straight line.
Well, they're ridiculous in a straight line, but guess who's leading?
You good old Robin Moe.
Robin Moe in the Ginetta, Team Red Line.
He's been absolutely sending it. What a lad.
Yeah,
there's a lot of I think the leaders got crashed out into turn 1, didn't they, to start with?
Yes, the leaders of GT3 had the big crash in turn 1, and then GT4 had it immediately afterwards.
Yeah, and then Hubble had a unexpected pit entry, I heard, so I feel for them.
Ah, yes. Well, the biggest problem pit entry was I don't know if you saw it on the stream because the stream was being, auto-cammed. It was the Thai racing car that had a massive incident with Deep.
Oof.
No, was it Deep? No, it was. Yeah, no, sorry, Hoover, Brad Hoover, onto 130R. They hit one side of the barrier on the left-hand side. They hit the other. The Suzuka East exit.
Yeah.
They hit that head on, where it's not even parallel to the track, and then they came back and they couldn't get any right turning, and they hit the orange tyre barrier on the pit entry. And that's still very sad for them because they're now second to last in GT3, and they've been running very well. They've been battling for 10th at one point.
There's a couple of drop cars seem to have had big issues. There's like a couple of leaders and that kind of just massively dropped off in GT3. They must have been quite eventful. I know. I'm not going to lie to you. I was a bit of a terror as a GT4, so anyone watching this, I do apologise.
Sometimes you have to be. Sometimes GT4s have to be terrors and GT3s have to be arseholes. That's just how it works.
I got fed up with getting dive bombed into a couple of corners, so I defended them a bit earlier. But
I think there have been some ridiculous dive bombs that have been really. I mean, it's great for us here. It's great, absolutely fantastic watching. But I think the stewards had a few things to say. I mean, I said this, the first half hour of the race, there were 20 different stewards' decisions.
Yeah.
Not even half hour in, actually.
I think if I'd been a GT4 with ABS and traction control, I wouldn't have been too bothered. But in the Maserati, once you've committed, you can't change. It's battle or you're both dead kind of thing. So there was a few close incidents in turn 1 and 2, which I can understand being a GT3 driver. You think, oh, the gap's opened up, but it hasn't. If that makes sense.
And there's been a lot more cases, I think, of people making dives because they are in very tight battles.
Yeah.
And around this track, getting held up by GT4 probably something that it's been great for this again, but for the cars, there have been battles which have been either made or torn apart by GT4s.
Oh yeah,
it's been fascinating to watch. Same and vice versa. GT4 battles made or torn apart by GT3s.
It seems to be the biggest gap in the classes, this track, which I've raced on.
As we see here on the stream, one of the Team AMS Aston Martins getting past one of the GT4 Porsches. On the
Miss President's in second. Oh, yes. You haven't pitted.
Miss President hasn't pitted. And there was a change in the lead as I was interviewing Hansen. Sorry, not Hansen, but I wasn't interviewing Hansen, but he's gone off at the S's and hit the tyre barrier on the second to last S and has just been passed by Kanchuch, I think, in the GT3. Although it doesn't say, it hasn't updated, so maybe not. Oh no, he's been passed by the other Team AMS Aston Martin of Waldhauser, who has just lapped him again. He seems to have maintained his position, but will have damage from that contact with the barrier. Yeah,
I'll just say
like
the last thing before I head off. Big respect to is it Fuchs in car 909?
Yes, you said something in the chat. Do you want to say here again?
Yeah, no, just incredibly respectful driving.
I thought Fuchs was Battenberg.
I'm not knowing who it is, I just put it in the chat. But yeah, no, he was clearly quicker. Me sliding around in a Maserati, he didn't put his nose in anywhere stupid, backed out a load of corners, very respectful. I cost him a lot of time in the first stint, and when I realised he caught me back up in the second stint, I let him go. Yeah,
there's been some very good racing going on as that car itself just comes into the pit, so Fuchs might be about to get into the car for the final stint. And we will see. They are currently running P2 in GT4, but they have some work to do if they want to catch Robin Moe.
Yeah, he's on another level today, Robin.
Hey Guns, do you wanna watch Huski stream and take over for like 10 seconds as I take a quick comfort break?
Yeah, go on then.
Yeah, be back to it.
No worries. So the timings are going to be out a little bit. Actually, give me a second. I can do this. Give me a second. So here we are on Suzuka Autocam. Slightly pixelated, so I can't really see the names, but car 38, car 768 now is in third place. Is he getting chased down, or is that quite a gap? Is that position? might be position. Yeah, big up to Brad Hoove, by the way. He's stayed with it. I know he'd had a couple of incidents and is speeding in the pits and that, but he's still here, smashing it in 11th, not literally. And again, big respect. I don't know what that is. Is it M Camp? I know he went a lap down pretty quickly, and to still be here, giving it a go, racing, it's big respect, because I know how infuriating it is when you get involved in a big incident early on and lose all your time.
I have returned.
I think there's actually quite a few drivers still here. I think we started with, what, 28?
We started with, I think it was 20, I can't remember if it was 21 or 22. I think it's 21 GT3s, so we've lost quite a few of those. But 10 GT4s out of the 11 that signed up. So we have not lost many. We've lost, I think, one to a technical difficulty, one to car just unhappiness. And obviously yourself to, I said fatigue. Said fatigue on the stream.
Yeah, I was watching it. Yeah, it was. I thought I could have done the next hour and a half, but I'd rather not.
As Deep Cuts just gets past Yannick Cooper's in the pits or
Good
out
man.
of the pit. Does Deep have a stop remaining? No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. So he should remain, if he can, in that position to the end of the race. Provided it's actually done the pit stop in the last few seconds. Or last few 20 minutes.
Still be there. He's had a couple of spins, so to still be in that position is really good. Like I said, he's been on it. Like, on it.
Essentially, it's the best of the rest because he is 1 minute behind the rear GT4 Porsche.
Yeah.
Who is... Sorry, no, he's not. He's in front of the GT4 Porsche. He's behind the next GT4 Porsche, which is Craigie in the 909 car, who apparently still driving the car. Fuchs has not taken it over.
Yeah, he had a bang over the first couple of stints.
I assume then they have done 2 and 2.
Probably writing me a strongly worded email.
Dear Gonzi. I'm very unhappy.
But he didn't fight, like, he didn't really fight me at all. He was so much quicker, and I was just doing little cheeky, not mini blocks, but as I say, Maserati. Once I'm committed, I'm committed. There's no backing out.
No, nothing to do.
Yeah, very respectful, and I was surprised because he was losing so much time behind me.
So as I was away, Ivan Barretts has actually served. Has served his drive-through.
And still come out in P2.
Maintain P2, and I was worried about where they would come out, but he's 11 seconds clear of Waldhauser, the team AMS, in third place.
Oh, it's because 72 pitted. They were second, weren't they? That makes sense, yeah.
Yes, they were second. They got overtaken when they went off at turn 1 and just haven't recovered. Which is a shame, but that's how it is sometimes.
Well, do you want a bit of insider information?
Oh, go on. I'd love some insider information because you're in a big channel down there.
Yeah, Mr. President's teammate has gone walkies.
Has Victor not turned up?
He had to go do something.
Yes.
And is hoping to be back to do a couple of laps before the end.
This reminds me. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of. I think it was the RCI Bathurst race at the beginning of this year. Before our own Bathurst race, the RP Bathurst. In that race, it was him and Jansen Bintz, who is also known as Mr. Alt F4, and they needed a third driver, and they didn't know if they could get one because he used to live. He doesn't now, but Victor used to live in the Cayman Islands. Yeah. Was it Cayman Islands?
Yes. One of them. Channel Islands? I don't even know.
No, it's the other one, the Canary Islands. That's the one. Cayman Islands, very different. They're very, very far away. Canary Islands, and he used to work at a surfing sort of facility. And he had to work on the day of 12 hours of Bathurst. If they hadn't been able to find a third teammate, Vince would have had to do 8 hours of Bathurst solo before Victor would even come home from work.
No.
Thankfully, I can't remember. I think they got Jameek.
What a legend.
Yeah, they got Jameek.
He hasn't been around.
He was around the other day. He was around. He was there. He was in the channel the other day. But he hasn't been around as much racing. But no, that was good for Jameek to take that. But yeah, Victor Fix is a fun guy,
He's a legend.
but sometimes he can be a bit busy. How's it even finding it then? If he's obviously he's a great driver and probably could solo this whole thing and still win, but
I mean, everyone's getting a bit stressy as you're doing a race. It's like you don't want to lose any time, so coming up against GT4s, and same for GT4s. I don't think people realise they lose a lot of time as well.
yes,
So,
yeah, they do, and that's been shown a few times on the stream.
And then again, passion. If you're not passionate about it, why bother?
Nope, that's certainly true, as even just overtakes deep cuts, lapping him once again. Coming around the final stretch here, so 1 minute and 5 seconds as Campen is off after 130R. Let's see what happened here then. And it's that curb. He hits the curb at the inside of 130R. Have you had any problems with that curb?
I have to have to make the corner, even with braking. I have to have both my left tyres the other side of the curb.
Yeah.
I'm not joking. One of the times I actually went completely over the curb, didn't even get a tracker.
I think that's proof that the GT4s can very much handle curbs much nicer than GT3s, because we have had several GT3s, and Shinano said as much when he was in here, and that Lamborghini car's definitely has some troubles.
I was involved in a few of them.
I was more on
the
about
inside line, and then they go wide, clip the curb, and then they go yeet.
Yeah, he's hit that curb a few times, as have many other cars now. I mean, I was talking to him about it, and guess what? Another car clipped the curb. That is that curb of this race, as Gons was there. Actually, you were commentating in the
good
last
old that curb
at Silverstone, the interior curb at Maggots.
Never forget. But I'm going to have to shoot off now because my food's ready. But,
right, well, good luck to Deep, I guess.
I hope,
good luck on your recovery.
Thank you, I need it. I hope Huski gets back to you in time.
I'm sure he will. They're meant to be getting back at 8:30, I think, was his saying. And tomorrow evening, Gons will be back.
I will.
With the Racing Pals 1 hour sprint race, RP Series sprint race at Monza through the night.
Ready to watch the carnage in turn one.
I'll be racing myself, and I might choose to take your strategy and not start in the middle of the pack.
I would suggest that. I made up to P3 in the 2 laps, by the way.
You did, mate. You were very. We did note that. We noted how good your strategy was. We also noted how good, because your strategy was also done by Even.
Yeah.
In this race, he didn't necessarily do it on purpose, but he is now up to P2 and started once again at the back of the grid, except for yourself. Anyway, yeah. I'll let you go.
Right on. Good luck,
Have
everyone.
a good meal, and yes, thank you very much. Speak to you later.
Hold on, I've got to slow down all of these. Give me a second. There we go. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye. That was Rob Phillips, also known as Gonzi Gondington, who was previously driving the Maserati 90 car Maserati number 90. I was trying to think there and then I realised, oh, it's gone, so of course it's number 90. Maserati car has retired due to aching ankles, which, to be fair, anyone who's driven the Maserati 4 hours solo, or even 2 hours solo, or even for 2 minutes solo, probably will tell you much the same, and very impressively doing a good job on G29 equipment, which is not always the best for that sort of thing. As we actually see a steward's ticket just get open, and it'll be interesting to see what that is. Not that we will be able to say. It'll be interesting if any penalties come. There have actually only been a few stewarding tickets from this race, which is surprising, and also a testament, I guess, to how good a job the stewards have been doing, but also probably a testament to how many solo drivers there are, and it's obviously an eternal conflict to try and create a system whereby tickets can be put in and try and make sure that contacts are seen on things like on our great equipment made by great modders within the ACC community, race control being our main stewarding equipment that allows us to see contacts come in, but sometimes can break and sometimes can not register contacts. And obviously it's always difficult when we allow solo drivers for them to put tickets in. And I have to thank now one of the stewards, Alex Georgiev, who has stewarded a few races, runs a few of our server stuff, and does quite a bit for us. He has tried, at least with some drivers, he's put some tickets in himself as a steward on behalf of solo drivers. And I think credit has to be given to him for at least attempting to do that sort of thing for this race. Obviously, he can't make sure to get round to everyone, as the solo drivers channel isn't really full, which there is a channel for solo drivers, but it's always the hardest thing to try and sort out and try and care about. Try and do anything about it, at least, because it's harder for them. They can't type tickets unless they're Carl Cook, also known as Sench, who has been commenting on the stream, I don't know whether he's still here, who famously at the Paul Ricard 4 Hours last year was typing a ticket letter by letter on the main straight whilst driving a Ferrari. The ticket came out just comprehensible enough for us to do anything about. So as we see the gaps now, as the autocam goes on board with, just changed to deep cuts. Deep cuts 2.5 seconds behind him as you see that rear wing with the Racing Pals logo. As you now see the outboard of that rather nice liveried Maserati car. 2.1 seconds now to Yannick Cooper's in the Porsche behind, and you have to think that the Porsche, who is actually also himself now trying to lap, as between Deep and Yannick is another car. I believe that is the... can't actually find it now. Technical difficulties. It's the Rusty's car, which for some reason I can't actually find on my thing. But now 2.9 seconds. Oh no, sorry, no, he was getting past someone else. Yeah, Yannick Cooper's 2.8 seconds now behind Deep Cuts. The helicam was assigned to lock onto the wrong car, but that is one of the closest battles we currently have on this track, as the Haas Lamborghini gets past, tries to get past, I assume, one of the Mercedes. I believe that is Tano, who is 2 cars ahead of him on the timing tower, but presumably he is trying to unlap himself on Brad Tano in 13th position. But he will have to go around a whole another lap, this 2-odd minute lap time circuit, to get past him for position, if he can even unlap himself here and now. See him looking to unlap himself into the hairpin, doesn't make the move. He himself has got a Porsche, a purple Porsche, whose name I do not know right now, right on here. I believe it's the 999 Porsche of Suzuki, who is in 11th place. So here and now you have 3 cars, both, or all 3, split by 2 places each on the timing tower, but all on different laps, as they now come up to the back of one of the GT4s. I believe that is Craigie, who gets passed by the first car of Tano, and now to be passed possibly before as one for the as Nathan makes the move, Corbett makes the move to unlap himself again on the GT3 car that just lapped him, and makes a move on the GT4 car into the Casio Triangle, so unlaps himself and will once again try and get back onto the rear of Brad Tano there to unlap himself yet again, and hopefully make some more progress through this race after their unfortunate incidents that have plagued them throughout. As we see again, the closest gap at the moment still Yannick Cooper's 2 deep cuts for 21st place, 2.7 in it. As Cooper's actually having a little altercation there between some GT3s, the Aston Martin 111 car of Kanshush, and what looked to be formerly the Rose car. I'm not quite sure who is driving it now, but seems to have gone wide a few times trying to avoid, or making too much of a lunge on the GT4 and having to avoid. Actually, it was the leader, I think, and Makinara, so doesn't want to do that too much, I don't think. If he, otherwise the stewards will have a look at him for blocking or other incident causing, but hopefully there'll be nothing, as the leader actually comes up to lap Robin Moe, the leader of the GT4. Doesn't get it done, doesn't manage to get it done before the Casio Triangle will try, and will probably succeed to do it. Oh no, he comes into the pits, the leader having one more pit stop to make in order to complete his 3 mandatory pit stops as set by the racing rules and the race directors. Comes into the pits. Looking at pit stops now. So after he has done this, only 2 other cars. That is Ivan Baratz, who is probably waiting, as we heard from Rob Phillips, for Victor Borlin to come back from wherever he is, so he doesn't get a penalty for not serving both drivers. I believe they would get a penalty if both drivers do not drive the car. And Hansen and Scott in the Porsche 991 GT3R 31 Porsche car. Those are the only 2, so that is Ivan Baratz and S. Hansen, who still have to pit yet again. Obviously, others who have done multiple pits due to incident, or due to needing to fuel, or due to any other thing that may have occurred to them. In the case of this 4-hour, in the course of this currently 3 hour 20-minute race as it has been thus far, they may still need to pit again if they do not have enough fuel or enough of a stint timer due to injury or incident. But those in the lead probably have less concern for that. Being in the lead, as Kampen appears to have had an incident, I think once again, and he has not hit that curb. He's done the same thing he did last time in that Panda car. He has, instead of hitting the curb, he gets into a slide before it, clearly having some sort of issue with the setup, and he drifts the corner and ends up not hitting the wall, but on the left-hand side on the grass. So he doesn't get, he's been at 130R a few little incidents, but none of them that curb, just something to do with that setup or to do with the way he's driving that car. It looks very oversteery for a Mercedes, and he has had a few issues with that, clearly, especially in that fast left-hander. As we now see another yellow flag. Oh, that's a bigger one. That was Schlegel, the rear marker, the position 17, number 58 car, at the back of the GT3 grid, who I believe must have had himself. Looks like he had an incident. I need to go back and see that. It won't let me right now. I think he must have had an incident into. I think he probably hit that curb and slid into the wall on the right hand side, once again on the exit of 130R, and hits the tyre barrier over there, and has now, again, this is what I'm saying, due to injury, due to incident, has come into the pits as an extra pit stop on top of his mandatories, on top of any others he's taken, will have to be taken now, and is being taken now for Laura Muller Racing, Marvin Schlegel, number 58. And that's not going to lose him any positions due to already having been at the back of the grid, but it's certainly going to hamper any hope that he had of making up more places in the remaining 36 minutes of this race. I hope he will continue. I always hope the drivers will continue no matter what happens to them, and many of them continually astound me with their resilience and fortitude and ability to continue through to the end of these races, even when everything seems to be against them.
Yes, sometimes everything is against you.
Oh, hello. Huski's here.
It's me!
Well done. We have Huski back with...
Yay!
We've been having a good time, Huski. I had an interview with Shinano, and I had an interview with Gons, who has retired, sadly, from this race due to fatigue. Shinano, though, his teammate, is still going, and will be, like I said before, hoping to make up some positions and unlap himself. But with 35 minutes remaining in this race, it's looking less and less likely. Did he end up getting past Tano? It looks like he did. So he's unlapped himself from Brad Tano and will hope to traverse the entire track around and try and take him the next time he comes up to that rear bumper of that Mercedes. What did you get for your pizza then, Huski?
I got a 14-inch vegetarian pizza with a cheese stuffed crust.
Lovely. And as Huski munches on his pizza, the gap between the closest gap on this racetrack, Yannick Cooper's and Deep Cuts, has been cut down to 0.7 seconds from the previous 2.5.
I'll see what you did there.
Well done.
Punny.
Let's see then. Can we look at Yannick Cooper's, please, Husky? Can we kill Jesus? Not literally, you know, but you know,
Off
kill,
you
kill
go,
what they can.
Jesus. You'll be back soon. Yannick Cooper's.
Yep, Yannick Cooper. So now he's going to get passed by Team AMS car. And this is what we were talking about with Gons. As the AMS car hits the curb and he almost takes that deep. Deep is forced to run wide. That's going to give Coopers the perfect line as he then gets lapped by Robin Moe. That is going to need to be looked at by the stewards. What was the AMS car thinking? Was that gap there is what the stewards will be asking themselves. Did the GT4 force him? Force the AMS car. I can't tell which one it is at the moment. It is the second place. No, sorry, not second place. It's the fourth place Waldhauser car. That could impact that battle up the top there. Did he have the room there to make that
Deep
go
cuts
of
his
it?
round as well.
Deep is round now.
Looked like a half
Deep
spin,
Deep has not had the best last few laps. He looks, I'm not sure if he's going slowly, if that's just GT4 pace down the back straight, but
Oh, look, yeah.
he does not look like he's having the best time of it. He was up in front and he was doing well, but that GT3 came in and just wrecked the order. Hopefully there's not too much damage, but that is unfortunate for Deep Cuts, who has been relegated now to 22nd place, 5th in class, having held on to 4th for the last few laps. He returns to the pit lane now.
Or a drive-through.
Probably to take... Oh, drive-through. If that's unfortunate, I reckon he must have got a drive-through, but he's going towards the pit lane, and so he's going to take a pit stop. So he's not taking a penalty, he's taking a repair, but he would have to come into the pit lane, and I think it's possible that they may put a ticket in to get that removed whilst they're sitting in the pit stops if they believe that they have been given the drive-through by the game due to them being forced off track in the middle of that incident.
They've retired. They're gone.
They're retired. Deep has retired from the race with 32 minutes remaining. That's team racing bows out then. No. That can't happen. We need to find out what has happened there. I think a ticket has just been opened up. I have a feeling that might be about what just happened there.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate. You know, the battle looked like it was going to be starting up and then...
Yeah, that is, yeah. I mean, we were just talking to Gons and wishing him good luck. I feel like that's a form of commentator's curse. Wishing the final Team Racing Pals car good luck. Obviously, one of the Racing Pals directors, Deep Cuts, has retired the car. Possibly that incident, just driving the Maserati for that long and having that happen must be quite demoralising. Maybe the repair time was however long it was. We need to know, but we don't.
Deep is in deep need of a toilet break, he's calling it.
Oh, okay, that's fair enough. 4 hours on your own can really affect your need for comfort. I mean, I was lucky, Husky. I got Gons in, and I basically just gave him the commentary for a couple of minutes.
Fair enough.
Because I was in need, and you were pizzaing. So that is unfortunate that we have lost the two Maseratis from this race in GT4, who at times have been running very, very well.
Chadarati's down. That is not Poggers.
As we let's see what. So there are no gaps. Every gap is now 6 seconds. The lowest gap now is between Cripps in second place and Rose in first. Don't know why I said it like that. First. In first place. Right. Interestingly, actually, Cripps, despite being in second place, his best lap time is only a 2:01.175, and whilst that is quick for a lot of the grid, it's about average for the faster GT3s, and is still a good few seconds shy of Victor Borlin, who obviously has had his own problems. Victor Borlin's back in the car, I just noticed that. Victor Borlin, as Husky will not know, and as Gons told us, the insider information, was not certain when he would be back to take his stint, as he had real-life things to deal with. He is now in the car, sitting in third place, and with a gap of 1 minute and 3 seconds, being if Cripps doesn't have to pit, having served their drive-through and their pit stop, and that explains why a pit stop was taken. Drive-through they did have. We'll have to hope that either Cripps has another pit stop to make, and Rose, or they can gain 1 minute in 30.
It's going to be a tall order, but I've always learned to never say never.
Except, of course, sometimes you should say never. Just say no, as Nancy Reagan once said. Did that work out? Not really. See, I knew I could bring some way to slander Reagan's in it.
That's just your thing.
Got to, so. Cripps, 7 seconds back from Rose. Try to see if there's any major battles going in. Not really. Did you get anything else at the pizza place? How is it that...
Chips.
Right, so when I started the interviews, there was so much going on, and now you've come back, the main commentator with the ability to actually watch everything, and there's nothing. But you got some chips, that's good. The other closest gap right now, Futsuyuki is in 11th place. Corbett is off at Degner 1. What happened there? Can we see that back?
Gandarini. Let's have a look at Corbett.
Let's have a Gambino. Let's have a Michael Gambon.
Oh,
he almost. I think. Yeah, I think he hit that curb.
The car just crossed out from under him. Yeah.
That's unfortunate, but that's not as big a setback as they have seen in other moments in this race. Still in P15. As you heard during the interview with his teammate, they are looking to hopefully get back to P13, but would be happy to finish here after everything that's happened to them. Which I think is fair enough.
Insider information from Rob Keane. No more stops for Cripps.
Well, that is going to be very, very sad news for Victor Borlin, and very, very happy news for Mr. Cripps. For the Albino Racing Team. What's this here? What does the WWR stand for? As they are listed as the WWR Albino Racing Team. Is it Worldwide Racing? Re-sausage, did you say?
Re-sausage, like WWR.
I thought you said re-sausage. I was like, what the hell's that? What's re-sausage? Sausage!
It's like when you mess up making a sausage, you have to do it again. Quick, re-sausage!
You re-sausage quickly! Like Gordon Ramsay, like, come on, we need a re-sausage!
So, are you ready to hear one of my most pointless rants of the day?
Get on then, there's nothing happening at the moment.
Are you, I'm sure you're aware, I have a, let's say, passing affinity with energy drinks.
Yes, Welsh Wizard Racing, Rob Keane says. That's what the WWR, that's even better than anything I could have considered it being. I think we need to get Bacon to join that team when he's got a PC back now he's in Japan. Welsh Wizard Racing, that's even better than re-sausage.
I don't know, I do quite enjoy re-sausage.
That just sounds wrong now. Anyway, what was your rant? What was your angry Husky moment? As we see, actually, oh never mind, it was a pit stop. Yannick Coopers has pitted, by the way, once again. I don't know what for, but that could play into the hands of Weissman, and Deep Cuts has got to be a bit sad because that could have played in his hands as well.
So yes,
anyway, angry Husky.
Back to the story. I like
back to the important
drinks.
things.
I drink a lot of energy drinks. Right, everyone knows this now. And Monster is really expensive.
Is it?
£5.25 for a 4-pack.
Oh, for a 4-pack? That's not that bad for a 4-pack.
It is cheaper to be an alcoholic.
Well, that's true, but alcohol's pretty easy to make, really.
I mean, I did make alcohol once, and it wasn't great.
Didn't you make napalm once?
Yeah. Yeah, that got me banned in school from science experiments.
Science experiments at school.
I mean,
napalm.
I'm arguing that it is not my fault. They asked us, you need to do a science experiment, what do you need? I said,
Don't say what you need on YouTube, Huski. We will get banned. We cannot teach people how to make napalm.
I said I need this and this, right? And my teacher should have seen what I was trying to make and gone, no. So
do you think your chemistry teacher was overly familiar with the concept and the ingredients needed to make napalm?
Yes, because the story has an extension part that I never normally say because it's drawn out. Anyway, the stuff's there waiting for me on the side when we're doing our experiments, so I do all the stuff and make it work. And I remember my teacher came up to me and went like, I thought this was going to happen, but I was hoping I'll be proved wrong. I was then very quickly...
Is that your teachers had too much faith in you and you very quickly proved them wrong.
Yep. And then I was very quickly shuttled off to the headmaster's office. The headmaster was great. He used to be the science teacher and he was mental. And, I'm sat down there, my teacher's, they're fuming at the door and he's looking at her just like, what's up? She points at me and goes, he made napalm. Our headmaster looks at me, looks at her, looks at me, and just starts laughing, and then goes, did it work?
And as we talk about this, Deep Cut says that his knees and bladder just couldn't take it anymore, much same as what we heard from Rob Phillips. And Rob Phillips is talking, and he says he loves his explosive lessons with Huski.
Yes. If you've never... As well, if you have wide open space to do it, throw a WD-40 can on a fire. That's great.
I don't particularly want to do that.
It's bang.
I know it would. That's partly why I don't do it. And okay, whatever Huski's on about, I don't know. Suzuka is now within 1 second of Jay Kelly. The 999 Porsche catching the 42 Aston Martin. There is action again as Huski, dropped something or something. I don't know.
Pineapple on this pizza. Why?
Well, that is a travesty, I'm sure. Okay, racing. 3.3 seconds from the Porsche to the Aston Martin. Where is he going to make the move? He clearly has the pace on him.
Not 3.3 seconds. That's not 3.3.
I said not 0.3.
Here we go. Where are we going to get the move?
You're going to try and make a move into Degner 2, perhaps. Going to try and do it in the hairpin. As behind him is the Haas attempting to once again unlap himself. And the autocam, for me at least, is designed to focus on the battle between the back markers rather than the front markers. Oh, there's a GT4 in the hairpin! And the Haas earned his contact! The Haas has taken out the Aston Martin and then, for good measure, at least collects the Porsche to slow him down. So the battle has reversed, but Suzuka, you would assume, provided he doesn't have too much damage on the front end of that car, from the contact with the Haas on the rebound, you would hope that or you'd think that he will be able to get away. But the Aston Martin will attempt to come back on him, as I do not know what the Haas there was thinking. I think he was trying to make a move and didn't realize the GT4 was there, and when the Aston Martin had to back off, just failed basically to brake. That was an interesting incident, to say the least.
Drama.
There's been drama.
There has been drama.
Shinano to Floof says, to clarify, the brakes did not work properly. I find they work better when you push down the pedal. He says he does qualify to say, according to Corbett. To which Gon says, are you running pad 1? Which, for those who don't know, pad 1 is the wearing sprint race pad, which will wear out by about 3 hours, I believe, because I have run them by accident in the aforementioned 6 hours of Imola for RCI, in which we had to change them around halfway through the race. but they do wear a lot towards the end of the race. Pad 2 is the endurance pad, and that is only for GT3, as we found out not long ago. GT4s have a weird pad 1, you always want to run pad 2. Pad 3 is some sort of wet weather pad that no one ever uses, and pad 4 is some weird quick wear pad that no one ever uses even more.
Could be worse. I used pad 4 once in a race.
Doesn't it run out after like 2 laps?
Yes. Pad 4 is meant to be a development
It's a test.
to-
Yeah, it's a test pad,
Yeah.
so it makes no sense for it to be an ACC. But there we go.
I mean, it was useful when I was teaching a friend of mine ACC because I was trying to explain to him brake fade. And I said, just put on pad 4 and go drive.
As Rob Phillips says, pad 1 only works for max 90 minutes. I think it's max 3 hours odd, but after 90 minutes they will wear so much you will notice it. We definitely only changed our pad several stints into the race, but then that was on a few previous updates ago, so who knows. But pad 2 is definitely the way to go, unless you have a, I think they need to be replaced, what, around 12 hours pad 2? So once in a 24-hour race? Okay, so according to Shanam the Floof, he's had problems with his brakes all week. I assume then that is a physical braking problem and not a problem with the car itself. Which is good to know for the Lamborghini, but not so good to know for his brakes.
Might need to go to Quick Fit for that.
What, for a pedal system for I don't know, whatever he's got, a G29 or a TD or whatever. I don't think I could take my Fanatec into Quick Fit and then do anything about it.
You could.
Then again, actually, yeah, you probably could, because real Fanatec do make equipment for real cars. People often forget there are real Fanatec steering wheels out there in real race cars. Not sure about pedals though. You don't really need a load cell in a real car. As due to that though, this field once again spreads out quite nicely. Cripps maintaining a 6-odd second gap to Rosie first as Kanchuch is off. Yellow flag for Kanchuch. What happened there? Did anything happen there?
Propaganda.
Come on, let's have a propaganda. I think he got thrown off. Oh, contact! That was bigger.
Oh!
Okay, I only saw Kanchuch there. I didn't see the yellow flag for the GT4.
He sent Bark into the shadow realm.
Well, that's going to be, I think, a... I mean, the question is, I mean, Bark obviously took the apex a bit later there than perhaps Kanchuch was expecting, but I think that'll be a penalty for the Aston Martin. Obviously, you have to make sure you overtake safely at all times. That is the #1 rule of multi-class racing. Well, without the other rule, which is if Thomas Jack is behind you, don't let him pass. For the sake of every other driver. Tom's going to message me later being like, what are you doing? Why did I come up? When you were away, I said I apologise to all the Germans about the pronunciation of some of the words and names. And then I said, except for, unless you're Robin Moe. I'm just like, I hope Robin watches this and just sees that. Robin Moe continues to lead. He's leading GT4 Husky.
In the red line car.
Yeah, Team Redline. Mr. I can't go past 240 kilometers an hour is leading the GT4 class by a significant margin. Well, 29 seconds, unless there's
Get
a lap
ready for the red
up.
line. And that's all the car has to give.
It's clearly showing its ability. He made up places very early on and clearly has the ability to overtake and to gain every bit of speed he needs to through the actual cornering parts of the circuit. And that's helped him out. As I believe, is that Brad Hoover about to lap him? I think it is. Yes, it is. Like Brad Hoover in the Yukon car, the Aston Martin 11. About to lap him. Hoover sitting in 12th place. Hoover is very much in the middle of his own little area. 44 seconds to the car in front, another 40 odd seconds to the car behind. He's having a comfortable little race in 12th.
Yeah. Sometimes it happens though, sometimes you end up in, as I dub it, no man's land. You know, there's no one in front, there's no one behind you. You're sort of on your own, just vibing.
Just vibing at Suzuka as we have 15 minutes. Under 15 minutes remaining. 4 hours has gone like that. As we see even Baratz lapping Robin Moe in third. He is still going to want to try anything, absolutely anything, to make up. Not even Baratz, sorry, the same car. Victor Borland, who is now back in the Presidential AMG. I think it's officially the Presidential AMG Adventures with Bo, which is of course what Victor Borland calls himself as a play on Robin Moe. As there was an off just now from the the Haas Lamborghini. Once again, it looks like he was forced to the inside of... Okay, no, he didn't actually get hit on the curb, thank God, but he let two very much faster cars past and slowed down just a little too much for 130R. Clearly very cautious of taking the inside in that corner anymore. And he slowed down just enough to give us a yellow flag warning. Let's have a look at anything happening in chats. Shinano asks, will the stream on for a bit? Be on for a bit after the race? It will be whilst we do interviews, and once the stream has ended, and it shouldn't take too long. It's usually done in about an hour or so. I don't know how long it usually takes. Huski, do you know? It will be available to rewatch at the very least later on today, and obviously for the rest of eternity, or as long as YouTube lasts. Do you know how long it usually takes from stream ending to be able to watch it back? I think it's about an hour-ish for at least for the RP2 races. Obviously it's 4 hours, so it might be longer. Yeah, should be up relatively quickly, at least at lower qualities. Usually YouTube does that, doesn't it? It does it at lower quality and then slowly processes each level.
Yeah, and if people, like, if it's a video, for example, you need to watch quickly, like...
Yeah.
You do get it in lower quality, and then it goes higher later on.
But yeah, the stream will be up after the race, and after the race we will take the time to do the interviews with the podium sitters. So there should be, Rob, actually, I just noticed that Rob said it would be about an hour to process, so yep. And the interview should take about half an hour. Maybe not that long. You take a little bit. But so if you want to go, well, it depends on how much people like to talk. Some are more talkative than others, but if you want to watch it in that period, you can go back and watch stream for however long it lets you go back for. I think it's all of the race, and then it'll be on later on today as a rewatch. Meanwhile, in the RP Endurance chat on Discord, Melon Pitch, who is in the race at the back of the grid, GT4, I think he's Bart's teammate. Yep, Bart's teammate in the 411 Mercedes car, said that it was a rough race for him all around. Big apologies for the start. I believe that was the crash in GT4 grid at the start, and for their unintentional sends on the number 10 car of Camper. Hope they had fun battles, and they say they had fun. That's good. Daniel Scott, meanwhile, has said it's an amazing race for them so far. They got punted on that one and spun. They were last and 10 seconds behind the GT4s. They've now fought their way back up to P5. And quick splash and dash, they should end up P6. So that is Daniel Scott, who is the 31 Porsche, still to pit. They haven't actually, this is going to be a mandatory pit stop in the 31 Porsche. That's quite good there then. Yeah, the 31 Porsche.
Yeah, they haven't pitted.
They haven't pitted. They still have their one more mandatory pit stop.
They've been out on this stint for an hour and 10 minutes.
They have 5 minutes left to pit. Then they should come in at the end of this lap. If you want to, I'm going to keep an eye on them, see if they do.
We'll keep an eye.
It's a very nice looking car. I like some of the default liveries in this game. The Porsche definitely has a good one. if you get the
This
colours
stint
right.
has been, it's just gone up to an hour and 10 minutes. The only other driver to have a stint close is
He doesn't come in.
No.
He stays out. He's got one more lap because he's got 75 minutes that he can do maximum. So they are literally planning a splash and a dash.
Unless there isn't a stint timer. I didn't see it put on the race info.
Maybe there isn't. I mean, no one's corrected us, so I assume there must be. Otherwise, surely people would be quick to jump on us. Is there a stint timer? Anyone who has been racing in the chat, please tell us. Is there actually a stint timer, or are we just talking about it and talking utter nonsense? Usually I thought there was a stint timer rather than mandatories in our endurance races, but maybe it's been changed up for this. I don't know why. Usually we try to not restrict so much the pitting, but stint timers help to restrict it anyway. Maybe there isn't a stint timer.
Well, they both sort of give out the same thing, really, don't they?
They do, but the stint timers usually help to balance fuel tanks more because of basically what's happening now is that there's a splash and dash. You can do that with Bentleys and whatnot with big fuel tanks. There is no stint timer. Thank you. I'm glad we've been talking about stint timers for so long. 8 minutes before the end of the race, we have finally been proven to us that there are those stint timers.
Yay!
Okay, so there are no stint timers, so they can go as long as they want, which means that technically that is probably the biggest problem with the mandatory system is that mandatories are good for sprint races, I think, more so than stint timers. I don't know what you think, because of the fuel tank issue. So you can have people go longer and just smash and dash rather than try to do it. Obviously, Porsche doesn't have that big a fuel tank, so clearly it hasn't done too much this race in 4 hours. Mandatory pit stops are usually better, I think, for stints. So for short sprint races like we do in our P series, where it's a half hour basically stint, or one pit stop for an hour race. But that's good to know.
I personally prefer mandatories all the way through, but that's for a very simple reason of every time I've driven with a stint timer, it's always just been everyone's on the same strat of stint timer pit, stint timer pit, stint timer pit, stint timer pit.
I think that's true, but it does depend on what you put the stint timer at.
And then it also, as well, one of the big draws I have to GT3 is the differences in each car, working on the strengths and weaknesses of each car.
That is
tanks
true.
are a strength or weakness in different cars, and removing that removes part of the whole balancing the strengths and weaknesses of the vehicle.
That is true, and to be fair, the balance of the car is already done. I mean, these cars are their fuel amounts change depending on where they are. The track grades that ACC decides to use does change the amount of fuel you can put in a car. Like I was saying earlier, the McLaren can have 110 at some races or 120. Of course, usually I just put 107 in, but that's the magic number. As we come to the final. Yeah, that'll be good, I'm sure. That's what I think that's what Milt did his qualifying race for that thing there. His fuel was very, very badly worked out. Can't remember what it was qualifying for the esports, wasn't it? He ran out of fuel. I think it was, yeah. He was qualifying for the Dutch team and didn't get it because, well, his fuel was worked out by someone. He didn't question that the McLaren was having under 100 litres for an hour, which anyone who's ever actually driven the McLaren for long, and Milt admittedly hasn't driven that much ACC, so I was asking someone else to do it, would know that under an hour, for an hour stint, you definitely need more than 100 litres unless you're going to really put the fuel map down. So what are we seeing in this last 5 minutes? Everyone's just spread out. I don't think we're going to have any major photo finishes, sadly.
No, Hansen still hasn't hit.
Victor Baldwin still maintaining a minute. I don't think he's going to gain second unless something major happens to Cripps or Rose. As there's a yellow flag. Oh, that's a big one. Tano and Tanner looks like they came together, and there's another car with a yellow flag. Oh! Tano, that was silly. He tried to go back to the pit lane and almost killed another car. Can we see that again?
He
He comes back on the track and right in front of him, and I think...
And here we
braking.
go. This is where it all started. Yes.
The ticket has been put in. I think I know what that's for. He just gets punted and...
Flex the end of the tyre barrier
I mean,
as well.
you'd have to say that is probably on Tanner for that. I mean, they could argue an unsafe region, but in this, almost taking out, was that Victor?
That was, yeah.
So we were talking about Victor perhaps gaining P2 if something happens ahead, and he almost got taken out himself. That was just, I think there's going to be a penalty there for Tanner and a penalty there for Tano, because that was a very, very unsafe maneuver. When you can see there is a car coming up behind you, that was...
Thing is, that was forced a pit stop for him as well, because as we can see when they were coming in, the headlights were broken.
Well, he was attempting to pit anyway, I think. I think that's why he was going in that direction. I think he was trying to, instead of doing a whole lap round, he was trying to go back a bit on himself and get the pit, which is technically illegal in almost all racing series. Once you're past the pit lane entry, you cannot enter the pits, even if you're that far past, at least, even if you've got massive damage. But yeah, I think the stewards will have to look at that one.
This is a great picture. It is lead of both classes in one frame. Yep,
they have been having a few close moments together where they have just nicely passed. Mo!
And a battle could be occurring. Yannick Kippers is behind Weissman. It's 4th position.
Yep, it is 4th position, but he's getting passed by the Mad Panda car. And hopefully he won't hold him up too much. It hasn't held him up.
For it.
Yep, and the Panda car is now going to have to overtake Weissman, but probably will wait to do so after Spoon, so won't lose much time to him.
No,
so this is going to be a natural fight. So there is another car coming up behind GT3, and it'll be interesting to see how quickly they gain as we come to the last 2.5 minutes of this race. My throat is going.
No, you don't need a throat, you get used to it.
Well, I told you, at one point this became a radio show.
And now for the shipping forecast.
As Yannick Cooper's now at the back of the Casio Triangle, we want to make sure they're on the stream. Because this, if we have a photo finish, this is going to be it.
Will indeed be... What the f*** happened to my voice there? What was that?
It will indeed be, as he goes... Is he going to try and make a move on the outside of turn 1? He's going to try and get a better exit, I think. I don't think it's going to work.
The exit is probably the better shout there.
It is working, I think, a little bit, but he's not that close before the S's. Leader is on the final lap. The message comes through.
The question is, these guys are ahead of the leader. So, if they don't get lapped, they'll have to complete another lap. So, part of what I would do if I was Weissman is just hold the Porsche up, get lapped, and then you only have to defend for 1 lap as opposed to 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility, but you're taking a massive risk there that you'll be simply past trying to hold them up. I don't think there's enough space behind. There's only a few corners, but I don't think it's enough space for him to do that without just losing the place anyway. As looking up the order, the only closest battle other than that is actually Cripps has made on Rose several seconds. It's now 2.5 from P2 to the leader. As we continue watching on board, I think this GT4 battle is much closer. I'll try and keep an eye to see if anything happens towards the end of this race up there. As Tano is actually still in the pit lane on the final lap. He's going to, I think, get out of the pits, cross the line in the pit lane and finish.
But we see it too wide towards 130R. Inside, outside, Weissman gets the nose ahead, but the Porsche comes back through the outside. But is he going to be able to poke the nose in front and get the inside through the second part of the Casio Triangle? That is the question. He does indeed. It will be a run because keep in mind you get the inside at the final corner. They will have one more lap of this.
Weissman might just maintain it with the power of the Aston, but if you look, Rose has crossed the line.
One more lap. Oh!
No, he's crossed the line. Oh, there's a big crash up ahead. The line has been crossed.
No, it's not. It's not. Look, they haven't been checkered.
No, I know they haven't. I meant the leader. The leader has.
Oh!
The race leader. There's a big crash there. Can we watch that back? Because we were obviously in confusion there as
we can,
Coopers.
Because these two aren't classified as finished when they cross the line.
No,
because the leader hadn't crossed at this point.
Well, these three,
and then what
actually.
happened? The Aston, it's Weissman.
Oh, he
gets a
moves
BMW.
to the right and collects both of them. If Weissman wins now, there's going to be a massive penalty coming, I think, just to ensure that Yannick gets the position. And that was Domansky, the other car, caught up in that. I'm not sure if they lost position either. They are having a lot of trouble navigating the S's. But as I said, the winner of this race is William
hasn't
Rose.
even finished either.
No, I know he hasn't finished because Rose hadn't crossed the line. He's got to get back now in a damaged car. But I think he's fine because Corbett behind him, the only car on the same lap behind him, has finished the race. So Domansky can take his time. He's not going to get past.
Here is your race winner, William Rose. Along with his teammate, who I can't remember the name of. No, it's gone.
Amok Inara.
Amok Inara, that's it.
Yeah, as Waldhauser in P4 has a little yellow flag into the Casio Triangle, but is going to take fourth position.
Followed in second place on your GT3 is Owen Cripps and his teammate.
Yannick Cooper's going down the back stretch, 3 seconds behind Weissman, but is flashing him the whole way down, flashing him on the entry.
These two are still battling, and the race is over.
Do they know it's
still
over?
Going.
Have the flag
I don't know, they're still going.
What is this, NASCAR in Texas?
They're still going.
Come on, where's Tim Cook to wave the flag?
And then in third position for GT3 is your presidential AMG lineup of Ivan Barats and Victor Bow.
Yep, and I am quite glad, to be honest with you, that Weissman finished P4 in GT4 because I don't think that is going to be his final classification, as Domansky is still struggling to get around.
In GT4, your top three were Robin Moe for Moe Sim Racing in the Ginetta, Hubble in second place in the 49 Porsche, and the 909 team entry Scuderia Pepperoni, piloted by Marek Krejci and his teammate, who I don't know the name of. I do apologise. In the 909 Porsche as well.
Should note, Domansky is now rounding the Casio Triangle very slowly. He can't lose a position. Everyone else has finished this race. He was the car caught up, who basically was the cause, well, not the cause of that incident, but was the incident that caused the bigger incident.
Let's look as he goes down the straight. What angle his wheel has to be for straight. Oh, that's not fun.
He is struggling as he comes to the line and takes 12th. I think that's not 12th. I think it might be 13th because I think some people left. But he takes 13th. Yes, 13th place.
To roll off the results. Coming through to take the victory was Rose and Amok Nyara in the number 1 BMW M4 GT3. 116 laps was the lead lap, followed in second place by the 72 Aston Martin V8 Vantage, piloted by Cripps and Castillo. And then in third, as we said, the AMG GT3, the 141 car of Borlin and Barratts. In fourth was the first of the AMG, I think, racing car, the 768.
AMS, sorry, I thought you were talking about Mercedes. I thought you were forgetting what AMG was.
Piloted by Waldhauser and Kleinwacher. Then in fifth was the first of our Porsches, Hansen and Scott, the number 31 car, followed by Tanner and Fosner in the 23 Porsche, Pankuch and Stutzer in the 111. Aston Martin came in 7th. In 8th was Kampen and Mrosek in the 114 Mercedes. Hartmann came in 9th in the BMW M4 GT3, the 69 car, followed by Buyatsuki in the 999 Porsche in 11th. In 10th, sorry. In 11th was Kelly and Bush in the 42 Aston Martin, followed by Brad Hoove in the number 11 Aston Martin. Domanski and Malazek come in on 13th in the 38 car. Corbett and Swanson in 14th in the 64 Lamborghini. Ackerman von Vara nailed it. Came 15th in the 21 Porsche. Schlegel and Pay in 16th in the 58 BMW. And rounding off the finishing GT3 cars was Tano and Manriquez in the 78 Mercedes. And now, GT4. Robin Moe came through to take the victory in GT4, followed by Hubble in P2. Krejci and Fuxi at 909 entry in P3. Yannick Kubers and Sartov come in next in P4 on a 13 car. Weissman P5 in GT4 after penalties. 40 seconds was applied for him. And then in 5th was Campy in the number 10. And then rounding off the GT4 grid was Bark and Pitch. And there you can see the drivers that didn't make it to the end. The two Chadaratis, the Reiter, Stewart and Kovac, Hertel as well. Quite a few cars did not make it to the end of the race.
Sorry, I was just going to check who was who in the interview room.
That was something. So we are going to move on to the post-race interviews. Okay,
Oh, that finish was very, very interesting. Though, what was Weissman's number?
And we can still be heard. I hope you're aware of this.
No, I'm asking you.
Oh, I actually can't remember.
I'm asking you as part of the commentary that we are doing right now, Huski. Weissman was 63 and apparently did finish behind Yannick Cooper, so I think they might have given him a very, very... Yes, they did. They gave him a very, very quick stop-go 10 before the race ended. So he has officially finished 22nd. That is the 5th in class, and Yannick Cooper's finishes 4th after that final lap incident between the two of them and the other car. I mean, that's an all right penalty, I think. I think they didn't put too much thought into that, because if you had, it probably would have been more than 10 seconds with the number of cars involved and the damage done. But that's a good penalty because he wasn't going to lose any more places than that at that point in the race, and it just loses enough time to give basically the position back to Yannick Cooper's in the 13 car. As Huski types for people to come and join the commentary.
Oh no, I'm replying to a message.
Okay, he replies to message.
So we've got OMs and...
Oh, okay, so here, Lewis Hamilton's front left wheel was in the 64 car of the Corbett Lamborghini car that finished 14th. I think there was just some discussion in the chat about a possible interview there, but OMC was the 72 car of Cripps. So we need Rose and Amakinara to join us first, I think, as the first finishing car in GT3.
Give it a couple of minutes and then we'll rattling off who we have.
Have you put out a message requesting?
No, because I don't know anyone's names. You do it. You better admin than me.
I don't know their names. I'll just see if there's a Rose anywhere.
So go on, chat. Out of stars, how many stars would you give this race in terms of its entertainingness? Getting viewer engagement.
Can you link voice channels in chats? Yes.
Yes, apparently, yeah.
You can do a chat link, but I don't know how to do that. It's not working with the hashtag, which is annoying. But I assume it's not a text channel.
Interesting.
See if I can do some ats. There is no rows that I can see.
Well, we can get someone in.
We can get
I've
Robin.
just seen. Yep. Hello, Robin!
Hello, how are you?
Hanging up the Ginetta in the GT4 Hall of Fame. How do you feel?
Pretty exhausted, to be honest. I was driving it completely on my own, you know. Yeah, it was a tough race, especially like driving standards wise. I've never seen so much carnage, I think, in a race.
And how many red lines did you get out of the Ginetta today?
But it's a fun car, you know, like no power steering. You know, it's very tricky with the track limits as well. It's a difficult car for sure, and I nearly broke the engine, I think, twice.
Harking back to when you blew the engine up in the Honda in RP series, yeah?
Yeah, I think, you know, you have to drive a car. You know, if you don't destroy the engine, you haven't been driving properly.
So what, downshifting from 9,000 RPM is how you drive a car, yeah?
Yeah.
But you've won GT4 today. It was quite tight, though, at one point between you and Kippers, wasn't it?
Actually, that's been quite tight the entire time because I was on 3 warnings for like the last 2 hours, and the drive-through here is more than 30 seconds, so I was like clenching for the last the last hour. I was like, please don't go off track, please don't take a warning, because that probably would have cost me the lead. And yeah, he was quicker than me for most of it. Like whenever he was behind me on the delta, he was matching me or improving. It was just, I think I got very lucky with the traffic sometimes. And also I got lucky with the incidents. I was involved in 5, which is already quite bad, but I think lots of people were just caught up by driving standards today. So yeah, the stewards definitely worked overtime, I think.
Go on, James, you must have a question.
I was talking to Ivan in the chat. I don't really have anything for you, Robin, because you just did very well. You just kept going. You just plowed through and didn't have any problems, really.
Yeah, I got 2 penalties. Like I got 1 for the start because I absolutely sent the Merc GT4 into the shadow realm at 130R. That one was deserved. And then there was the second one at the chicane later on, which was 10 seconds. At the time, I felt pretty pissed off about that one because I haven't seen it yet, but like it felt from the cockpit like I left enough space, and you know it was just one of those things. But I'm pretty sure that was deserved after seeing a screenshot of that. So. But I'm just very happy that I went through cleanly. I hope commentating was fun and you had lots of things to see today.
There was a lot to go on, and then not so much to go on occasion.
Always when I'm not here, there's a lot of stuff happening.
There was so much happening when you weren't here. It was amazing. Oh, yeah. Right, as we try to wait for the interview waiting room to fill up.
Yeah, I think there's lots of people, so I think I'm gonna jump out again. Thanks for commentating, guys. It was a very enjoyable race.
Yep, good job, and congratulations to you, Robin Moe, our GT4 race winner.
Thanks.
And we'll see you tomorrow, Robin. I assume, as well.
We'll see about that.
I'll punt you tomorrow, yeah.
Okay, see you tomorrow, guys. Bye.
All right, who should we bring in next? So we do have the P2 in GT4 waiting, Sylvian Hubble. I don't know if we want to do them until we find out if, because we have the second place and the third place also now in GT3, but we do not have the first place yet.
Make the choice.
It's your choice. It's your stream.
Make the choice. Cheers.
I will bring in Mr. Sylvian Hubble to come in after. He is the GT4 race second place. Hello, Sylvian.
Hello.
Or Sylvain, sorry, I was pronouncing it Sylvian, but it's Sylvain, isn't it?
No problem, no problem.
How was that race for yourself then? Your GT4 second place. Did you think you could catch Robin towards the end? You'd managed to bring the gap down a little bit, I noticed, but how was it?
It's quite a bit of a race. I've hit 2 people, and I managed to regain the position, the second position after some puns. So I tried, but he's too fast. So GG to Robin.
How did you find the Porsche GT4? Because we noticed very, very shortly that the GT4 Porsche was extremely dominant around here. Obviously, Robin and Ginetta being Robin, but GT4 clearly had some dominance around here amongst the GT4s.
I think it's a good car around here, but it's my first time on GT4, so I cannot compare really if other cars are better or not. But
What do you usually drive?
I usually drive the GT3 Merc, and I
So something a bit
make a
different then.
transition to the 720 McLaren.
The car we didn't see today.
So yeah, it's a good experience, but the contact with some people, I'm sorry to the contact.
It happens, doesn't it? It's one of those things.
It's racing, you know.
Yes. Rubbing is racing, and it wouldn't be racing without plenty of incidents. So congratulations to you on your P2. Is there anything else you wanna add before we?
No, thank you for the commentary. Thank you for the stewarding all the time, and for the next time.
I'll see you then. Hope to see you then.
See you later.
Okay, so we haven't actually had anyone join the chat. Should we bring OMC in for the 72 car? Second place in GT3, because we do not yet have the GT3 winners here. Hello.
Hello.
Do you want to quickly? Are you Owen Cripps or are you?
That's right, yeah.
Yes, OMC. I put those together. You are the 72 car. You are because we don't have the winner for some reason yet. If we can find them, but we have you. So who needs them? Was there a minute? So the first thing I'm going to ask you, was there a second towards the end of that race? I noticed you had pulled back a little bit of time to them on that sort of last 2 laps. Did you think you could get them?
There was a hope. There was a hope.
It's always the hope, but you must have wanted it. You must have really, in like 4
course.
hours, and it's.
We were leading for the better part of over 2 hours. So, of course we wanted it.
Were you the ones, I can't remember, were you the ones who had the moment at the exit or on turn 1 that allowed the number 1 car to get into the lead, or was that someone else?
Yeah, that was my teammate.
That was when I was having another interview and that happened.
Yeah. It happens, unfortunately, doesn't it?
So how was the whole race for you then? You led for two odd hours.
It was definitely good fun. When we signed up to this, we had 2 days possibly worth of practice to even consider being quick enough to be on the podium. Was quite surprising, to be fair. As I said to my teammate, I said, let's aim for a top 10. And then we end up basically leading for over 2 hours and basically come second and possibly should have won it if it wasn't for the mistakes that were made, which makes it kind of interesting. But yeah, we would have loved to have won, but it is what it is. And fair play to the other guys. They were super quick. We just couldn't catch them.
No, they were very good. That's a very Kimi Räikkönen answer. It's the same for everybody. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Of course, you'd like to win, but it doesn't always happen.
No,
you definitely were good to watch, and it was interesting. You gave a bit of excitement towards the end of that race because we said about 5 minutes before the end of the race. I said it doesn't look like there's going to be any photo finishes. Then all of a sudden you've caught up like 5 seconds, and there's a massive GT4 battle going on.
I was sending it everywhere.
Definitely.
A couple of track cuts may have happened.
Trey, what's a track cut between friends?
Nothing much.
Well, unless you're in the Lamborghini and trying to track cut at 130R, in which case we found that it did not enjoy that very much. Did you find any problems at 130R? Because we know it's quite a lot of cars having some big moments there.
There was a couple of moments, but luckily the Aston seems to be a very stable car, so you can correct it quite easily and it doesn't kill you. But unlike most cars, they tend to correct and they'll kill you, like the Mercedes and the Porsche. But when you've got the Beamer as well, which it doesn't matter what sort of like mistakes you do, you can generally correct it. It was a bit annoying that my teammate was going, oh yeah, they're making mistakes, and they've gone a little bit wide here. He's gone off the track slightly here, but he's able to correct it and with little dramas. But
the Beamer is something of a tank these days. It might have been nerfed a bit, but it still takes a lot of punishment. But yeah, congratulations to you on your P2 finish.
Thank you very much.
And hope to see you again for the next
it's looking
race.
likely. We seem to really enjoy this. I mean, we just found it off of Reddit, and we thought, I'll give it a go.
That's
and
what the promotion
really enjoyed
is for.
it. Really enjoyed it.
No, I'm glad to hear that. And congratulations again.
Thank you very much. Take care.
You too.
Bye bye.
Yeah, congrats.
Thank you. Bye.
Right. Do you want to bring in the next people?
Yep.
Do you know which ones they are? It'll be Ivan Baratz and Victor Borlin for P3 in GT3. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. So, first things first. Victor, you got in the car.
Yes.
Hey!
We were informed. I was informed mid-race in an interview with Gons that you didn't know if you were going to make it. Which I told the story about when you almost had to give Bintz a 8-hour stint at Bathurst, but you made it.
No, that wasn't me though. That wasn't me. I wasn't planned to drive that race that time. I was being away that
I
time.
thought that was okay. So I apologise. I thought that was you for some reason, but I know you used to team up with Bintz, but so you made it. Well done, and congratulations to both of you on P3. How was it?
Thank you. It was an adventure, let's say. Adventure with Bo. First lap was really... I have no idea how I managed to escape everything and just drive away.
You did the Gons. Was the Gons strat intentional, or was it...
Yes, it was intentional.
It was
We
intentional.
were basically still practicing during quali.
I didn't know if you had run out of fuel at the end of the qualifying session and realised you didn't have enough time to do it again, but that was an intentional...
No, we had even more fuel than needed for quali.
So Baratz, he hasn't practiced, I haven't practiced, so we took the time during qualifying to practice and stuff.
I don't think that's true, even.
Well, I
I
haven't
did
practiced.
a few laps.
I think you've practiced the Mercedes at Suzuka for something else, have you not?
I have
Well,
not,
this is
actually.
the practice.
Oh, I see. Okay. This was your practice race anyway for the 24-hour race,
Yeah.
is it not, that you have for charity?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, so
At
we
the
can talk about it.
10th and
Good thing.
11th.
Who's that actually hosted by the way? Give a little shout out to charity.
It's
That's
just a
SRI.
second. Just
SSRI.
SRI.
yeah.
So the
Sim Sport
24-hour
Racing
race.
International.
It's a charity race which you are practicing here and doing then. But
Yes.
to come from P last, basically. Not just P last in class, but P last behind all the GT4s, bar the original Gonstrat.
Correct.
And to make it to third, did you think there was anything more in the car? I mean, I know you had a few, so you had a drive-through at one point, which I know put a
Yeah,
damper
which-
on your hopes, but...
I still am angry about it because I wasn't even outside of the white lines with my right tires, but
Ah.
okay. Okay,
One of
game.
those ACC things.
Yeah, but I think, I don't know if P2 was possible. We probably would have been like a bit closer, but around 15, 18 seconds behind them because you lose a lot of time in the first stint since we started so far back. But still a good race nonetheless.
Oh, congratulations to both of you. Such a climb for the field. And Victor, you did some good laps on that last stint. You kept it nice
thank
and clean.
Yeah, actually, for once I didn't kill anyone, so that's good, I guess.
That was your job, really. You did almost get
Yeah.
killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had flashbacks
Yeah,
from
what?
Spa when I was going there.
I didn't see if that got a penalty. Did you two see that? Because that was an interesting return to pit attempt from the
Yeah.
Tano car.
He did get a penalty in the end,
Yeah, I would have
but
thought so.
I don't know. The decision making of the GT4s were actually pretty good this race, but the slower GT3s were.
To be fair, I know what that was them. They had a massive shunt that wasn't their fault, and they were trying to get.
I did see that, but still, the decision
it was not
to accelerate while seeing another car going at you is. I don't know if brave or whatever the other words could be. It wasn't
a sensible decision, but I don't think it was made in the best frame of mind.
Yeah.
Well, luckily nothing happened, so that's what's important, I guess.
Yeah, no, congratulations to both of you on your P3 in GT3 4 hours of Suzuka.
Thank you.
Thank you, and see you next time.
And see you. I'm sure you'll be back.
Yeah. See ya. Bye-bye.
See you. Bye.
Congrats, lads.
Right, so that is the last of the podiums that we actually have available to us by the looks of it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to do a quick interview with Lewis Hamilton's front left wheel?
Yes.
AKA known as Nathan Corbett.
Yep,
I'll bring him in.
He's been waiting about. Let's get him in. Have a chat.
Hello, is that Nathan?
Yes, it is. Hello.
Hello.
It's Lewis Hamilton's front left wheel. Never know.
We have no responses from either the P1 in GT3 or the P3 in GT4. So here he is, the Nathan Corbett from the Lamborghini Huski, whose teammate we spoke to earlier in the race that finished in the end P14.
Yeah, I had to drive for 3.5 hours because he's been spinning. Couldn't avoid those curves.
How was the Lamborghini around Suzuka then? Go on.
All right.
Oh,
wasn't great. It could be worse. It could have been worse.
Well, you weren't the only Lamborghini out there at one point, but the writer decided to retire due to a game crash and other issues with the car.
There's a Gallardo out there, wasn't there? What happened?
Yeah, the Gallardo was the writer, which they had a game crash, I believe, and or were having issues enough they couldn't be bothered to get back in. Which, having driven the writer on occasions where I wanted to torture myself, I can kind of understand. As I said before, it was made in 1943, and it's made out of balsa wood and has nothing going for it whatsoever. But I can't remember what is the Lamborghini. It's the Huracan.
Yes,
130R. I think we need to discuss it.
What, breaking into it?
Were you actually breaking into 130 on GT3 and then occasionally clipping the curb and having quite a few moments there?
Only 2 moments from me.
That's true. I think I've merged them all into one big collection of moments from a lot of different cars because that was a big killer.
It was easy misjudgment. I usually sliding through that.
Yeah, so as we spoke to your teammate earlier, I mean, you finished P14. Are you happy with that then? Because he said P15 would be good enough.
Well, for the first race, it's good.
And yeah, what was your I didn't actually ask you. What were your expectations? What were your sort of goals coming into the race compared to where you finished?
Not finishing dead last.
Well, you managed that. Well done.
That was the goal. We accomplished that.
Oh, well, yeah, then well done to you, and hope to see you again. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Did you enjoy yourself? That's the question.
Yeah, I enjoyed myself. My wrist didn't.
Hey, you should be lucky. We had 2 Maseratis out there, both of who retired because they were getting achy.
Yeah, we thought we gathered that. That's when I had tires.
Nope, so congratulations on your P14, and from recovering from quite a few little incidents along the way.
And over a minute's worth of penalties.
Yep. Well done to you.
Yeah, 55 seconds worth of penalties.
Oh my gosh. Were any of those so that was no given penalties by the game itself, just all instant penalties.
I gathered myself 25 on the first stint. And then my teammate managed to get a 30-second time penalty by speeding in the pits.
Yeah, speeding in the pits is a painful one because that you can't really do anything about that. Yeah, from the stewarding side of things.
Yeah.
But no, once again, congratulations to you, and hope to see you again.
Oh yeah, I'll be back punting people off next month probably.
I can't wait. Punting at Nürburgring, possibly, depending. I think it should be Nürburgring.
I have to provide some entertainment.
And you have certainly done that, and we enjoyed the livery extremely. The Gunther sign on the top, but I also personally, I said earlier, I like the little Italian flags at the bottom of the doors.
You can't actually remove that; it's in by default.
Is it in by default? Well, I'm glad, and I will not give credit to you. I'll give credit to ACC.
Oh, give me credit.
Okay, you have a lot of credit for the Gunther. The Gunther is good.
Oh yeah, it's good. The good luck Gunther.
Right, well, thank you, and see you shortly, I guess.
Yep, see you.
Later.
Oh, Huski's got a dry throat.
Yeah, I was trying to clear it without making any noise, but I'm failing.
Fair enough. So that's there's no one else has come in for an interview, so I think that is it. So
Yep, I believe so.
again, just to quickly run through the order, we have Rose and Amok Kinara as the race winners in GT3 in the BMW M4. Owen Cripps and Jay Castillo in the 72 Aston Martin in second, and Victor Borlin and Ivan Baratz in the Mercedes AMG in third. And then in GT4 we have Robin Moe in the Ginetta, Hubble in the Porsche, and Krejci, I don't know, I've just been pronouncing that as quickly as possible throughout the race, in the 909 car. That's also the Porsche. And it's been good. Have you had fun, Huski?
Yep, it's been definitely been an entertaining race for us today. Hopefully, when the next endurance rolls around again, as they seem to every month, if I'm not in the commentary booth, I might hopefully be in a car, or I might be in a commentary
You
booth.
were, because the next race should be, it hasn't been announced yet and it's not confirmed, but it should be the rerunning of the Nürburgring race that we tried to do a couple of months ago. It's taken down by the issues that ACC was having then. You were racing that, weren't you? You were racing with some friends of yours.
No, I was commentating it with Goms.
Wait, oh yes, you were. For some reason I thought you'd been racing it, but no, you were commentating it with Gonzi Gonsington, who came down to the stewarding channels. We were all trying to work out what was going on. Hopefully that will not happen again.
Hopefully not. We've managed to have a 4-hour race today without any issues. So
I've also just noticed that Shinano at one point said great commentary, and I thank him for that, but also he slightly lost it at Husky's napalm story.
Oh, it's great. I have many stories like that. You know, you'll hear all of them one day.
There's a reason Husky is a good colour commentator. He provides much colour, some of it very concerning.
Rude. But I think that is where we will call it tonight.
Yes, do we have anything to announce before we go off?
There is the RP series race.
Yes.
Tomorrow on this channel. As you saw, I
Yep.
did the smart and accidentally launched their stream, so I'm going to have to make another one of those.
And that will be actually, no, I think you can do the same one. That will be at Monza in ACC. I am racing in that in GT3. Are you racing in it, Husky? I don't remember now. You were going to at one point. You are racing in it.
Unless my mum has any bloody silly plans for me tomorrow.
Fair enough. Well, Husky may or may not be there. I will be there in the Aston Martin GT3 as I need to try and take P1 in the AM class. And many of the races we have seen today will also be there. Probably a little bit faster than I am. Other than that, we have on Wednesday our traditional AC regular Assetto Corsa based race and chill session where we pick fun cars and tracks every week to race around in. And next Sunday is the Formula Pals race, which is at, I believe, Road America, which is our Assetto Corsa regular open wheel racing series that runs on every alternate week that RP series does not. And it's also my birthday, so that'll be fun.
Hooray!
Hooray!
Hooray! But
I think that's everything we have.
Until we next see you guys, I've been Husky.
I've been James.
And with the
We did that really well.
input from Murray Walker and the BBC Home Service.
It's go, go, go!
No, it's
No,
stop,
sorry,
stop,
it's
stop,
stop, stop.
And we will see you all at the next stream. Goodbye.
Goodbye.